Good morning and welcome to a lovely sunny Brands Hatch again. We're here live for the Caterham Motorsport season. This is the second day racing. We've got the Avon Tyres 7 Championship UK about to go out. My name is Sam Parker and I will be joined by Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box. So let's just go and see if we can have a chat with our pole sitter, which is Henry Heaton. Henry, are you okay for a quick chat?
Yeah.
How do you have you got much plans for this this coming race?
Well, starting at the front, first of all, got to get off the line. Well, it's tricky here because of the uphill gradient at the start line, but yeah, you can't sniff at pole position. It's where you want to be. I'm sure the guys behind me are going to give it a good go, but yeah, all about track position here. Just need to get my head down and see if I can follow up on what I did yesterday, and yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
And I will now head over to pass you over to Chris in the commentary box.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, welcome back to Brands Hatch for day 2 of this Caterham Motorsport, the opening event of the season. Another sunny day. Looking at conditions out there. Welcome to everybody out on in the spectator banks, and great to see everyone out there today supporting their drivers. We have got plenty of Caterham action for you. We've got 6 full races throughout today, so make sure you do keep tuned to the stream. And we're starting with, as we've seen already, the 7 Championship UK cars, the fastest of our 4 steps of the Caterham ladder that are with us this weekend. We've also got Roadsport with us again, 2 310R races, such as the size of their grid. We've had to split them into A, B and C grids today. We have 2 races from the A and C grids, and then the B and C grids a bit later on. Also, the 270Rs are here with us. They gave us a spectacular race yesterday, and we're looking forward to more of the same this afternoon, alongside the second of today's 7 Championship UK races. So 7 Championship UK is unique in the ladder in that they run 3 races at 20 minutes in length. They run a thoroughbred race car. You can see the slick tyres on the cars. Just looking at Greg Monkson and Jake Swan, who actually had a bit of a contact up into Druids yesterday, so they'll be looking to see whether they can recover themselves back through the field. But you see their slick tyres. But we're able to hear from James Murphy, so I'm going to hand over to Sam back in the assembly area.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, I've got James Murphy here, starting in 2nd place. James, it was a good race yesterday. Are you concerned about having Lee and Aaron behind you?
Yeah, I'm concerned about Lee, Aaron and a whole lot of others as well. Concerned about Henry ahead of me. They're all really quick. But we had good, hard racing yesterday. I hope that continues today. Should be another great race.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the race. Let's just go and see if we can have a quick chat with Lee. Lee started 4th yesterday, so he's got 3rd today. Just see if he's available. Hi, Lee.
Hello.
Are you in the zone?
I'm trying to be, yeah, as best I can.
So you're hoping to keep Aaron behind you on today's race?
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, Aaron's a quick boy. He's been doing it a lot longer than I have, so, you know, I'm pretty realistic. He's going to be, you know, likely in front of me, but if I can hang on to him and then, you know, see if I can hang on to him and get some pace from him, really.
Okay, well, good luck. All the best for the race. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Aaron, actually. Aaron obviously started on pole position yesterday. Oh, I think we've just run out of time. Aaron, good luck for the race. I'll head back to you, Chris. I think they're ready to go out now. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Yes, you heard the whistle go. The gates are open, so the 7 UK cars are being released onto the grid for to be lined up by the marshals. Yeah, we were talking briefly about this top-level Caterham Motorsport car, the 7 Championship UK car, slick shod, uprated, slicks and dampers, extremely race-focused car. They've got 180 horsepower to play with, and they put it down via a limited slip diff and via a 6-speed sequential gearbox. So they are completely race-focused. They wouldn't do very well out on the road, but they absolutely love it out here on the track. So yesterday, in our first 3 races they have, in their first 20 minutes, Henry Heaton came out on top, and he sort of scampered away a little bit while the battles happened behind, but he was closed in at the end, and James Murphy finished right on his tail there, so he had some good late race pace. You can see Henry Heaton in the number 10, the blue car, shiny blue car on the left of your screen, and James Murphy in the black and orange on the right of your screen. Just lining up behind Henry there, we heard from Lee Bristow, Caterham technician. multiple years of Caterham experience under his belt, Caterham champion as well in 310R, but he first time running this car this weekend, and what an incredible result to get third place. Aaron Head there in the 19 dark car with the pink roll cage, returning again to this championship. He's won this championship a couple of times in the past, but he's now trying out with the slicks on board, and he's clearly enjoying it. He had stalled on the line yesterday, didn't he? He dropped all the way to the back of the field and fought his way in that 20-minute race back up to 4th place. It looked like it might even be a bit more. But he had a bit of a run into the gravel trap, an uncomfortable run into the gravel trap, and drifted back to 4th place. But I think he's still relatively happy with that position. And then behind them, Chris Moore and Timothy Dickens. There is Aaron Head's car, the DPR run car with the pink roll cage, number 19. Watch him sort of moving forward. It might worth, before we go further down the field, 4th place on the Brands Hatch Indy grid is a really good place to start this race. It's a bit flatter and less off camber. You can see how leant over Henry's car is down there on the inside, and when they get going off onto this green flag lap, you might see those cars sort of rear end slide towards the pit wall. Just watch out for that, and off the actual line, that means 4th place is often a good place to start, so Aaron will be looking for that. But yes, a little bit further back then, so we've got let's get my screen up. So we've got Chris Moore alongside Timothy Dickens on row 3. On row 4 we've got Dale Head and Ian Sparshott, and all of these drivers, I think Dale Head and Ian Sparshott were pretty pleased with their performance yesterday. I know Ian, I was speaking to him this morning, and he will looking to hold on to that kind of position, but he's got cars behind him that will also be looking to move forward. Andy Lee's in his inaugural year in the sort of golf coloured car you can see on the inside, slightly angled away from the pit wall there, alongside Mike Evans in that the 93 car, the dark car with the red roll cage rather than the pink around head. And then behind them we've got Simon Griffiths. This is his first race in the 420s yesterday, so he did extremely well, and will be looking to come forward, I'm sure. Alongside him we have Mark Farmer, so British GT driver and old Caterham person returning back to the, I shouldn't call him an old person, a person returning to the field, I should say, after a hiatus away. And Chris Kirby, Greg Monks, and then Jake Swan Dixon and Gary Lapidus. So those last three all had issues yesterday. We saw Gary spinning down at Cleo at Surtees, and Monks and Swan had a bit of an issue up into Druids, which saw them both exit the race. As we pull away, you can see Henry's car there did dive towards that pit wall, didn't it, as he pulled off the line, put onto their green flag lap. As we mentioned, they're running on their slick Avon tyres today, dedicated Avon tyres, specially made for designed and developed for this car. But they do need to get their heat in, so more so than the ZZS that the majority of the cars are. The other steps of the ladder here, you can see Henry actually hanging the rear of that car as he tries to get some heat into those tyres. And it really does affect the performance of the cars, so you can see them all the way down the field, weaving left and right, and yeah, trying to get that temperature in. Also the brakes, important to get the brakes up, but here's the confirmation of the grid, so let's go through that. So Henry Heaton on pole position, James Murphy in second. We then got Lee Bristow followed by Aaron Head. And then we've got Chris Moore, Timothy Dickens, Dale Head and Ian Sparshott making up into the top 8 there. We've got Andy Lees in 9th, Mike Evans 10th, Simon Griffiths 11th and Mark Farmer 12th. And then at the rear of the field we've got Chris Kirby, Greg Monks, Jake Swan and Gary Lapidus. And certainly Greg Monks and Jake Swan will be looking to move through the field. So watch for that as well. So a couple of things to watch out for. Watch for the cars sliding towards that pit lane. See whether Aaron Head can get the super start from P4 on the grid. See whether he can get off the line this today rather than getting stalled, which was an uncomfortable position for everybody, but everyone did very well to avoid him. But certainly anything other than that will be a good start for him today. And let's see whether Jake Swan and Greg Monks can make their way back through the field to where they were fighting for that kind of top 5 type position or positioning on the track. So lots to look out for in this second of 3 races. We've got another race for them this afternoon, so make sure, as I say, you do keep on the stream throughout the day, and the other championship in between certainly nothing to miss out on either, so please do follow us along for all the action. But as they come and reline themselves back up on the grid, the marshals there, thank you to all the marshals as ever, out here again in force in the sunshine. Nice to give them some sunshine to have. and all the drivers have got consistent conditions that they'll endure as well. The green flag is waving at the back, so we will get the 5-second board, and then we'll be waiting for the lights, and shortly we'll get this race underway. The Caterham 7 Championship UK, second race of the weekend. Away we go. James Murphy got a great start, and Aaron Head got away this time. A little bit of confusion at the back of the field. One of them was slow away, but nevertheless James Murphy has made the best start from second on the grid. Henry Heaton following him around with that's Chris Moore making moves up on the inside there, so he's into a third place ahead of Aaron Head. So Aaron Head this time is away with the rest of the field, and then we've got the 93 of Mike Evans making some good progress off the line there. Tim Dickens following him, and it looks like Lee Bristow's the one that's lost out in that. His orange car has slipped from third place right down. We've got a car slow, and it's the exit of Druid, so he's had an issue. Maybe sometimes drive shafts are a problem on this. He looks like he is underway, I'm hearing, so we should we'll maybe not that's a drive shaft. So let's continue to focus on the front of the grid. James Murphy is going to complete this lap in the lead, or it certainly looks like that right now, but Henry Heaton is certainly not done there yet. They're going to go side by side into Paddock Hill. It's easy not to go. We try not to get too excited about overtakes too soon, because they're going to be doing that multiple times throughout the day. And nevertheless, he does take that lead. James Murphy desperately trying to get an overlap, but couldn't make it stick. The front of their cars was absolutely on side, but Chris Moore's going to make the best of that round the outside, and he may well make that stick as James Murphy was held up behind him. They all have to sort of filter into line astern again. Absolutely nose-to-tail stuff for this top 7 cars, but Henry Heaton's leading that group. They all make it round without going off onto the green, which is can trigger track limit sensors, which you did see yesterday in a couple of the championships. So track limits is certainly a thing of British Motorsport, and Caterham is no exception. Henry cutting the corner actually onto the grass that time. Absolutely no room for there, but it seems to do him quite well. He's pulled a little bit of a gap over Chris Moore, but Chris Moore will have that toe. Another feature of Caterham racing is the toe. You can see how close all the battling is up and down the field. Henry Heaton pulls to the inside, and looks like he is going to make that stick for another lead change. So Henry Heaton is now back in front of Chris Moore. James Murphy in that third place, looking up the inside of Chris Moore, but Chris Moore's late enough on the brakes and sufficiently in front that he can pull into that gap. And James Murphy fighting the car a little bit there on the exit of Druids. He's got an Aaron Head to deal with, but Aaron's got a nice overlap into Graham Hill, and he's made that move stick. So while the front are battling, it's actually everyone is pretty much in touch in this race, aren't they? All the way down the field there to Chris Christie, as I can see. Chris Kirby. They're all still roughly in a line. There's Simon Griffiths. I'm getting all my names mixed up. But Henry Heaton leading this pack of 7 UK cars, the top flight of Caterham Motorsport, and they're showing why they're there, all pretty much to a man. Caterham champions, certainly all this front group of cars, they've all won Caterham Championship. They know how to race, they know how to drive. Brands Hatch is one of the regular tracks that we visit this Indy circuit. Chris Moore now taking his turn at the front, so he decides he would like a taste of the battle out front, and that does mean that he will now potentially, if there's any battling behind him, if he's chosen his timing right, he may well fire off the front. It is possible in a Caterham to fire off the front at Brands Hatch, but it does require the battles to sort of go deep into the field, and at the moment they're all remaining relatively calm. We've still got 16 minutes of this race to go, so they're all kind of picking and choosing their battles. They've got another race to do later on, so they can't afford to have incidents. We saw Swan and Greg Monks having issues yesterday, and that obviously costs you into the next race, because where you finish in one race, you start the next one. Chris Moore keeps up the inside there, so he's led over that lap now. So as Henry Heaton now gets the overlap though, and immediately says, right, I'm going to take the lead once more. Aaron Head now into third place. Tim Dickens around the outside of James Murphy. Absolutely nothing between these cars. You can see how they're so experienced. They know exactly how wide and long these Caterhams are. Bristow looking down the inside of Tim Dickens. So after that tricky start for Bristow, where he got shuffled back down the order to 6, he's now refound his pace and is looking good. And just behind Bristow we've got Evans. I think it's Dale Head. Evans has dropped back slightly, I think, off of this battle. There is Dickens in his 44, the black and blue machine, with Bristow behind him. Caterham Gatwick run Lee Bristow in his first year in these cars, and doing extremely well off that first round to finish on the podium already. Side by side for the lead, and nose to tail throughout the rest of the field. You can see the Monks and Swan battle there, so they were across the line that time. They got to 9th and 10th, and they can see that they're kind of coming across to Dale Head, and we'll be looking then at the next one up there to join this sort of row and make this a sort of front group of 11 cars, which will be pretty spectacular to see. So we're 5 minutes in to this 20-minute race. You can hear that there's already been plenty of action, plenty of overtakes. Aaron Head looking up the inside of Surtees. It's not going to happen this time. They bump on through over those kind of rough curbs. You need to use that curb to get the most speed. Again, Henry absolutely on the edge of that grass there on the inside curb, and using all of that exit. Some of the other steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, they don't need to use all the exit there, but these slicks and around there, Henry moving Aaron out wide there to the outside of the track at Paddock. He wasn't going to give him a chance to squeeze into the inside that time, but Aaron was experienced enough. He moved out, Henry chopping across, but that battling is letting Chris Moore have a tiny gap at the front. We often see these gaps develop. There's the Monks and Swan resurgence through the field. They are up to 7th and 8th that time through, so they are next up, still behind Dale Head, who's not firmly joined the back of this lead group, and there's Bristow. He is just following along behind, so in his blue and dark machine. Swan in 66. After the damage, both those cars had damage. They've worked in their magic in the paddock. And Jake is a self-run car, so they've put the rear of that car back together again, and Monks, I think he's Caterham Gatwick, had the front of his car put back together again, so a little bit of contact that caused those two to not be able to rejoin the race, and that's why we saw them stop up at Druids at the end of the race yesterday. Henry Heaton back out in front now though, but it's the battle for the top three is Heaton, Chris Moore absolutely getting stuck in his purple and white machine there. Great to see him up there again. This is his first time driving this car, and he's right on the tail of Aaron Head, multiple Caterham champion, and Henry Heaton's the Academy champion from 2013. We've got Chris Moore, I think he's 270 champion. Or maybe too many champions to shake a stick at, but I'll get them sorted for next time. But Aaron Head has won multiple times. They all know how to win championships. Murphy, we've seen him win multiple championships as well, all the way up through the field. Tim Dickens, another champion. It's as I see, their driving standards sort of is as you can imagine in a series like this. They really don't. They know how to pedal these cars. They know how to race a Caterham race, and they all know all the tricks in the book. Lee Bristow there is having to defend now from Dale Head, following along. So Dale Head is Aaron's brother, and he's showing fantastic pace, isn't he, in the second race, to be in this lead battle, which is it has got Monks and Swan on the rear of this battle now, so we have grown all the way down to 8th car battle for the lead. Aaron Head going out wide to see whether he can get the run, the slingshot, and get the slipstream from Henry's car into that turn 1 of Paddock Hill bend. It's roughly 90-mile-an-hour bend for these cars, somewhere between 80 and 90 miles an hour, and Henry again pushes Aaron to the outside. A little bit of a hand signal there, I think. Not too happy with the ferocity with which he's pushing him out there, but he's certainly making his intentions clear. He comes off and covers up the inside. Again, round Brands Hatch, that's one of the classic moves, is to try and cut and do the undercut to get the move up into Druids, but Henry covered that off. He managed to control that speed enough, and it's all coming back together. It's about as close as it was on the opening lap now, between the majority of the field. You see Andy Lees is coming across onto that Swan there to make this battle up down to 10th place. Henry Heaton is certainly making his intentions clear, isn't he? There's no gaps on the inside that he's willing to leave, and while he's the cork in the bottle at the moment, with them all sort of trying to use their additional speed. When you're defending round Brands, you will lose some speed. Again, we've seen him a couple of times move him to the outside, but now he's got James Murphy to worry about. He was no longer able to move Aaron Head to the outside of the track there, because James Murphy would have had a good old look up the inside. So James Murphy back into 3rd, and now he's going to tuck up into 2nd as he's got the overlap, and behind him, Tim Dickens having to chop across Dale Head. So Dale Head absolutely getting involved. Tim Dickens looks like attacking that move means that he's got in front of Chris Moore, so up into 4th place now. Aaron Head stays in that 2nd place, so he manages to hold off James Murphy. Looked like he had that move done, so he must have held on around the outside of Druids that time through. Again, you can see Heaton's car jinking a little bit left, just to again take away the option of if Aaron was looking at the inside for a late dive up there. He wasn't going to be given that option. Andy Lees has now firmly attached himself in the number 2 Golf Coloured cars there. Again, new into the series this year and fully involved in that lead pack. And behind Andy Lees, we've got Sparshot is not too far off that. Ascot Ian's been running these cars for multiple years, and he's not able to do every single round this year. And I think he is going to be with us for 5 rounds, so he's up there and getting involved. Tim Dickens up the inside of James Murphy into Druids, who was late on the brakes and tight onto the inside. Looks like he's made it stop, but I'm not sure whether he actually made a position up. And we've seen Bristow drifting back there. He's under attack from Monks at the rear of this pack. So after that disappointing start, I'm sure, for him, getting shuffled back, he's now struggling a little bit. He moved forward again, but he's been shuffled back again. Such is the ferocity and the rate of change in this pack, that it is changing every single lap as we look up and down this pack of lead. Looks like 10, 11 cars in a row now. We are just halfway through this race, so what we've seen, we've got another 10 minutes of that to go. It's breathless stuff. You can see why they reduced the length of these races down to 20 minutes, but had 3 of them throughout the race weekend. It leads to fantastic racing, and it means the drivers can survive this 20 minutes. It's a really physical car to drive, and you really do have to. There's an incredible amount of grip in the slick tyres that Avon brought to this championship. And it really allows them to explore the limits. A little bit of dust kicked up, looks like that might be Dale Head, so he's going to get out of line, and that could be a little bit detrimental to his position. Often if you get out of line, you can get shuffled back down the order. Dale Head setting the fastest lap that last time through, a 49.632, so firmly underneath that 50-second bracket. And here we go with Aaron Head having to go to the outside again. Henry hasn't got that threat from behind, so he is going to manoeuvre Aaron to the outside. Aaron, though, does have some momentum this time. It is possible to force the issue, but it looks like he wants to try for the tuck under. But Henry is quite wise to it. He's sort of reducing his speed on the exit to protect, but he doesn't manage to do it. So Aaron Head does get underneath Henry's car, and he manoeuvres him to the outside of the track there, with James Murphy willing to go in the gap that was left. So James Murphy looks like he's opportunistically managed to move up to second temporarily, but then Henry Heaton fights back into Graham Hill. Again, absolutely nothing between these cars. You cannot squeeze anything between the front of James's nose cone and the rear of Henry's car there. There's absolutely nothing between them. But Chris Moore absolutely staying involved in this battle. He's been up there in all the positions of the podium as well, so in the last 8 minutes I'm sure he'll be looking to hold on to that. And usually we haven't seen the sort of the gaps growing and shrinking, have we? They've just been relentless, although we've got sort of a 2-by-2 battles going on here. We've got the battle for the lead going side by side, and then we've got a battle for the third place going side by side into paddock as well. And in fact, the battle for sixth. In fact, Bristow touched the rear of Head there, and I think they got away with it, but that would have been pretty uncomfortable on the exit. The car's already trying to work very hard. We're looking at the James Murphy car, but you're already working the car extremely hard as you go down paddock, so contact can often result in spins, but it looked like he held it all together, and Head is ahead of him. Oh no, it's Dickens ahead, and this Dale Head is still behind. You can see on the scoreboard on the left we've got 3 HEAs, so we've got Heaton out front, we've got Head out front, we've got Heaton in second place, and then Murphy in the third place, and then we've also got Dale Head a little bit further back, so keep your eyes on the screen to work out the ordering there. But Aaron Head, since he's got past Henry, he's got a turn of pace now, hasn't he? So we saw that he had that turn of pace yesterday when he stalled, went to the back and came back through this field. Now that Henry's defensive sort of failed once up in Druids, all it takes is that one time that it failed. Aaron moved ahead there and actually put a little bit of gap. There's Greg Monks and Swan at the scene of their incidents yesterday, but making it through nicely this time. They are just 0.72 apart, so they have been literally stuck together for these last 2 races. And yeah, they have made that progress back through to where they were battling yesterday, although I'm sure both of them would like to be a little bit further ahead, but you can see the ferocity that those battles ahead are being fought with. Around clearways again then, with 6.5 minutes left. Still beautiful track conditions. There's sun's out to the cool air, and we've got side by side for the lead. What more can you want? Full day's Caterham racing ahead of us, and the 7 UK cars showing us how it's done. Aaron Head is out sufficiently in front to be able to protect away from Henry. There was a little bit of an opportunity for a last minute dive, and maybe in the last 5 minutes we might start seeing that happen. But this top 4 have maybe got a tiny gap developing now as the battles have settled. So as Aaron Head's been in front, they have started to pull the lead 4 cars away from the following 3. There's Tim Dickens ahead of Lee Bristow and Head. That's Dale Head in this sort of slightly trailing now. It's a bit. I think it's a bit rude of me to say they're trailing. They're certainly well within the reach of that front group. You can see they're well within attacking distance, but you do want to keep in the tow, and that's what Tim Dickens will be worried about. If he loses the tow to the car in front, it means that a bit like DRS in the Formula 1 that we see, you're a bit exposed then, and Lee Bristow making the most of that tow doing a great demonstration of that as he drifts the car off round paddock. He had to do that to stay within track limits, and that Tim Dickens a couple of times has been off the edge of the track there, and car 19 has got a track limits warning board that being shown. It says 19. I'm not sure that's the correct number, but anyway, track limits is a thing, and we have sensors around MSV tracks that they automatically capture that. So Aaron Head is car 19, so that is a track limits warning for Aaron Head there. So watch out for that. He doesn't want to get any more of those warnings, otherwise he'll start getting track limits penalties, which start at 5 seconds and then increase as you continue to have track limits infringements. Tim Dickens, and back to the James Murphy in the orange DPR shot car with his teammate Chris Moore in the white and purple machine just behind him. A little bit of dust again from Tim Dickens as he pushes the limits of the track out there at the exit of Paddock Hill. As we're coming down to the closing stages of this race, you'll start seeing moves pushed a little bit harder as the race goes into this final 5 minutes. You suddenly get to the critical point of the race, and we've definitely got a lead pack of 2, then this following pack of 2, and then another 3 cars following on behind them. Here comes Murphy through, still ahead of Chris Moore this time through, and that is for the final podium of this race. Remember, they've got one more race this afternoon, so they must keep their cars in good nick and good order, ready for that. The finishing order of this race is the starting order of the next, and they will keep that in mind, especially as we're at the first round of a long season. So they've got 21 races throughout this race. They've done one already. This is their second. Still lots and lots of opportunity to score points, and solid points at the front of the grid like this would be, they certainly would have taken it at the start of this race weekend, that's for sure. But yeah, Aaron Head definitely looks like he's got enough speed to pull them all through and forward. Started 4th on the grid, didn't have the stall today that he had yesterday, so that was already a good start. But he's fought, had Henry fighting tooth and nail to hold him back, but he did manage to get through. And now the extra speed the Head looks like he's got has moved him slightly clear. Henry Heaton, though, has not lost the impetus, and he is back right on his tail and ready to send it side by side through Paddock Hill. The outside line can work, but Head, because there's no threat behind, was able to manoeuvre Henry out to the outside, as we saw Henry doing a little bit earlier, and that allows him the full speed out, so he can defend quite nicely up into Druids. A little bit of a jiggle on the brakes there, maybe a slight minor lock-up. There was no smoke, so nothing major, but certainly on the limit, these cars will be driven to the limit every single corner of every single lap. You can be sure of that. Henry having that win yesterday, so he'll be looking to see whether he can get the double. Say 3 wins on offer, and you get a gap of 2 points back to the next person in the championship point standings. So 25, I believe, for a win. It's 23 for second place, and then all of the rest of the positions are separated by a single point. So it is very much this, we'll call it wheelbarrow racing, 2 by 2. Aaron Head on the inside there into Paddock, and James Murphy having to defend up the inside from Chris Moore. It's a ferocious battle. It has been race long, hasn't it, for these podium spots. Henry round the outside, no room up the inside though. Aaron Head is doing now, returning the favour with that defensive job. Chris Moore up the inside of Druids. James Murphy having to push out wide and onto that slightly dustier line with 2 minutes of this race to go. We've probably got about 2 or 3 laps to go at most. Coming down into Surtees then, and it has spread out from that sort of 10 minutes in. We were still absolutely nose to tail for the vast majority of this field. It's spread out a little bit as this race has developed and as the battle sort of has separated into their parts, but it's still a very exciting prospect for who is going to get on the podium. There are only 3 trophies obviously up for grabs. James Murphy sent a little bit of a dummy out to the outside. Chris Moore took it, and James Murphy was therefore able to position himself up the inside. A great move, but Moore's going to return the favour with trying to get the overlap up to Druids. Got a wing off at the entrance to Druids. That would have upset him. It might even be a yellow flag up there. We'll keep an eye out for that. But he looked like he had the overlap done. That's the Mike Evans car, so he was clearly out of this race early with some issues. So unfortunate end for his race. And we see the number 14, that's Chris Kirby. We saw him have issues on that first lap, but he's now getting out the way of this lead group as they come around to start what will be their last lap this time through. 49-second lap is our fastest so far, 49.2 seconds by Heaton, so that is worth an extra point, and Heaton's got that in the bag right now. Aaron Head having to defend behind from Henry as they go into Paddock for the last time. They're coming round through paddock. Both cars looking relatively under control, not defending, but now having to move across the inside, make sure Henry's got no room up the inside. He's positioned his car well. He's got it stopped up into Druid, so ahead of Heaton right now, but Heaton will be looking for any opportunity, and we do see the final slingshot overtake is possible around Brands Hatch. There's enough time from the exit of Clearways. Behind them, Murphy is ahead of Moore, and then we've got Bristow as the best of the rest behind them. A little bit of a fake and a dummy there from Henry to try and disrupt to get Aaron, but Aaron's wise to that. He keeps it nicely tucked on the inside, doesn't give Henry an opportunity to go on the inside there. He drifts it slightly wide to make his line wider, and he can carry the speed out. Has Henry got the momentum to bring it up to the line? It's absolutely no tell. He'd be moving out to the line in the 420 hours. Can they do it? It's side by side over the line, and it looked like Head got that just by 23 one-thousandths of a second, and behind it was equally as close, and Murphy took that by 47 one-thousandths of a second to take the third place trophy from Chris Moore. What a finish to that race. Wasn't quite enough time for either of the two followers to get through, but Aaron Head from fourth place on the grid has made the win stick, and he certainly had a good set of pace today, didn't he? Aaron Head out front, returning to his winning ways in the number 19 car there. Henry Heaton, a fantastic effort there in second place, defended valiantly for the majority of that race, but it did end up pushing back to that second place. Couldn't quite overthrow Head on the finishing line there, and Murphy taking that third place. Close as you like throughout this Caterham 7 UK race, and what a fantastic start to proceedings. Here's confirmation of the provisional result. Aaron Head takes that win ahead of Henry Heaton, and James Murphy taking a third place trophy. He'll be happy, I'm sure, with that progress. Chris Moore, a spectacular start to his campaign in a fourth place. Lee Bristow, another new starter to this campaign, and doing incredibly well over the first two races. Jake Swans fought all the way back up to sixth place, so a good recovery drive for him. Dale Head is in between him and Greg Monks, the other driver, recovering. We've got Tim Dickens in ninth place, and Andy Lees rounding out the top 10. Ian Sparshot in 11th, so he did drop back a little bit after that early form. Mark Farmer continuing to learn this car in 12th place. Simon Griffiths, and we've got Gary Lapidus, Chris Kirby, and then Mike Evans, who had to remove himself from the race early on. We didn't see exactly why. What a start to the proceedings today. Many more races to come. We've got another 5 whole races today, and yeah, keep the stream on in the background. Make yourself a cup of tea and keep an eye out for when we get back on track. And we're scheduled to start with a Roadsport, their second race today at 11:35 for their second 20-minute race. Keep an eye out though, because we do tend to run ahead of schedule, so we look forward to seeing you and welcoming you back to the stream in just a bit.
Come on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms. Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats.
I know.
They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're probably extras, but
there's a few extras on
leather
this,
seats. I'm getting interested now, because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're not excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the
a
same
fun
bodywork,
car.
though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little 3-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
You
things?
ready for
I never
a
know.
drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I
first.
plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it? Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer, I gotta say.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then, do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tiff. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or finance it for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a caterer. And you've got a caterer.
All right.
Oh, the pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real.
The brakes. Brakes. Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Nadell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn the hold. Look at that!
Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. Better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Ignition on. Starter. Bye!
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got fifth instead of third. I've lost ground in a while. Oh.
He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Block him.
Shut me off.
Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula One driver.
I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state of mind.
Whoa.
The wrong gear, Tim. Oh no, I've lost him again.
Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside. Whoa! He's got me off the brake.
We nearly crashed. I've got him now.
He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then.
I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he?
I got it down the inside. I got it down the inside.
No! Lock the front brakes up. Whoa, bit of a oh!
Well, I got it down the inside this time. I got it down the inside. Hey!
I can force him wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. Woo-hoo! I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring. But I'll wear him down. I'm a Motul 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. There's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this. So that was that was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more throttle. Now more. Off. Good. Yes. Yes. He can drift. He can drift. He can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
We're just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'll go left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down.
What's so difficult about that, Tiff? Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge. I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. And what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, but you can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear? Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost it.
Round the barrel.
This
No,
way
other
round
side, other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job. I'm not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh, yes. Oh, yes,
Close.
baby. Oh, yeah. You get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Ready, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right
You
track?
were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to navigate. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired
You need
right.
to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory. There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense. The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson. In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series.
And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham.
The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms.
All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyse it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon. And we're planning a series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX, Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham.
Hello and welcome back to this lovely sunny day at Brands Hatch. We've got now the Caterham, LoveCars Caterham Roadsport Championship about to head out onto track. We've got Charlie Lola on first place, so let's have a quick chat with Charlie. Charlie, congratulations on the pole position here. What's your plan for the this year's this race?
No plan really, just try and drive fast, don't crash, I think is kind of the plan we've discussed in the pits, but yeah, hopefully it goes well.
Excellent. Starting from pole for the first time, so it's all about just staying focused and keeping everyone else behind you, hopefully.
Yeah, keep my head down and see what I can do.
Excellent. Well, congratulations and all the best for the race. I'll just see if William James would like to have a quick chat. William? How are you doing? You starting second today, obviously promoted to second from third after yesterday's race. How are you feeling about this race?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Weather's turned up for us, so we'll see what we can do.
Best conditions out there really for you, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. Yeah, it's been totally perfect conditions, no excuses.
You're going to try and get into the lead?
Pretty sure that's probably a bit of an obvious one. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll see if there's an opportunity, and yeah, we'll take it.
Excellent. Well, great stuff. Good luck for the race. Now, just have a quick chat with Paul Woodman. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Sam.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good actually.
Obviously promoted to a podium, third place. Congratulations on that. I know that Tiff Needell was very gutted that he wasn't here to see that. So have you got any plans for this race?
Not really. I hopefully stick with these guys at the front. Tiff was busy at Goodwood yesterday, but we're going to celebrate tomorrow with a beer. Maybe, if I get incredibly lucky, it might be a double celebration, but we'll see. It's going to be really tough. But the sun's out. Can't wait. Exactly.
Best conditions for it, really, isn't it? Well, just enjoy the race, and hopefully we'll see you on the podium.
Hopefully. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, right, they'll be called out any moment now, so I'll head over to Chris in the commentary box.
Thank you, Sam, and yeah, welcome back to for the road sport action out on track here at Brands Hatch Indy. You can see there's some cars being manoeuvred in the background there, so we're just tidying up from the racing that has just completed out on track, and then we'll be ready to go with the second of the LoveCars Roadsport Championship. Again, looking at the heat haze across as the spectators on the bank there enjoying this action, and it's clean blue skies that we got above, so fantastic weather for everyone, for all the it makes everyone's life easier, and it's nice to wander around the paddock, and a full and a spectacular sight the Caterham paddock does make at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Track in absolutely brilliant condition for our racing. So you'd have noticed from the interviews that Charlie Lower is on pole position. Now, if you were watching yesterday, you would have seen Jeff Newman cross the line in first place in the race. However, it was an interrupted race with a safety car, or a couple of safety cars, and a red flag. On the restart, Jeff's car was slightly over his grid position, so he was issued with a penalty of 10 seconds, and that has slipped him down to 8th place in the results from yesterday's grid. So we're just looking, there's Charlie Lower's car, the white and blue. We've got William James in the turquoisey car with the pink roll cage. There's LoveCars Paul Woodman, Thea Theato in the orange car, Mark Williams here as well. So as we sort of looking down this order, it's Benja Headley, and then it's not till now we get towards. In fact, there's several more drivers. Got Janoeski. There's Freddie Chilix, one of the pre-season favourites, and Jeff Newman is behind him in this 9th place. Freddie lost a gear or missed a gear on the start of the restart, and they've both, the championship sort of rivals, are down in 8th and 9th, or pre-season favourites, I should say at this point. Because they are further down in the orders currently. So we carry on looking down this amazingly colourful road sport grid. I think we mentioned yesterday it seemed like they had sent a memo to each other to try and outdo each other on these colour schemes and wraps, and it's a great sight to see all these road sport cars. Fully road legal cars, so they often will drive these out on the road. They just cover up their competition numbers to do so, and you can see that such is the numbers of this grid that they all use every single last inch of this paddock area. Mark Jones had an issue early in the race yesterday. This is his car, so he's going to have to fight all the way back through. I think he got caught up in an issue with Kendall, who span on what looked like some exhaust wadding. So there's several people having to fight back through the field, but Jeff Newman will be looking also to make a comeback run after he was pushed down to that 9th place on the grid. As you see, the gates are open and the road sport cars are released out onto the track to form up on the grid. So their friends, family and Caterham enthusiasts all with us. Here is that paddock shot. It's an incredible operation that everything comes together at Brands Hatch this weekend, and then next time out we'll be in Snetterton. The whole circus will move on to Snetterton, and a fantastic sight it makes, and we look forward to welcoming you there. If you're watching us on the stream, watching Caterham Motorsport maybe for the first time, well, you can come to these tracks and you can watch it for live, and Brands Hatch and Snetterton offer really good viewing opportunities, and we encourage you to do that. So yes, Road Sport is the second level of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. These are the drivers from the Caterham Academy from last year. The Caterham Academy has 2 grids, such as the popularity of it. They will be joining us at Snetterton for their first ever car race. Caterham Academy being a novice series. The Road Sport is a combination of the 2 Academy grids, and they upgrade their car just a little, and they add the new Avon tyres, the Avon ZZS tyres. So they run on the Caterham Academy dedicated tyres in Academy, but they upgrade to the ZZS, and they also then add a rear anti-roll bar to make the car a little bit more stable on turning, to give the car a little bit more balance, and they certainly changes the dynamics. The tyres and the roll bar combined, probably around an average track, it's about 2 seconds per lap quicker than the Academy car, so quite a step up, and around Brands Hatch probably around that second and a half difference between the Academy car and the Road Sport. So we're seeing the cars just getting themselves lined up on the grid, and Charlie Lower is on there for the promoted to pole position. He did finish second in that race yesterday, but William James started on pole initially, had some issues, and there was some he lost his nose cone and several other bits of his car as he made his way around the journey, but was in 3rd place but promoted to that 3rd, and Woodman was early on in that 2nd place, looking like he was threatening for a win, but he did drop back to 4th place, but was promoted back onto the podium afterwards when Jeff Newman suffered that 10-second penalty. Not too windy here today. You can see the flag sort of gently flapping in the wind, but the heat haze there signalling that temperatures are good. Marshals look like they're happy with everyone on the grid. Thank you very much to all the marshals as ever, all their roles and responsibilities around the track, allowing us to do what we love to do. There you can see the new nose cone, no longer colour coded nose cone. The parts truck at Caterham only supports or only stock black nose cone, so oftentimes people will use a black nose cone and wings just for that reason. There is Charlie Lower on that pole position, so on the inside. remember we said earlier in the 7 UK Car Championship, looking at that 4th place is often a really good starting point. And Theo Theato, who was very spectacular in the opening race with drifting and balancing his car around the corners, sort of never a dull moment. So he was in that 4th place, so watch for him fast starting. But with such a big field, you certainly don't want to miss a gear, which is another thing that we've seen several times this weekend already. And they did have a couple of issues in the last race. We saw quite a few cars were marked as DNS. So that's Aaron Stevens, Joe Priday, Simon Light, Mark Jones, who we saw briefly earlier, Paul Castle, Neil Perry, Giles Perry. So those will all be looking to recover their positions and hopefully have a better second race. With 2 races every weekend, they have 2 20-minute races, so we're still in the era of the 20-minute race at the moment. But yeah, what a colourful sight this road sport grid make as they head up there. A little bit of a slippery surface flag being shown there to the drivers. So from the previous event, maybe there's a little bit of liquid or a little bit of speedy dry down, something that the marshals want to make the drivers aware of. That's one of the reasons for these green flag laps, to make sure that drivers have an opportunity to look at the track conditions and what's under them as they turn into that first competitive lap. This is the Clearways corner where we saw Theo yesterday hanging the rear end out repeatedly. There is Jeff Newman in that 9th place. Just ahead of him, Freddie Chiddix. Those two went nose to tail, well, 1st and 2nd in the Academy Championship last year. Chiddix just losing out to Newman by want of a fastest lap by Newman on the very last lap of the very last race. It really did go down to the wire. Spectacular finish, and they'll be definitely looking to move up from that 9th and 10th place, so we'll keep a monitor on that as the race goes on. There's Neil Perry, one of the cars in a retro livery there, fantastically looking out on track, heading around, and he will form up the rear of this grid. Then we'll be looking for that green flag at the tail of the field before we get this LoveCars Caterham Roadsport Championship, race 2 of their weekend. 20 minutes to go. So they're all successfully finding their grid spots. I'm sure everyone making sure that they are behind the grid marking, although, like I said yesterday, it's quite tricky to see, but that is the 5-second board, so we're getting ready to show that to the drivers. You can see the marshal in the background there waiting to show the green flag, which will signal that 5-second board. We'll get the 5-second board, then the lights will come on very shortly, and then within about 7 seconds they will then go out. We will get this Caterham Roadsport race 2 of the weekend for them underway. Who's going to get the best shot? Everyone quite even start at the moment. Everyone looks like they pulling away. Nobody's stalled, and we've got complicated in the midfield. It always is, but out front, Charlie Lower has made a good start. Paul Woodman, another rocket ship start for him, and he's currently into that 2nd place. William James losing that place down to 3rd. Behind them, there's cars all over the track. A couple of cars up, 3 cars up. That's Mark Jones, so he's another bad race for Mark Jones out at the first corner, the first up. We've got the number 44 car there. There's a separate incident, so that's Ian Summers in the barriers. So lots of cars in the paddock. Expect to see the safety car, but the racing will continue up until those safety car boards are shown. Keep an eye out that it's a nose to tail. It's hard to see. You can see the yellow flags there with boards. That will mean checker flag. We've got brakes. It's really difficult to see when you're following a car so closely. It's really difficult to see those safety car boards, and there are a couple of lockups there trying to avoid contact with the car in front, as the field have now seen that there's safety car boards, and everything is being brought back under control. So Mark Jones is that's a bad season, a bad opening, gone even worse. But 3 abreast, it looked like into paddock hasn't worked, and there's some despondency between the drivers. They're obviously going to have a little chat about as that. In fact, they have red flags. They're going to do a complete restart, so everyone has stopped back in their grid positions as the drivers sort of work out whose fault they think that all was. But that will go up to the stewards anyway, and they will make their rulings after the race. So we've got a few cars to tidy away. We've got this is a 2nd red flag for the road sports. That one happening incredibly quickly after the start. So they will have to regrid this everyone up, and they will go back to their original positions. We didn't get 2 laps done, so they will be put back into their original grid positions. So there'll be a bit of shuffling, but they've got enough of a run up there, I think, that they will be able to manoeuvre people into the right positions fairly easily. See that Theo Theato is going to have to get back onto that 4th place where he was before. So there'll be a bit of shuffling, and there will be a plan being drawn up in race control as to what is going to happen. I'm pretty sure it will be a full 20-minute race there. Just backing up, allowing Benja Headley make his way back to his original grid spot. Hopefully it won't take too long. It's just about tidying those cars into a position of safety, so that we can get this race back underway. But with 4 cars to manoeuvre around, I think that's gonna, it might take a few minutes at least. Got a little bit of a replay into that turn. Let's see further back. It's towards the rear of the field. See whether we can catch what happened. Expecting it soon. So the accident's already happened. It looked like there was a 4-wide incident there between those 4 cars, and 4 cars into paddock. It just didn't work out for them, and that's the end of their race pretty quickly. We've seen that Mark Jones is one of those, and I'll see if we can get the other number. I think that's 84. So that was Joe Priday, another person who DNF'd in the last race. So he will have to go away from this weekend with a double DNF alongside Mark Jones. See whether we can get the other numbers at some point who were involved in that. I think we said Ian Summers was the red car into the barrier, so another opportunity to see that start. So nice start there, but a rocket ship start from Woodman in the LoveCars sponsored car, and he is into second place quite happily. Oh yeah, so it looks like Mark Jones got on the grass, didn't he? And it was 4 wides. Mark Jones on the grass on the inside, collected the orange car in the middle there, sent the other 2 were already spinning. Ian Summers on the outside, absolutely nothing he could do about that. He got collected. So trying to push a bit too hard back through the field, a bit too early, I think, by the looks of that. And the grass didn't offer the adhesion. There's also a big bump down into Paddock Hill there, so the car, ultimately I think that was the instigator from that quick view that we've had. Anyway, we're back on the grid, look. So there is Charlie Lower on his grid marking, and you've got it all to do again now. So again, just as yesterday, we've got a Wallaroo sponsored on the back of that car there. Got it all to do again after getting the adrenaline built, the sort of waiting and assembly. You've got that all to go, and then you've got to build yourself up again. You've got to calm yourself at this point so you're not wasting energy, and then be ready to go again. William James back into that second position, so he will actually be quite happy. He lost a place off that start, so he gets another opportunity to make some progress. A bit further down in the field, here is the Woodman car. So rocket ship starts from that last race for Woodman in that car there, and he will be looking to do the same. I think he's getting the reputation of having one of the best starts on this grid. He certainly seems to get that car up and running as quick as everyone else, if not quicker. Back to the Ethiato, who on that 4th place he had lost out a couple of places in that early shuffling, so he gets another chance to go at it once more. Sort of tiger, look, cat liveried car there. It's really good. One of the best looking cars out there from my perspective. Certainly got a lot of character to it. Down across the grid, and it looks like we're sort of forming some semblance of opinion. We've got some people leaving the grid, so I think we're getting close to the point where everyone's happy, they know the plan and what they're going to do. It looks like the timing clock has been reset to 15 minutes, so it would originally been a 20-minute race, but to keep everything on track, there will be 5 minutes knocked off of that race. They have a 15-minute race for the second part, and just like yesterday, it is a race. You don't use the first part of the race at all. It's just a lights to flag race. Whoever crosses the line will be the winner. Absolutely brilliant to have crowds back at Brands Hatch. Obviously in the last couple of seasons we've had much reduced, not been allowed to have crowds and everyone to enjoy their motorsport, so much reduced sort of visibility and it's just fantastic to see the banks filled with friends, family, fellow racers and enthusiasts alike, and you're very welcome along to any of our events to come and watch. It's great to see those spectators, and the marshals, obviously they've still managed to be able to watch Caterham Motorsport over the last two seasons, and thank you again to all the marshals who come out and work so hard to allow us to do what we do, volunteering as they do. Mark Jones there in sort of the pit entrance. I'm wondering whether he's wondering what he should do. At the moment I think he's a bit of indecision about where he should be and what he should be doing. Marshals will come and let him know where he needs to go. Bit of raking, get the gravel all back to nice and level so there's no ditches and furrows, and as they all get this race back underway, the second race for the Caterham Roadsports. Been a little bit of a stop-start, topsy-turvy event for them. That was Joe Priday, sorry, getting put back. They're going to have a word with Mark Jones here as well. So Priday allowed to go and join the back of that field. Everyone else waiting patiently. They'll have to clear that Mark Jones car into the pit lane to get everything back underway. Yeah, there was a bit of a disrupted start to the Roadsport season, so they had a few issues in qualifying. They had the trickiest conditions of everyone, with a very damp and a very cold track, and there was a little bit of contact, and I think they had to restart that qualifying session. And then we had a red flag yesterday with a couple of safety cars, and we've had another red flag off the start of this event. So not the best start for the road sports this year, but the racing has been excellent when they've been up and running, and the crowd's all waiting with anticipation to see how they get on. Last year's Academy graduates these cars are, so last year's Academy influx, and they're still learning their craft. Whilst they've got a season's racing under their belt now, they've still got a fair amount to learn. And how do they manage these situations? We saw the 7 UK cars earlier going around and showing how close and hard they race lap after lap, and that's where the road sport drivers will ultimately want to get to. Nice to have the sun out though. Brands Hatch is always nicer in the sun than in the rain, and everything looking in good condition at the start of this new season. And you can see Ian Miller down there, the Caterham scrutineer, watching the racing before they all head in, and he will be the one to check. He's just on the left of our screen there, and he will check all the cars comply. There's strict rules and regulations on for every single step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, which are enforced strongly, and that is to ensure that all these cars are absolutely equal. So these cars there's no difference between the drivers have a very slight minor setup choices to make, but generally speaking they'll set their cars up once for the beginning of the season, and then the rest of the year they will just monitor and maintain that. So it is all about driving. So Caterham Motorsport is all about the driver in the cars, and we have regulations to make sure that every single car is on an equal footing. So when you see cars win, it's because that driver has done a better job. That is the number 44 car. I think that's, you said that was Summers before, but we're nearly there with the clean-up. Ray Radford there was the car that I couldn't identify. He was the sandwich in the middle of all those other cars. He's able to be helped back to the pit lane, but we're not too far. Mark Jones actually getting strapped back in, his car missing that left rear, so he is going to be able to go back onto the grid. Dust and a bit of gravel on his car that he'll need to be a bit cautious of, but we are nearly clear. The grid is certainly looking relatively clear, but it's just about making sure that all the marshals and all the equipment and trucks and whatever else that they've used to get that gravel track clear, make sure that's all back where it needs to be for the complete restart of this race. So 15 minutes on the clock for this race. Got one driver there with the steering wheel kind of hooked over to the left-hand side. So I hope he noticed that. I think that might be Banton in that car, Mike Banton. But I'm sure he'll notice that. We've got a green flag. It's a full green flag lap again, so they will come round once more. That's Ian Summers recovering himself back to either the pits. He is off of the racing line, ensuring that any gravel that has caught up underneath his car is actually getting dropped into that grass. You can see he's lost his right rear, so all the gravel on the grass rather than actually on the racing line, which stones on the racing surface is never a good thing. You lose a lot of grip and adhesion if you're going over stones, and plus they can puncture radiators and cause all sorts of mischief, so it's never a good idea to have lots of gravel on the track. So Ian Summers making sure that's all on the grass to the inside. The marshals and fans, we'll call them. They often chat to the marshals out on the track, and they love Caterham racing. It's never a dull day for them. It's not single file racing. We see often they have to do a bit of tidy up work, and picking up wings is another job that they quite enjoy, returning those back to the drivers at the end of the day. You can see in the top left of your screen there, Ian Summers just making his way through Surtees, so he'll be soon clear of the track. And I think that might then be the track back to ready for racing. You can also see that speedy dry up there into Surtees. Son's nearly back. He hasn't got his gloves on or anything like that, so I imagine he's going to be pulling into the pit. No, he's going to go and join the back of that grid. Yeah, last minute decision to stay on track. It's kind of a complicated position for these drivers as well. They don't know what they're expected, but he needs to get his gloves on, I imagine. Hope he's strapped in and ready to go, because the green flag lap is certainly not a time to be dealing with all that. And he's going to come and take his position. The marshal's going to show him where he needs to go. He's going to take up that slot where he was to start this race. So he was originally positioned in 22nd on the grid, I think. There we go. The marshal indicating that he's happy now. They've given the 30-second board to the drivers, so we will then see the green flag, so they'll go away on their formation lap as well. Ready for their green flag formation lap. And finally, we will be able to get this Roadsport race. We had a little bit of a sort of false start there, a little bit of issue into Paddock Hill, but we are going to now get this race fully underway again for the Roadsport cars. 15-minute race, so not the 20 minutes they're used to. It will be a 15-minute race. It looks like most cars, therefore, have joined back into the race and will be ready to take the restart. Charlie Lower from that pole position alongside William James. Paul Woodman, see whether he can get another good start and see whether Theo Theato from 4th can make a good start this time. He did in the early phases drift back a little bit. And again, that interest of Freddie Chiddicks and Jeff Newman, the two Academy rivals from last year, see whether they can get their way through. Like Banton, I can see weaving there in his black and white machine, so he has got his wheels pointing in the right direction now. See Louise Deason in the 22 car there, in the bright, colourful pink car. She had, I think, a spin in quali, but has recovered back to a good result yesterday and will be looking to move forward again. So she finished 24th yesterday's race and will be looking to move forward. But there is Charlie Lower in the white and blue machine, followed by William James in the turquoise and pink machine. And got Paul Woodman in the LoveCars car, Theo Theater in the bright orange. So that is your top 4 colour check. I don't think it's going to be limited to the top 4. Jeff Newman in his blue and yellow machine and Freddie Chiddicks in his black machine with a red roll cage. Expect to see them coming through, as well as a number of other drivers that we regularly see at the front, or regularly saw at the front of the Academy series. And they'll be looking to be right back at the front of these races too, including Benja Headley there in that blue machine. He was regularly up and fighting at the front of the field, so he's had a good start to his Roadsport season. He will be starting on that 6th place. Long season, they had only 7 races last year. There were 8 races, or 8 competitive events, I think, but they have a full season of 7 full race weekends, double headers this year. So every time, plenty more action for them on track this year than they got last year, and they will be learning ever so much. I really enjoyed my Roadsport year back in 2014. It was one of my favourites, and certainly is. You're learning your craft every time you go on track. You never stop learning, but in Roadsport there's an awful lot to learn. So can we get a clean start this time? Just waiting for the green flag. You can see the 5-second board ready to be shown. But the last 2 cars there getting lined up on the grid, so we look like we're going to be ready, and we will be getting that 5-second board. So we've had it now, and we'll be looking for the red lights and then see who can get the best start for the second time of asking in this Caterham LoveCars Roadsport Championship race. So away we go. Charlie Lower getting a good start alongside William James. Everyone else down the field getting a nice even start. Can they get through Paddock this time through? Again, Paul Woodman making that stellar start up straight into the 2nd place, and Benja Headley followed him through into the 3rd. So William James being shuffled back even more that time. Theo Theato, though, is in the later phases got back into that 4th place. He's alongside or just behind William James. And then Freddie Chiddicks has made a good start. Newman's dropped back behind Cook there, so he hasn't had a good start on that re-go, and he's got a lot of cars in front of him to get back. But Freddie Chiddicks certainly did make a good start, bumping over the inside there. I'm not sure which car that was, but they were making absolute use of that curb on the inside. A little bit too much. Benja Headley now going to the outside of Paul Woodman. Didn't know he was there. Left him just enough room. He stays on the track. They're going through that speedy dry, so it's not lockups. That is cars kicking up dust that's on the track, but that will potentially mean that it's a little bit lower grip. Newman there recovering up the inside of Clearways, and there is the Banton, they saw that car with the wheels clearly well pointing in the right direction for that restart. We have got round lap 1 of this Caterham Roadsport race, their 2nd race of the weekend, and Newman up there attacking already up the inside, but equally there's the 46 of Mark Williams in the dark car there. He's made a good start and solidified his result. Woodman, though, protected that 2nd place through the early good start. Bit of a lock up there from the number 5 car. That's Philip Clark in the blue machine. Bit of a lock up into Druids, but got away with it. It wasn't side by side with anyone at the time, and he's got that Newman car right behind him in that dark. I mean, behind him is Cook, another front runner from the academy, so he's a bit further back than he might expect to be at this stage of the proceedings. He'll maybe look to recovery through this race and then heading towards Snetterton. There's Cook following at Newman, so Cook in the 15, Newman in the number 33 here, the blue and yellow machine. So we're so used to seeing that Newman machine out front of these fields, so having a bit of work to do today to earn his result. By Banton in the black and white machine. And as we see this field all fanning through, again we're back into paddock. Late dive down there, but manages to make it stick. Clark going to try and get the overlap on the exit. Newman got a bit of momentum. We've got William James up the inside going onto the grass. He got a bit of a confusion with him and Benja Headley. He's going to off into the gravel. I think he might have a broken front suspension, so that will probably be the end of William James's event. We saw a similar thing in the Caterham 7 UK yesterday, where someone got pushed onto the grass on the inside, and there's nothing you can do to get that car stopped. So a bit of confusion, like I say, between him, Benja Headley, and just like Paul Woodman was caught out with that. He had nowhere to go, and the contact then also in Druids means that it looks like the front suspension of William James's car is broken. So that's a front row start has now ended in the gravel up at Druids. So we'll capture the new order as they cross the line. There's a bit of shuffle, but there's Woodman behind Theato at the moment, so Lower is still out in front. Headley is now moved up into that second. Chiddix from 8th place on the grid is up into 3rd place. Theato is in 4th. Woodman now down to 5th place from his 2nd place early running, with Williams there in 6th place. As they all come up, Woodman looking a late move up the inside of Theato, but he covers off that inside. It wasn't alongside as much as it needed to be. A bit of a wind sort of sat there on the outside of that bend, and I couldn't see whether William James's car is still up there, but it did look like the front left was pointing the wrong direction, so I'm wondering whether he has got some steering arm damage, which will mean that he can't continue this race. But Charlie Lower has got a gap back after all that kerfuffle behind him, means that he's got a bit of a gap now back to Headley, who is in 2nd place, and Chiddix in that 3rd place. Chiddix is going to be delighted with how his race is going, and Newman will be watching up the field and ruining the fact that he didn't get a good start this time out and lost places in the early shuffling. There is Theato, and he's got Woodman behind him, so he has dropped those couple of places. He was in 2nd place early, and behind him is that Williams car. There's Newman now making his way past Kendall in the green machine, and he's making some good progress now that everything is sort of settled in just a touch. We've had just about 4 minutes of this race. 15 minutes is the revised length of this race, but we've just got over 10 minutes left to go. Benja Headley drifting the rear of that car. He never sort of said hello to the apex that time, but you can see the rear end of the car was sliding all the way through, and that's allowed Chiddix to have extra momentum coming up through into Surtees, and he makes that stick into 2nd place now. So starting from 8th on the grid, he is up into 2nd place after that restart. He will be glad that the race was restarted, because in the second part he has made early progress very, very well indeed. He does now have to, though, defend from Headley, who will have the slipstream. The following car always gets a bit of a speed boost from the car in front, and therefore will get some extra speed and momentum, but Chiddix is able to hold him off and defend into paddock. But they have so far lost sight of Charlie Lower, who's disappearing off. He was 2.2 seconds ahead. We will monitor that gap as Woodman goes side by side with Theato into Druids. Theo is holding on well, and Woodman will want that place back. He'll want to get back involved in that lead battle, and this gap behind, you can see that 2.2 second gap back to 2nd place, and we'll, like I say, we'll monitor that as the race goes on. They're heading out round Bram. The next up behind Williams is that the Newman car. So slowly but surely he is now made his way through the majority of the cars, and he will be looking to come across this gap. It gets harder as you go up through the field, because obviously the pace increases at each overtake manoeuvre that you make, but at the moment they are sticking as a little group. The battles will develop, and therefore I expect Newman by the end of this race, with 9 minutes to go, he can make it across that gap and see whether he can recover a result. Here's Cook going side by side with Janoeski into paddock. So battles all the way through this field, as you might expect. But Cook looks like he's got a bit of momentum up around the outside, but Janoeski up the inside of Druids means that he probably will hold onto that. Normally that car will. He had a bit of a wobble there, didn't he, mid-corner, but nevertheless he has managed to defend so far in this battle there. Looks like it's over 8th and 9th places currently. Kendall behind them in the bright green car, and it's Clark, who we saw having that sort of moment earlier, and behind Clark we've got Rook, or it was last time across the line. Looking up the inside there, Cook, that's an opportunistic move. There can sometimes be just about a gap, but it was closed off in the end, and discretion was the best path of valour, and he reduced his gap and pulled out of that manoeuvre before contact was made. So they continue their battle in the lower part of the top 10 as they head into Paddock Hill, and behind them Clark having a good look down the inside of Kendall. They filter on down through. Yeah, everyone's going to have their stories of this road sport weekend when they get back after these racing, and no doubt on social media afterwards they'll be chatting about it for a while. There's Clark in that blue number 5 car fighting against the number 35 of Mark Kendall. Battles everywhere you look. We've got just about 8 minutes of this race to go, and you can see at the front there, Chiddix is breaking away from Benja Headley as we concentrate still on this Clark battle back in Clark and Kendall. So 10th and 11th, I think they were. No, they were, yes, the 10th and 11th over the line last time. Back to that lead though, the interval 2.3 seconds, so it's not really changed, it's stabilised. Charlie Lower's clearly got the pace, so he's in clean air, but then again so is Freddie Chiddix now, so it's going to be in this last 7 minutes a fight to see who has the clear air advantage. Chiddix is going to try and get across that gap. He was starting to develop a gap back to Benja Headley, but at the moment that looks like it's closed up again. So if Benja Headley does get back to the rear panel of Chiddix's car, then you can expect that this battle will probably prevent Chiddix from getting to the lead. Very wide out there out of Graham Hill Bend, and there is a sensor out there which will automatically clock you for a track limits infringement. So you may or may not have triggered that sensor, but you get you're allowed to use all of the tarmac, you can use all of the red and white curbing, but that is the limit of what you're allowed to use in your race car around racetracks. So anytime you see them going off onto that the green sort of AstroTurf or concrete, yeah, that is a potentially track limits infringement, and the marshals will call that in. Newman now fully involved in the Woodman and Theo Theato battle, currently in that sort of behind there. He's just set fastest lap as well, you can see on the screen, 54.842 second lap, so he's clearly got the pace, and that's a great road sport pace there. Newman looking up the inside of Woodman. I don't think Woodford saw him until quite late. What an opportunistic move. There was a width of a car there, but they're going to go side by side now into Graham Hill Bend, and that means Theo's going to pop off the front there. Newman's still staying side by side. He's probably going to have a little bit of shuffled a bit onto the grass there. Woodman not giving him any room, saying I'm taking this racing line back, and he manoeuvres his car back in front of Newman. That will mean Newman will be ready to try and get that toe as they go on down to Paddock for the next time. So he'll try and keep relatively close as we go through clearways, and then he'll use that extra speed the toe will be giving him to attempt to go for the lead. But here is that second place battle, which I said if it starts developing, then that's probably going to mean Charlie Lower's not got anything to do other than worry about his own race and his own car. Headley goes to the outside. He is going to make the decision, I guess, with 5 minutes to go, that his battle is for that second place. You can also see that back markers are going to come into effect here. So Ockenden, I think, is the car that they'll be approaching soon. Newman has made it up the inside of Newman has made it up the inside of Mark Woodman. There are too many words for me to concentrate on. There's Cook still in that battle. I'll get my teeth back in soon. Chiddix and Headley again, that's spread out a little bit. Certainly looks like Newman's making more progress on Theo Theato than Theo is threatening Headley in front of him. But Headley's still in that third place, so he's got a fair bit to lose if he wants to sort of push for that second place. Third place in these early stages of the championship is certainly a good finishing place, and that'll be off the back of a couple of good results. He started in 6th place, so that'll be 6th and 3rd as an opening. That's a pretty reasonable position. He'll be weighing up the balance of that. There's Clark having a bit of a dive up the inside as we look back down through the lower end of this field, and you can see there's Bannon there in the black and white machine, and just in front of him is, if I can find it on my screen, Banton, and it's Lucas just in front of him. That's a back marker. The Newman is just making his way past, and Woodman following along. So Newman has definitely got the pace out there, hasn't he, with that fastest lap. In fact, Cook has taken that fastest lap, it looks like, with a 54.7. So Cook now in Newman's toe has managed to put that there. So final lap of this race being given and shown on the timing screen. Let's have a look to see whether we get that flag shown to Charlie Lower. No, can't see a checkered flag waving, so I think we're going to continue on. We still shows 3 minutes on the clock, so at the moment they continue racing as far as I can tell, and certainly side by side. There's Charlie Lower. number 21. Chiddick's, is he closer? It's about the same kind of gap the last time out. That's Woodman off onto the gravel at the outside of paddock. I was just looking at my timing screen. I missed how that happened. I wonder whether he clipped the grass there and moved him out onto the gravel. Certainly an uncomfortable ride through there, but he is now dropped to where the Cook battle was. So that is around the 6th or 7th place he will have fallen to. So not losing out too many places, but it's not moving forward. And meanwhile, Newman is caught right up there with Headley for that. Theo Theato for 4th place. So it's all changed again in this last 3 minutes. It's never a dull moment with the road sports this season. They're giving plenty of action out on track, and there is Cook following behind Woodman. And he's never ever a dull moment, and Woodman now fighting back to see whether he can recover back. He's fighting Williams there, and Cook just behind. So the 46 of Williams as they go around. He's in that 6th place, Woodman in the 7th place, and that's where it all settled down after that early issues. Newman looking to get past Theo Theato for 4th place with 2.5 minutes to go. A little bit of a jink, a little bit of contact there with the wheels that upset the car that's already on the edge of grip, and Woodman had to sort of capitulate. Cook on the outside. It's all kicking off, isn't it, in this pack? And I can see Domain there with his slightly higher roll cage. It's quite easy to spot out on track in that battle for what is a battle for 5th place or 6th place, I think. But here is the battle for 4th place. Newman has caught all the way up to that 4th, so after a little sort of stuttery start out front, he has now recovered to get in a solid position. A little bit of a jink there, having to avoid making contact with Theo, but he's got momentum, and he has got the whole shot round the outside into Paddock Hill Bend that time, so he has moved into that 4th place. We've only got 1 minute and 42 left, and I think he's going to have to concentrate on making sure that Theo stays where he is rather than thinking he's going to be able to get to Headley. 88 car there spinning on the exit of Druids. That's Vincent, who was near the tail of the field, but having a bit of an issue out of Druids. It's very easy to drop a wheel onto the AstroTurf on the exit of Druids and spin to the inside where we saw his car stationary. So Theo Theato now behind Newman in the order. Newman looking like he's got that. You can see the front wheels there dancing and balancing the car at every single sort of millimetre of the adhesion there, absolutely on the ragged edge, but the car beautifully in a straight line. If we weren't zoomed in then, you'd never have known that car was sliding, but you could see from the wheel inputs that Jeff was doing that car was absolutely drifting fully around that final bend. These drivers all push these cars to the absolute limit throughout the race. Cook now ahead of that battle with Woodman, so he takes that 6th place currently ahead of Woodman, and then Williams, Janowski and Kendall has been sort of manoeuvred to the back of that, and Clark just off the rear in his blue machinery. Just behind Clark we've got Rook and then Domain in that slightly higher roll cage. This will be close to the last lap, but we've still got 30 seconds, so it might be that Lower does get back across the line before that clock runs to 0. Still the battle's fierce in this sort of bottom 10. You can see Theo's just losing out there, but Kendall looking for any way you can get through past Williams. No option at the moment. A blue flag given to the back marker there. You're going to be tough to see that. The Janowski in the 20 car is ahead of this Williams battle now. Kendall had a lot of momentum, but just nowhere to use it. There were cars across the track in front of him. So yeah, 5 seconds. So we have gone across the lap line for another lap. They will get one more. This will be their final lap though. Here comes Kendall, a little bit of waving at the driver or someone there to maybe he's not happy or something else going on. A little bit of protestation maybe. There's Domain in his high roll caged car, and just behind Domain there's Lucas, and there's more gravel being thrown up out the set. They've got a car there, looks like it's Janowski, must have been off into the gravel because he's dusty and is missing a wing. So again, I looked at my timing screen, there's no opportunity to look anywhere else, but out front Charlie Lower with a gap of 2.2 by the end, so Chiddick did start nibbling away at that gap, but it certainly didn't reduce anywhere near enough, and Charlie Lowe has had a lights to flag, very well controlled race while everyone else lost their head a little bit. He kept his, and he has gone to a win today after his win yesterday, so he completes the double. Chiddick's a good recovery drive from that deep in the field to get 3rd. Headley does take 4th. Newman was right on his tail at the end there, so with only a couple of laps to go he came across that gap quickly, but he does stay in that 4th place. That's 9th to 4th, not bad for Newman. Theo Theato in 5th, Cook is 6th, and Williams in that sort of fierce battle that we were watching, and we're just watching the rest come through. Looks like Banton's gone missing somewhere. He dropped to 17th on that last lap round, so he got affected. Maybe he was also involved in that paddock incident that we saw the sort of tail end of, or I caught the tail end of. But yeah, Domain Jones, Friday, Banton, Patel, Stevens, James, Castle, Roebuck, Light, Roberts. And Deason has crossed the line, so she's up into 25th position. There is your winner, though. Charlie Lower completes the double. Fantastic weekend for him. A dream opening to his LoveCars Caterham Roadsport Championship. You can't ask for more than that. You turn up to 2 races, and in fact he's had to almost take part in 4 races with the red flags. But here's confirmation of the provisional result. Charlie Lower takes that double win out front, with Freddie Chiddicks in 2nd place. Benja Headley takes that 3rd place. He's been delighted, I'm sure, to be on that podium. Jeff Newman just missing out on the podium after being demoted, so winning across the line yesterday, but being demoted back to 9th place. Thea Theato 5th, James Cook 6th. Friday is sorry, I've got a switch. I missed we'll start with Janoreski 11th, Gareth Lucas 12th, Woodman 13th, Domain 14th, Mark Jones 15th, Friday 16th, Mike Banton 17th, 18th Patel, Aaron Stevens, and William James is the top 20. Paul Castle, Julian Roebuck, Simon Light, Roberts, Louis Deason comes 25th, Ian Summers 26th, and then 27th was Neil Perry. And then we've had the various people: Alan Bateman, Charles Vincent, Simon Ockenden. That such is the field. We've got a 31st position for Ray Bradford. So temporarily puts Friday up into the top 10, but a great racing throughout the field. Shame about the red flags today. I'm sure they will go away, repair those cars, and they will be back at Snetterton next time out for 2 more 20-minute races. And we would love to see you out there on the tracks. And if you can't be there, we'll make sure you do tune into those streams when we're back at Snetterton. But we have got more action coming up, scheduled at 12:40. But again, keep an eye out to the stream because they're often early. We've got the second of our 3 10R races. That's Group A versus Group C, and we'll explain all about groups when we come back. We'll speak to you soon.
I'm not too sure that one's going to buff out, but more on that later. With the Kerber Sprint a distant memory and our baptism of fire first race at Mallory Park, it was all to play for in Scotland, where I desperately needed to try and win back some championship points in this Academy double-header. Welcome to Knockhill in Scotland for the 3rd round of the 2021 Caterham Academy Championships. And it's fair to say things are hotting up. The honeymoon period is well and truly over. In terms of hotting up, I mean the driving, not necessarily the weather, although I'm told it is going to be quite nice over the weekend. But all the drivers are pushing that little bit harder, a little bit faster now that we're into the 3rd round. As I soon found out on the very last practice session on Friday evening, where my fellow competitor, Paul Castle, got a bit carried away coming out of the chicane and stuck his car right on my exit. My tiny little brain went into overdrive, and knowing there was no chance of going to his right, I took my medicine and stuck it down the gravel on the left, which then left me perilously close to the barriers and ridiculously close to ruining my entire race weekend. A few more inches and I would have been in the tyre wall. It would have been game over. And this is round 3. Round 1 was the Kerber Sprint, where I managed to scrape a 4th place overall. Round 2, got a bit ambitious at Mallory Park, which was the first time we were all on track together, and span off on the 2nd lap, got back to 6th place, so it was all a good learning experience. Talking of learning experiences, my learned colleague here, Mr. Friday in car number 84, he certainly learned a thing or two as well. And I'm sure he won't mind me if he's not around telling you a couple of stories. The first one was he missed the start practice at Mallory, so he's looking at on the start line with a packed grid. He's looking for the 5-second warning board, which he missed. Next thing he knew, everybody was passing him on the start line, so he was just stood there like that. And then his second bit of wisdom, he thought he'd flash people out the way to confuse them in front of him. Now he's listening. He thought he would flash people out the way to get out of the way, but his light where he smashed it earlier, or where he hit someone earlier, was facing him. So all he ended up doing was giving himself a face full of light. But It's all good learning for everybody. So, Joe, this may be the one to watch for this weekend. And you know what's amazing, actually, because Joe and Paul over there, they've travelled 500 miles from Exeter and Devon. Another guy there from Goodwood, he's travelled 500 miles. Well, I did 410 miles to get here, so it's incredible. Everyone's come to the width and breadth of the UK to be here. The only person that's local is Graham over here. Poor Graham, every single race so far, he's had to come down to England and travel hours and hours and hours. So this is about as local as it gets for him. So he's got no excuses. We're expecting good things from him this weekend. And there's one man that we have to watch. The winner of the Kerber Sprint was Ian Harris. He's in here doing some yoga, some meditating, preparing himself. See if we can disturb him. Ian, hi. I wonder if you could say a few words for the camera, because not only are you the favourite for Knock Hill, the Kerber Sprint champion, but you're also a male model, pin-up model.
This is very true. These rumours are true. Paul, I was just trying to cheer myself up. So just watching your footage of your track.
Anyway, that's enough of that. It was nice to see you, and thanks for that. Tiff can't be here, sadly, but he's here in spirit. He's racing at Thruxton. But without further ado, for the magic of YouTube, here he is right now.
And also, by the magic of YouTube, I've got Paul now alongside me to look back through the race.
Not sure whether I want to do this, to be honest with you. Should we kick off?
Yes. So you qualified fourth for the first race behind the championship leader, Jeff Newman, on pole. Then equal second of the championship, Fred Chaddick. Equal second of the championship, Mark Jones. Equal second of the championship, you. Hey, all the top boys up front. And you made a brilliant start.
It was wicked, wasn't it? I was chuffed with that.
That's really good, Paul. Can we look back on board? Have you got your on board?
I've got my on board.
Okay,
of course I've got my on board.
Right, let's watch again from on board.
What a start! Look, I couldn't believe it myself, to be honest.
It was all right, it was all right. What's the secret, do you think, of your starting success there?
There is no... I'm going to get the editor to blur my rev counter, because there's no way I'm going to give away that secret. But, God, that was a great start. And I managed to hold the lead into the first corner, which is very important as well.
So now you held the lead right around to the hairpin on the first lap. And then a bit of more controversy we'll find as we follow the race now. You're looking good at the moment. So here you are then, leading down to the hairpin on the first lap, holding the middle of the road, blocking everyone. Jeff comes down, he goes from about fourth to, and then, hold on, what was that there? What was that there? Hold on, stop that. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm so embarrassed. I apologise to Jeff for that. But I thought he tagged me purposely, but I still should have reacted.
You shut the door. You could have given a bit more room.
No, I could not.
You should have known he was there.
No, I
it was
could not.
your line. You're correct.
Yes,
the impact
thank you.
was his fault, but all this.
I know. Disgusting. Disgraceful. I'm very embarrassed. But the crowd watching on the left-hand side, they all chuckled and laughed.
1 minute you say
I'm a crowd pleaser. What can I say?
Because you like pretending you're a racing driver now. You're pretending you're not a TV person. You're a racing driver. When you're a racing driver, you don't. That's stewards. You can be damned for that. You get disqualified.
I'm very, very, very embarrassed, and I've apologised. As I said to Jeff, the onboard is even better. Have a look at the onboard. That's so embarrassing. Jeff, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But anyway, I managed to maintain the lead.
You led for a lap.
The whole lap. I think I'm the only person that hasn't been on a podium that's led 2 races, 2 out of 2.
Across the line, about 2 abreast and 2 abreast. You're hugging the inside line, that's good. You're holding the inside line, that's good.
Still in the lead.
Still in the lead. Get in
Come
there.
on. It's all looking good, actually.
So then, end of the second lap, coming towards the end, you're blocking again. Bit of puff and locking your brakes there into the hairpin, still looking good. But here, I spotted that why aren't you using the road? What? You've lost speed onto the straight because you didn't use all the road on the exit. And then...
Well, the local knowledge is that you're supposed to stay on the right, and I didn't want to give them the toe, but that was all in vain, wasn't it?
You lost your speed Who's this boy? That's Fred up beside you.
Fred around the outside. He was brave
around the outside. And that's your lead gone.
I know.
And you get mugged again here,
no,
going to McIntyre's.
Almost, but I managed to hold off Mark, and now Jeff is right on his tailpipe as well, with Ian right behind him.
Yeah, you were so thinking about sticking to the right, going to the straight, you didn't use all the road on the exit.
Yeah, that's right. But leave that bit out, because we've laboured that point already now.
There's no labour that point. Labour that point. It was rubbish.
Okay, but now look. So, I
end
love
of the
it.
third lap time. Locking, rear brake. Your rear brakes are locking. It's all squirmy.
Look at that. Back in the lead again. I'm thinking happy days. I'm off the pace, but I'm back in the lead again.
This is good.
Is this going to be my day? Is this going to be my podium?
How did you lose the lead this time?
Again, identical move from Fred. I didn't learn from the lap before, but it got worse than that. I got mugged going into, what is it, after Duffers?
We started the fourth lap. You're down to second. You go wide. And then you leave the barn door open. Not one, but two.
No, I managed to block Jeff just about. Oh, I was so depressed after that. I was so depressed. But it got worse, Tiff. It got worse. Look at this. Look at him. Jeff is all over the back of me. But Ian wasn't very happy because he was doing that in front of him, weaving like that. But he got the move done easily. Good move. And look at that. The reciprocal gesture from Jeff on the way through.
He did it a bit more subtly than you, with his hands a bit lower.
Do you know why? Because he put his wrist restraints on properly. Mine were too loose. I was merely testing my wrist restraints, Tiff.
So now you get disqualified, A, for the abusive gesture, and B, because you didn't have your wrist restraints on properly.
Anyway, time to move on.
So you're now back to fourth. You're back to where you started.
I know, but it got worse because Ian did me at the end of the straight as well. So now I'm down to fifth. Oh. That straight, I couldn't get any speed coming out the straight.
Why are you sitting? You're obsessed with sitting on the inside. If you sit on the inside, you're going to brake later to block them out.
It's local knowledge. They reckon you don't got the hills in.
Someone stitched you up, though. Someone's done. So is that where you ended for the whole rest of the race? Fifth?
I got to say, race number one from there on in was a bit of a procession because it was there was
nearly in the gravel there.
I had Mark Kendall behind me, pushing me hard. Then Chris Fraser was pushing him as well. But honestly, I was off the pace. I was worried I was going to drop down from fifth right the way down through the pack because I couldn't keep up with that lead pack. They were on it.
Yeah, when you've got rear brakes locking, which needs to be sorted, you've got an obsession with hugging the inside line because some mad Scotsman told you or something. What about this lap? You come out. That's better there.
So I keep fifth place now the whole way through. And then you know what? I was catching Ian. The top three, they had a brilliant race between them. We weren't even in it. I was catching Ian. Possibly could have scraped a fourth place, but I just didn't feel on it at all. So I was quite happy in the end to scrape a fifth place.
They're taking more curve than you on the Apexes. They're a bit braver, aren't they?
They are braver. They're younger for a start. I want to go home and see my children. I'm nervous. I'm the most nervous racing driver there, I think. So it was, I wouldn't say a procession, but then I got a bit of space between myself and sixth and seventh place. So I managed to relax a little bit, and I was really pushing in. I felt like another lap or two, I could have possibly got fourth place. Look how close it was in the end. But those front three. So a brilliant win by Jeff. Fred was so fast; he was all over him, second place, and Mark just behind. Another great podium from Mark.
I was looking up the road there. I couldn't see fourth and fifth. A bit of a long way behind.
I tell you, those boys were on it. Look, we're not that far behind, really. But
well, I think you see the timing bar here, 12 seconds.
Crikey,
behind.
we're miles behind. We're not that far behind. Wow, they were on it. But then look at fourth and fifth, how close we were. Wow, they were really on it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Another lap. I feel like I could have had him. And then that's then the other pack there. So it's so interesting, isn't it, with Caterham, when one pack fights another pack.
13.795
Cool, that's
seconds.
a long way behind.
I
wasn't on the pace. I'm the first to admit I wasn't on the pace on Saturday. So fifth place, I was actually
let's move
relatively.
on to race two. So how did we qualify for race two?
Well, that's interesting you should say that because race two, Jeff Newman, front of the grid, pole position. Fred Chiddicks, second. Mark Jones.
Or was it just the race result?
That's the race result.
So there wasn't qualifying for race two. That was the race
no
result.
qualifying for race two.
So you started race two in fifth. So not such a good... So what happened to this brilliant lightning start technique then? Where are we? Down to Duffer's Tears for the first time, and Woodman's almost losing a place. What happened to the great starts?
I'll be honest with you, I was lucky to keep 5th there.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I tried a bit too hard because everybody was asking what my secret was. And of course I didn't want to tell anyone. I fluffed it myself, I forgot myself.
Forgot your own secret?
I did forget my own secret. It was
Anyway,
so secret.
We've all survived. So you're missing the curbs again like race 1. That's why those boys were big. I think you must learn in this race because you stay with the pack this time.
It's called track limits! I was respecting track limits!
Look, you missed that curve
It's
again.
track limits! The green is off limits! I can't go anywhere else. So I was 5th place, but you know what? I wasn't worried at all about my pace on this. I was really on the pace. I felt good here. I didn't care if people were overtaking me. As long as I was in that lead group, I felt really good.
Don't show this pitch with the 4 of them pulling away from you then.
Not
on the first
pulling
lap.
away. I tell you who was pulling away: Jeff and Fred. They had their own little race at the front, and then Chris, Ian, Mark, and myself had our own little race.
So any brilliant overtaking manoeuvres, or are you just hanging on in 5th?
I wasn't hanging on in there. That's exactly where strategically I wanted to be.
You're saving it for the last,
Alex from Caterham told me, be patient with this race, and that's exactly what I wanted to do. So I'm down in 5th place.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap to 5th
There's
place.
not a gap. Look at that curb I took there.
You did then, actually. I must admit, I pretty scared yourself that
I
time.
did. I had to calm it down a little bit after that.
It's Clark's you don't tell. See, Clark's is the one you miss it.
I didn't get Clark's right. I didn't get Clark's right all week. I really struggled actually on Knock Hill. It's a bit too technical for me.
Well, I've found it's a rough and tumble track. So have you got any more action from yourself here in this race?
Well, Fred and Jeff just pulled away. So the 4 of us had a bit of action, and then this happened. Look at this.
So now we're about mid-race. Front 2 pulled out a bit. Lonely 3rd. Who's lonely in 3rd?
That's Mark in 3rd.
And then here, you're on it now. This
I'm
is
on
better.
it.
You've closed the... go for a move. Who's that you're overtaking?
Ian Harris.
Did you get him? Did you get him? Oh,
Did
come
I?
on, camera director.
Did I
Where's
get him?
Duffer's
Did I get him? Look at that. So it was all very tight, but I wasn't panicking at all. In fact, I was telling the guys, let's just work together. Let's make sure that we stay with that lead
old
pack.
trick where you're trying to let you by. And
Yeah.
then you let me
Look,
by.
look, let's work together.
You're
look.
not waving your hands again, are you?
No, and notice my wrist restraints are underneath the roll cage at
So
this
what
stage.
do you think you're achieving by this waving of your hands at this stage?
So we can work together because
Right.
Ian was slowing me down. You were
Right.
slowing me down. Chris was trying to. I had to defend with
Right.
Chris,
Yeah.
so we were slowing each other down.
So basically, you couldn't overtake Ian, and you were worried Chris would overtake you. So you thought, let's
work together. Exactly.
You've got to concentrate more on your driving.
Now this is very interesting. So Jeff's in the lead. Fred is putting a bit.
You're under challenge
bit
now.
More, I know I am. I was under challenge the whole time, Jeff.
Oh, you're under pressure a bit here, aren't you, through the hairpin? You dropped the back 4th, you're getting challenged. Oh, someone spun in the background there.
That was probably Joe. I'm only joking, Joe. And Mark's pulling away from us in 3rd place then. But then look at this, a big cloud of dust. He had a bit of an off, which opened the door for Ian. So Ian snuck into 3rd place. But again, I wasn't worried about my position. Honestly, I wasn't worried. I was watching my little egg timer stop
Yeah,
clock.
but you're catching them now.
And now I'm on it. I'm on it. Today I was on it.
You're only catching because he fell off.
No, I was on the pace
Right,
today.
it's 1st and 2nd, down in the hairpin.
Now this is interesting as well.
Now, where's 3rd, 4th, 5th? They're well, front 2 are well ahead of this one.
Front 2
Here's
were-
your gaggle, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Oh, good race now. He's trying to get his 3rd place back, waving it. He's dived for the inside. Cracking stuff. Great racing. Oh, then Ian Harris has run wide. Does he lose the place? Oh, he just shuts the door in time.
That's the best place to put a couple of wheels on.
You're ready now. They're panicking in front of you. You
They
must
are.
be thinking, now's the
I
time to
am.
pounce.
I'm thinking. No, I wasn't ready to pounce yet.
Yeah, you need to.
This isn't a 1 hour Grand Prix, you know. It's like a 12-lap sprint. You've got to pounce whenever you can.
It's like a fine wine, trust me. I was in the perfect position. Alex from Caterham told me this is what I need to do. So, into another lap. Now, Jeff is cruising. Yeah. Absolutely cruising. Fred's putting him under pressure. Yeah, they are, and they're setting some good lap times.
Big battle there for well, you're about 3 abreast into the hairpin here, aren't you?
I went so wide in the hairpin, which opened the door for Chris Fraser. And Mark, we were having a bit of a tussle. He's gone to the back. So he's gone from 3rd to 6th in our little group. He was furious. He was
on board of that. Can we go on board with that 3 or wider attempt?
Have a look at
that'd be cracking.
Oh, I lost it. I don't like this on board because I lost it.
That's why I want to see it. What did you do? Lock up your ears?
No, I completely sideways out the corner.
Well, you all sort of ran wide, all 3 of you, didn't you?
And I just carried on pushing Mark. That's why he got busy, because I squeezed him right out. Mark is furious. So I felt quite good, but I was under pressure a little bit. I put 2 wheels on the gravel, just give him some stone chips to remember me for.
Exactly, were you going to pounce then?
I don't know, a couple of laps to go. I was confident. But number 1 and 2, Fred and Jeff, they'd gone. But this was my podium. I could sense my podium. I could feel it. I could touch it. I could smell it.
Yeah, but you're actually defending 5th rather than attacking 4th at this stage. Yeah, you come into the hairpin. Look at this. You're under attack. You're under pressure.
Look at that. Look at that for a line. Perfect. Absolutely. I mean, the late great Edson Senna would be proud of that line.
At least you've given up hugging the right-hand line up the straight. That first race.
Local knowledge.
Was a good. You were definitely stiff with some bad. He's having a look up the inside, but good. Shut
no
the door.
Chance. Yeah. Shut the door on Mark.
Yeah, but there's still a gap to 4th. When is this pouncing going to happen?
I was defending. We had to work together. He didn't understand it. He just saw red mist. He's a Maltai boxer. I think he wanted to box my butt, but look at. But then that's definitely his wheel arch there. He's giving it some.
He is. He's really trying.
I'm pulling away now.
You're pulling away.
I got a gap of at least half a car there.
Oh, it's fantastic racing this Caterham stuff, though, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
Backwards and forwards.
And here's where it gets interesting, because Jeff and Fred are miles in front, but now we've got some back markers. So we're all trying to dive bomb. We're all trying to overtake the back markers, but to be safe and respectful as well of our fellow competitors.
Yeah. You've edged away from the attacking green machine, heading after the blue boy.
Honestly, I was really relaxed. I promise you, I was really relaxed, thinking I'm still going to get a podium here. I was really relaxed because
you shouldn't have been.
I knew my pace with Ian and Chris was okay. Yeah. Mark, I didn't know so much, but I was keeping him at bay, and he was getting very frustrated. I think we touched a few times coming out of the hairpin, but now is where it starts to get very exciting, because
the leader's on it. Freddie's on him now.
Freddie is absolutely on him. He's going to put the move on him now down the end of the straight. He was brave. He went down the inside, went down the outside. So Fred's got him now. He's got him down the inside. Another back marker.
Coming up, looming ahead of them. Whoa, Jeff's trying back. Oh, he gets him, does he? Gets him back. He's lost it.
How did Fred not crash there? So Jeff, our leader, now tanks it, jumps straight back out in front of our pack. Well, hang on, can we just pause that?
That's wrong. You have to rejoin in a responsible manner. We talked about you with your arms doing gestures. Actually, that was a bit naughty coming back out. Obviously, he's frustrated. He's lost control.
I would have done exactly the same thing.
Fred did a great job. Yeah, we all would from his racing drive. Fred did a great job avoiding him because he spins across the front of his nose.
He did.
Can we see that replay again?
Yeah, have a look at this.
So yeah, so Freddie's doing well, but Jeff goes for it. He's on the grass, that's why.
Fred does well to avoid that.
Instead of collecting him, let him pass, then he gets on the wheels, comes right back out. No, he's maybe safe, because he does...
I think that's I would have done exactly the same.
Hello and welcome back to Brands Hatch. We're live here and we have another Caterham race for you now, which is the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. So we've got groups A and C, I think, racing now. So they had a race yesterday, there'll be another race this afternoon. So on pole position we have Tom Willis. So we're going to have a little chat with Tom. Hello Tom.
Hi there.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
What's the mascot on your roll cage?
He's called Red. It's a long story, I won't bore you with it.
Okay, hopefully it will give you some good luck for the race. Is there anybody that you're concerned about that might come up in your mirrors?
Yeah, well, Steve, lining up next to Steve, he's a formidable opponent, so I'll be watching him closely and hopefully have a good race with him.
Excellent. Well, it's great conditions for you. Probably the best conditions. Do you mind it raining at all, or do you have any preference, or do you prefer these type of conditions?
Yeah, absolutely not rain, especially around here. It's treacherous, it's so slippy in the rain, so I'm happy, yeah, good the sun's out.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll have a little chat with Stephen Lyle, who starts second. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, you all right?
You looking forward to this race?
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've been out. I mean, we qualified yesterday morning and we've had Group C's had nothing until now, so it's been a long old wait.
Excellent, great stuff. Anybody that you're concerned about that will be in your mirrors?
No, not really. Nothing.
No. Okay, excellent. Well, good luck, all the best for the race. So let's have a chat now with Ben Lopez Appleton. Oh, that's the whistle. Ben, I'll just wish you good luck.
Well, thank you so much. It's been a great conversation.
Hopefully we'll chat later. See you later. Bye. Okay, that's them heading out onto the grid now, so I shall now pass over to Chris in the commentary box.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, as they all get released back onto this grid for the second of three 310R races. We've got the Motul 310R Championship is so popular that we've got too many cars to run on a single grid, so we have to split them into three. So they were split into qualifying. We saw race one yesterday between groups A and B, and today we have this first race is between let me get the naming right. It's A and C. This is so we have seen half of this field before in the race yesterday, but the other half they've had to wait all through yesterday to get their first chance to be out on the grid today. So you will recognise some of the names, and yesterday's race was won by Pete Walters, but he is not in this race. He will be out again this afternoon. We've got another race towards the tail end of our coverage this afternoon. But it means that as spectators we get three 310R races, which is always a treat. You see the cars lining up, and for those that have had to wait so far, they'll be keen to get underway and see what they're going to be, how their season's all going to start off, their first events of this 2022 motorsport season. But yeah, Pete Walters ahead of Tom Cockrell yesterday. Now, because of the three grid system, we don't see drivers starting the second race where they finished the first. They will go back to where they qualified. And so you can see Tom Cockrell is in this race as well, and he is on row 3 in 5th place in that red and white machine. See Harry Landy there in the lime green in between, and it looks like maybe Harry Eyre behind him. Harry Eyre did a fantastic job in the 270s, so he's going to be qualified a bit further back than he wanted to. And on our front row, though, we have Tom Willis on the left of our screen in the aluminium with a red roll cage. And we've got Stephen Lyle in the number 2 car. We're just watching Roger Gaunt get himself lined up at the rear of that field. And then we've got the final 2 cars to get into position. Stephen Lyle in the number 2 car is grey and a sort of orange stripe on it. He was new to motorsport last year in the 270R class, and he put himself right at the front and managed to do a double win at Croft and was right in that front battle. You can see him there on the outside of the front row, and he's back now looking to see what he can do. He was, like you said in the interview just beforehand, he's had to wait from qualifying yesterday morning all the way through to today before getting any racing action. That's certainly a long wait. And then behind them, Ben Lopez Appleton, a driver we saw yesterday, alongside Harry George. So Harry George coming up from the academy battle from last year. He's skipping out 2 steps of the ladder, or 3 steps of the ladder, all the way up until this 310R championship. And clearly, it's paying off for him as he's right at the front here. Alongside, he's in that 4th place. So brilliant start for him. in this qualifying. Now he's got to see how he gets on in the racing. Then we talked about Tom Cockrell right at the front of that race yesterday. I think he ended up in second place, so he'll be looking to more of the same. What an opening for him. He's moved up from Roadsport through to this 310R, so another driver skipping some steps. And then just behind that in the white and green TN Accountancy sponsored car is Jack Sales, returnee to this championship. After he was a 420R driver, which is now the 7 UK Championship cars, so he came couple of third places in those championships. Extremely capable driver, Roadsport champion back in 2014. Alongside him, Wingfield, who's got a long racing pedigree and is really enjoying the 310R car. And a little bit of a last minute, he had to fix his wishbone mount yesterday. It was a little bit panicky, but he's out there on the track, and I'm sure that part is all now fully replaced. David Yates in the Matt Blythe, the blue and black machinery there, just behind Wingfield on the left of the machine. We saw David Yates yesterday, sort of having a strong top 10 finish. And alongside David Yates is Lars Hoffman in the red and blue Motul sponsored. So this is the Motul 310R Championship, and Lars in the Motul sponsored red and white machine there. So looks similar to the Cockrell machine, but you will see the Motul sponsorship there on the left and right. Just behind then I can see Cresswell as well. He'll be looking for a good race alongside David Baldwin on row 6. So they are all lined up. They are just about to be given their green flag for the start of the formation lap. You can see Tom Willis's car just skewing towards that pit wall like we often see. David Yates also trying to get some heat in his tyres, pulling away. And they will weave their tyres to keep them clean, get themselves active, make sure everything feels right. They'll have a chance to look at all the conditions, see locking up there at the rear of the field as they just see whether their brakes are warm, and clearly that set of brake paddles weren't yet up to temperature. Tom Willis in that aluminium coloured car. Remember, this is only 2/3 of the 310R grid, and we will be looking forward when they can all join into one big grid. So Snetterton has a larger capacity than this sort of pocket-size, pint-size Brands Hatch Indy circuit, so they're able to hold more cars. There is Welch Products, that's Chris Welch in that car, long-time racer. Let's have a look at that grid then. Tom Willis in first, Stephen Niles second, Ben Lopez Appleton in third, and Harry George starting a great fourth. Fifth is Tom Cockrell, Andrew Murgatroyd sixth, Jack Sales seventh, and James Wingfield is eighth. Ninth is David Yates, 10th Lars Hoffman, Darryl Cresswell is 11th, and David Baldwin's 12th. Chris Fraser 13th, Harry Landy 14th, Wes Payne back in the race hopefully in 15th, and 16th for Dave Morgan. We saw Wes Payne's car getting damaged yesterday. Fraser Jones 17th, Harry Eyre 18th, 19th for Angus McLean, and Henry Williams was 20th. 21st is Michael Curley, 22nd Chris Welch, Roger Gaunt 23rd, Stephen Metcalf 24th, and then lining up the rear Paul Herndine and Oliver Smith. I saw Wes Payne's car with damage still in the paddock this morning, so I'm wondering whether he will be a gap on the grid. He was in the pearlescent coloured car, so look out for gaps on the grid, or whether they did get that car back into one piece. So just lining up now, the cars back on the grid for this second of 3 Caterham 7 310R Championship car races. Motul sponsored this one. Thank you to all our sponsors. Harry Landy's lost his exhaust, it looks like. He's having to drag that to the edge of the track where the marshal will hopefully be able to ping that off. I'm not sure what's going to happen. We might have to have a delayed start while they shuffle and decide what they're going to do, but that's Harry Landy with an exhaust that looks like it's lost. He might have clipped that maybe on a curb, but it's actually detached itself, and so that car will be sounding rather unusual. It might be quite hot, that. It's been run up to temperature, so at the moment I think he's having to pull to the inside of the track, and they will decide what they're going to do with that car. It looks like they're going to pull him behind the barriers on the outside of the track. The marshal's directing it elsewhere now. So we'll see whether they delay the start. They may well give them another green flag a lap. That's something else they have an option to do rather than go straight into the race whilst they try and organise what they're going to do with Harry's car. I think they did go for the start, so they did go with the lights as we were watching Harry's car. So we've got Tom Willis up the inside, Stephen Lyle making a good start to the outside, Murgatroyd there alongside the blue car, Buckley in the blue car. We'll keep an eye out for that. But yes, a good start from everybody, and nice and clean. In fact, it's the Harry George car, isn't it, the blue? It looks like the same colour scheme as Ben Buckley, but he's not in this group. So out front, Stephen Lyle has now managed to take that position away from Willis in second place, making a good start there. Also, the Harry George maintained his 4th place, and it's Murgatroyd who's come up from 6th place on the grid up into 3rd, so a great start for him in that procedure. Murgatroyd in the 84 blue and yellow car. It's Harry George behind him, then Wingfield, and it's looks like Ben Lopez Appleton and Lars Hoffman going side by side. There's the Gaunt car out towards the rear, behind Harry Eyre in that green sort of Lotus colour machinery. But normal service has resumed in Caterham Racing, so outside a line being looked at by Tom Willis, but Lyle managed to defend to the inside, and that opens up the inside line for Murgatroyd to make his way through. So he's going to go from 6th now. He finds himself in 2nd. Harry George not finding a gap up the inside in the number 17 car. We got a car off at the gravel. I think that's the number 16 car. That's Metcalf at the back of the field he just ran off into Paddock Hill, it looked like. So Murgatroyd, what a fantastic start for him. We've got the 2 red and white of Cockrell and Lars Hoffman has managed to get past him, but not such a good start for both of those, drifting back a little bit through the field. There is Tom Willis ahead of Harry George. Harry George coming up from last year's academy, so I know he's put in an awful lot of work and preparation to get ready for the 310i challenge, and so far his car is not only looking smart, he's going quickly. He's in front currently of James Murphy. He was right in that championship battle last year for the 310i. He's returning this year, and behind them David Yates and Ben Lopez Appleton also going side by side. Ben had a sort of an off season last year. I don't know whether he was off form or his car was off form, but he's with DW Motorsport this year and moving along nicely, having now looking up the inside of James Wingfield. In fact, there is a gap up the inside as Wingfield had to stay to wide to allow Harry George to be his car to be there. So Wingfield being shuffled back in that manoeuvre. David Yates is ready to snip at his tails. There's the absolutely stacked grid of talent here. The 310R is the 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. These guys and girls have been racing for many years at this point and understand all the ways that you drive a car, especially around Brands Hatch. They'll have all been here regularly in the past, and you can tell that by the attitude of the cars out there. All nose to tail currently. We're in a 30-minute race, don't forget, and you're not going to win the race in this first part, but certainly you can make good progress, and that's what we're doing. We're seeing Steele and Lyle being pressured by Murgatroyd. Murgatroyd's come out the blocks very quickly this year and had a good result yesterday, and is looking to have more of the same today. So Lyle out front, Murgatroyd in that 2nd place, and then we've got, following them, we've got the Willis and Harry George now battle. So Harry George maintaining that 4th place from his starting position, but Willis has dropped back, and he actually dropped onto the exit curb there. He had to haul up the car to prevent him triggering the track limit sensor, and that's what's cost him the time. He may have also a bit of gear selection issues there, but Lyle, new to car racing last year, really injecting himself well in this battle, and now we've got the regulars of Wingfield and David Yates from last year now coming forward to this lead battle. Ben Lopez Appleton still holding on well in that, and the battle of the red and white cars is currently being won by Cockrell. So Lars Hoffman losing out at some point in the last couple of laps before we last saw them. Murgatroyd now side by side for the lead, so moving his number 84 car up the inside of Druids. That will stick, and Harry George being an opportunistic driver there, seeing whether he can make that stick, but Lyle will have the momentum around the outside, but he is now into that 3rd position. So Willis we saw dropping onto the curb here 1 lap ago, and so Harry George now in that 3rd, the podium position in what is a step up from Academy straight into 310R. That is not a small step, as you've got the side-by-side for Lars and Cockrell. So Lars retaking a look around the outside. That was a forceful move there, and there wasn't a lot of a gap between those 2 cars, but they made it work. So now Cockrell will have to sit and follow Lars. He's pulling to the inside of Clark Curve, and that's a gap that disappears quite quickly, although he's made it sticky. He may have enough of his car alongside, and there's still sort of waving backwards and forwards next to each other, and just behind them is Jack Sales in his white machine with a green roll cage. Currently just sort of watching and waiting to see what these guys in front do. We've seen action throughout all the championships. Murgatroyd managing to hold on, Lyle having to defend up the inside of Harry George, and then Tom Willis is still there in that 4th place. Cockrell looks like he's slightly ahead in that red and white car battle, but Lars is going to shove it down the inside of him into Graham Hill, and they're still side by side. They're making contact. Wheels are sort of locked a little bit, and there's a little bit of argy-bargy as the cars kind of settle themselves. That wasn't anything more deliberate than the cars bouncing off of each other and then unsettled themselves. A little bit of a touch as well from Lopez Appleton on the rear of Willis. So certainly we're only 5 minutes into this race, but the people are keen to get a move on, and there's certainly some the limits of the car dimensions being pushed, and now we're seeing Murgatroyd squeezing Harry George to the inside, and Harry George looking a little bit underneath Lyle, sort of attacking is the best form of defence in this situation, and he's made up into second place. Murgatroyd on his outside, although he has got the momentum, so Murgatroyd will be looking to make that move around the outside of Harry George. He's got the overlap he needs, but it's only just enough, but he will have now the inside as they come down to Graham Hill. Tom Willis, though, making most of that opportunity and diving down the inside of Harry George, so he was sort of still recovering from that Murgatroyd, and he suddenly, before he has a chance to check where he is, he's got another car up the inside. He's fighting back immediately through Surtees, though he's not got the momentum. Ben Lopez-Appleton thinking he's going to have a go, but he's up on the curbs, and there's the Cockerell, the first of the red and white cars. Wingfield's overtaken Lars Hoffman's dropped back behind Yates and also Jack Sales there, so something in that got him shuffled out of the order. You can see how, as we're nose to tail for all these cars, if you get shuffled out of line ever, you can be manoeuvred further back than you want, especially when everyone's running so closely in this second 310 RS. We've got a whole other race of this to go this afternoon yet. That is Cockerell out wide on the escape part of that. He might well have triggered that track limit, so keep an eye out for that. Jack Sales up the inside, though, 3 wides around Druids. It has worked out. You can just about make 3 cars around there, but I wouldn't want to do it too often. And yeah, number 4 there as well getting involved, and that's the Baldwin car again. And then the battles further back, there's Cresswell with there and Metcalf, I believe. Fraser Jones in that mix as well. Someone with a missing nose cone a little bit further back down the field. The 2 red and white cars still absolutely nose to tail in this pack. There is Tom Cockerell, so he's made his way up from the Roadsport straight into the 310R Championship. So another driver who's choosing to not do every single step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, but is absolutely getting stuck in and involved. Just following Jack Sales, multiple a champion of Caterham, and also multiple podium positions in the top flight of Caterham Motorsport, but he's rejoining our series back in the 310R Championship. So what a fantastic car it is Harry George around the outside of Tom Willis again, although he missed a gear, so the second to third gear change can be awkward coming out of Druids. There's a lot to get done in a very short space of time, so you quite often see that happening. It looked like Jack Sales up the inside of David Yates, so Jack Sales looking to make some progress in this race. Yesterday he sat and watched the race happen in front of him quite a lot, but it looks like he's thirsty to move up through the field a little bit. Murgatroyd from that 6th place finish is right up there with this battle, with Willis now ahead of Harry George again. They've kind of shared the lead, but for a while Lyle's actually been in front, and if he can now get to the situation where Willis and Murgatroyd start fighting, then it doesn't look like that's going to happen at the moment. Well, Murgatroyd's got a seriously fast car in a straight line. He was able to use that toe and his car to zoom up at the end there, and they're going side by side for the lead, so he came from quite a long way back. I don't think Stephen Lyle would have expected that, but he's got the inside of Druid, so Lyle now has to let him go ahead, and with the speed of a car like that, Lyle might take that on board and see whether he can use that and just tow him clear of this chasing pack. What you don't want to be is in the middle of this pack, because like we saw with Lars Hoffman, you get shuffled out and then you get shuffled back very, very quickly. So you see the field flowing on through. Here's Murgatroyd in the 84, the blue and yellow machine. Stephen Lyle is now in second, the grey and orange, and there's Ben Lopez-Appleton in the black and gold striped machine. Winfield, a little bit of a gap back to Winfield, and then Cockerell. So they're keen to, they're fighting their own battle, but they are losing the toe somewhat. But with 20 minutes of this race still to go, we've only had 10 minutes so far. There will be plenty of opportunity, as the cars really having to use every single inch of the track to allow them to run these 3 and 4 wide. It's already busy out on track. They're going 3 wide round Druids. That's going to get compressed and difficult as they go down the hill. And number 5, so Ben Lopez-Appleton, they're trying to enforce that, but he had to actually capitulate again to let the front 4 go through. But it's Lyle back in front of Murgatroyd. Willis, then we've got a bit of flapping bodywork off of, I think that's Harry George's car, so I'm not sure what he's caught hold of. I think it's someone's wing that he's got stuck, isn't it, underneath, between his bodywork and his exhaust. It's dragging along the floor. Now that's going to be a bit of friction, and also the wind resistance there. It's going to not help the car's performance down these straights, and it's also going to be quite a distraction, I imagine, as he drags that bit of bodywork. It is someone's wing that he's got there. I didn't see it before, so maybe he's picked that up from the edge of the track. Someone else wing off for a sightseeing tour of Brands Hatch from a slightly different angle. But Lyle's still out in front of Murgatroyd. Willis in third, but only just. I think Harry George has probably made that work. He's going to get blocked by Murgatroyd, so I think Harry George will be back into that third position as they go round Graham Hill. He might be a bit compromised on his speed, but you can see it's so nose to tail. There's really not room for all these Caterhams in a row, and we're in a straight line down to the top 10. So a bit like yesterday's 310R race, they are absolutely nose to tail. The gaps in qualifying were narrow, and you can see that all playing out as we get to the racing. But more importantly, Lyle's not able to pull ahead at the top of the field, and we saw last time Murgatroyd was about this far back and he managed to make the slingshot. There is the Wingfield car, the red and yellow, trying to get the colours out now, lime yellow car, and it's following Cockrell, and he's sort of caught back up with that battle now. A little bit of disagreement on who had a bit of track there. Tom Willis, though, has maintained that, although he's dropped to 5th position now. He will certainly not want to see any more positions go. Harry George had to capitulate again to Murgatroyd. Maybe another gear change issue there. Like I say, it's that's kind of classic place to see that slight hiccup of the car. So if they suddenly lose pace and then get back up to speed almost immediately, that's often a sign that they've had a little bit of a gear change misshift. It's Ben Lopez Appleton in the black and gold number 5 car. It's Tom Cockrell. So Tom, I think that was the wing, wasn't it, going off? And who's that? That's the number 75 car pulling to the inside of Paddock Hill. Ben, that's Herndine. So he's looking like he'll be able to get that car into a position of safety, but not clear why he's having to pull to the inside. There's another wing out there in the gravel trap of Paddock Hill, which I'm sure the marshals will go and return a bit later. Very, very tight up inside into Druids this time. Willis getting moved onto the outside line, Cockrell on the inside, and so was Harry George. Tom Willis didn't really have anywhere to go, but he's made the best of that and recovered back to that 5th place. But he should be a bit worried that he's, in the last few laps, he has been shuffled back, and Cockrell's going to go and put his car up the inside of him into Surtees. They're going to go side by side round Surtees. You don't want to have anyone having a wiggle. He's still going to maintain that side by side as they go through clearways. He'll have a better run out of clearways, but that will have compromised his speed onto there. So there is the Herndine car getting put into a position of safety, so we shouldn't need a safety car to cover that one and recover it. Willis and Cockrell still side by side. Wingfield ready to pick up the pieces. Cockrell pushing Willis onto that bumpy part of the track. It's really tight down there, and the car goes light as it goes over a bump, just as you want it to be gripping up on the brakes. So the battle, a little bit of contact there between Cockrell and Lars Hoffman, who squeezed up a gap that didn't look like it was there. You can see that Cockrell's lost a bit of his wing now, so Lars Hoffman, forceful manoeuvre up the inside there, up into Druids, but he has now got his car ahead of Cockrell's. Wingfield, they're just in front of them, and yeah, it's not the first time you've got now a bit of rubbing of that wing as it sort of loosens itself from the wing stay. Hopefully again it'll ping off and ping into a place of safety. It's hopefully not making too much of a gouge out of that tyre in the meantime, but yeah, it's not the first time those two cars have come together on the track, the two red and white cars, and it does look like that is affecting the straight line performance of this car until the point that it does ping off. And he'll hope for that. So you can see there's a kind of rub marks as it's sort of making a mark on that tyre. Hopefully it's not so gouging. There's more bodywork up here into Druid. So certainly the track is a bit littered at the moment. That will be bodywork that Wingfield has to run over. So it has spread that out a little bit and moved it off of the traditional racing map. You can see they're still carrying parts of that bodywork from the last time out around Druids. Looks like that wing has gone, although it still looks like he's getting a rub mark from maybe the upright, unless that was a speedy dry. I might just have been looking at speedy dry. Anyway, the wings have departed and they shall, I think, not be usable again. Looks like they're in several thousand parts around various bits of this Brands Hatch track, but let's concentrate back on this lead battle as Lyle still heads the field. I think he's definitely a win so far for leading the most laps. Ben Lopez Appleton has decided he's going to start making a move at the halfway mark. We're halfway through this race, 15 minutes gone, 15 minutes to go, but Murgatroyd continues to be brave and fast around Paddock Hill Bend. Really dedicated lines around there, and he's put himself still in that firmly in second place, although we've got Lars Hoffman locking up there in an unusual way. Something strange happening. It looks like he's steering his steering wheel, but he with that contact, I think maybe with just wondering whether he was looking like his steering was steering to the right, but his car wasn't turning to the right, and I'm wondering whether he's got steering damage from that contact he had with Cockrell. and maybe also after that lock-up, maybe it installed the engine, so there was a chance that he maybe had to restart that. Here's Ben Lopez-Appleton, so we'll see whether he gets up back into speed. He's definitely having to do something to adjust that car, wasn't he? So he's gone back now behind all these battling. Cockrell is now again the leading red and white car. James Wingfield alongside Harry George. Harry George being shuffled backwards in this mid-phase of the race. We normally say this mid-phase of the race is a sort of consolidation phase, but he's not able to. He's being shuffled back a little bit at this stage, and he's still having to carry that wing, which will not be helping his car's performance. It won't be helping. It's making it be a distraction as well as an aerodynamic and a friction drag on the car. So maybe that's why we're seeing him shuffled back as we go. It's definitely wedged in there. There's a bit of bodywork which holds the exhaust rear on there on a little spindle, and it looks like it's completely wedged against that. So I think he's going to be carrying it for the rest of this race. He's just going to have to get used to it being there. He's trying to use the curbs to shake it loose, but it's not happening at the moment. Harry George continuing on his way in the Alpha sponsored car there. But out front still Lyle, Murgatroyd, Ben Lopez-Appleton. Replay out front for the battle into that lead, but although Lopez-Appleton this time chooses the inside, so he kind of moved to the outside. Murgatroyd took the bait and he then moved his car to the inside, so he has got that done, but will he have the momentum up the hill? He does, so he protects the inside line, and behind it's fanning out as they all had to lose a bit of contact there. Murgatroyd and Ben Lopez-Appleton, they're crossed up and intertwined on their wheels as they lost momentum, and they were trying to figure out where they could put their cars that they would allow them to get through, and they didn't quite make it without contact, but well, they did seem to survive it. We've got some gravel in the background there, so it looks like someone's taken a run through the Paddock Hill bend in the midfield. Lyle, after that little escapade, has made a little bit of a break, and that's exactly what he'll be looking for, to see whether we can have more of those. At the moment it's not a significant enough battle, but we've got 68, so that was, it looks like Chris Welch in the 68 is in the barriers, and that does look like the top of Paddock, so maybe that's the gravel we were seeing, and that's normally in a place they do like to recover under safety cars, so it's obviously a fast, dedicated bend. Ben Lopez-Appleton needs to be careful. There are probably yellow flags around at there. I'm wondering whether he's seen them, because he certainly overtook during that zone, so we didn't see any yellows on screen, so I can't confirm that, but I think that was the top of Paddock, so a little bit little bit of an issue there. That certainly does look like the top of Paddock Hill barriers. And in fact, no, yes, so yeah, I was getting myself all confused, but yes, it is the top of Paddock, so there is that waved yellow flag you could see on the camera at the bottom left-hand corner, and yeah, so keep an eye on that, but it might be that he has to go and see the stewards after that one. So Stephen Lyle now finds himself in second place, and it's Tom Willis back into that third place. He's been and explored the top of this race all the way down to about sixth place, so he's back in third position at the moment. Murgatroyd again has tried all steps of the podium for size and finds himself in fourth. Wingfield has fought his way through a lot of those cars that we see following him. A little bit of another bit of track debris getting loosened or released from a car as sliding along the track there, but here's Ben Lopez-Appleton heading the field currently. Question mark about how he got that lead, and we'll leave that for the stewards afterwards, and we'll just call the race as it is now. Oh, another Lyle, looks like Lyle missed a gear, and that means Willis is up the outside of him. He left him enough room, but only just. Certainly wasn't willing to give him any more than he was entitled to at that point, so Lyle maintains that second place. He's made a good fist of that gear change this time, so he's managed to make it stick into the second place, but he has lost the rear end of Lopez-Appleton for the time being, but I think by the end of this straight we'll see him back up there. So Willis, you can see his lucky mascot there on the back of his car flapping in the wind. Cable tied into place unceremoniously, but nevertheless has been there throughout his career, and it's great to see that being taken around on these races with him. Bodywork is likely to be shuffled out of the way. It was in the racing line that time through, but I'm sure it'll be shuffled through, shuffled out the way. A bit of a cockroach in the background. You see him having right old holding onto the car. It's definitely looking lively as we get towards the 2/3 distance done. They've done 20 minutes of this 30-minute race. Murgatroyd now having to defend from Wingfield, who has slowly and steadily and cleverly made his way through the pack and used all of his racing skill and knowledge that he's gained over multiple years of single-seaters and all sorts to bring him to this point of Caterham 310R racing. And James Wingfield racing livery, the red and yellow. Jack Sales in number 35 said he's returning to racing at the 310R. He has previously raced all the ladders, all the steps of the ladder, choosing the 310 to make a comeback in, and having Certainly a good, strong performance racing against David Yates, who he's raced against for a lot of his career. David Yates we saw right at the front of this field last year racing with Wingfield, but at the moment he's sort of stuck in that middle mire. It's not surprising as Harry George is slowly coming back to Wingfield. I think that bodywork does look like it's been dislodged now, so finally Harry George has got rid of that, and he's defended himself to keep himself in that 5th place currently. I think Murgatroyd ahead of him in the 4th place, so Harry George got rid of that bodywork, and hopefully he can now gain some of that speed back. Yeah, you can see it's a freedom at last from the wing that was there. Maybe that's what was left in the middle of the Paddock Hill bend a couple of laps back. But yep, Jack Sales back racing with us, and right on the tail of James Wingfield. But we are fully back on for this battle for the lead. Lyle following nose to tail with Ben Lopez Appleton's in the lead in the number 5 car, the black and orange car. Lyle to the outside of Paddock, but he'll be watching brief for now, but he's not got too much time to give, because he's got to be careful of Tom Willis, who has recovered back to this lead battle and is going to be inserting his car in all the places that I'm sure Stephen Lyle doesn't want it. Appleton a bit wide there, a bit further back. We've still got side by side between Wingfield and Harry George, so Wingfield getting a bit stuck now, so he's made good progress so far, but he's getting a little bit stuck behind Harry George as they move out. Harry's having to protect to the inside there as he just sort of stops Wingfield's momentum, so he couldn't use it up the inside of Surtees, which is actually a good chance to overtake. But Ben Lopez Appleton still at the head of the field. Looking a bit further back here, so that's where Lars Hoffman is now, and he's racing against the number 14 of Fraser Jones. So Lars Hoffman, after that sort of strange lockup we saw, and maybe a restart of the car up the top of Druids, he's struggled to make it back through. He's currently, last time through was in 14th, but he's now ahead of Cresswell, so I think he has made up a couple of places on that lap. Let's have a look where he comes across the line now. He is now up into 13th, so a bit of shuffling there, but he's following Fraser Jones around. Cresswell just behind him, and Williams in the white and green car there just behind Cresswell, and then we've got the other Fraser just being chopped off there. That was Williams being chopped off in just as they go up into Druids. So what the action we've been watching at the lead, you can see that it's exactly the same thing happening all the way up and down this field, and yeah, plenty of stories for all these drivers by the time they get to the end, no doubt. But one of our stories is that Harry George, fresh out of academy last year, has jumped into this 310R machine. Now he's got rid of that wing, he is fully injecting himself back in this lead battle. Tom Willis though has got past Murgatroyd and is looking to try and get past Lyle, and Murgatroyd immediately looking to see whether he can be an opportunistic driver and get the inside, and he's got down the inside of Tom Willis up into Druids. Harry George seeing where he can put his car. They've gone 3 wide around Druids. That's never a comfortable position. They've made it work though for them, so well done for doing that. Willis has made the best of it and is still in that 2nd place. So you can see he's went from attacking for the lead into Paddock Hill and then having to defend like anything around Druids. It's how quickly things change around this Brands Hatch circuit as the gaps appear and then disappear between the various drivers as they decide whether now is the time. A little bit of contact there. Looked like Harry George tapped the back of the Murgatroyd car there. Harry George setting the fastest lap, you can see in the 53.2 second lap that last time out, so clearly got the pace and coming across that gap to this lead group. He is injected, he's sort of cat amongst the pigeons that sort of set everyone scattering, and Murgatroyd's lost a bit of a run on the Tom Willis car there, who's still fighting with Stephen Lyle for this lead. Again, Lyle has definitely led the most laps so far. Murgatroyd now at the inside of Harry George. And Jack Sales has moved past a few drivers that last lap time through, so he's now finds himself in that 5th place. So maybe some of his experience coming to tell. He was sat and watched them all use up their tyres, and by the end of a 30-minute race, these tyres the dynamics of them change, the balance of the car will often change. You'll see a bit more oversteer from these Avon ZZS tyres. Before the race, the Avon truckers busy as ever with drivers queuing up, and fantastic work they do all weekend to keep all these championships supplied with their tyres. But a battle side by side for the lead. Willis a bit of momentum around the outside there. We have seen that work. Will he actually pressure it with 5 minutes to go? He might think about pressuring it more, but he's got to be careful of Murgatroyd, who's willing to stick his nose in wherever he can. Lyle still up the inside though. Murgatroyd up the inside of Harry George, side by side. David Yates and Jack Sales they're making this a sort of 2x2x2. I mean, we were nose to tail a while back. We're into the last 5 minutes. You can tell that because all the cars have decided they're no longer happy going nose to tail. They are going to position themselves side by side as they go around in these last 5 minutes. There's a lot of jinking around as the cars trying to use the momentum, see whether they're clear. You need a lot of judgment to work out that you are clear from the car behind. They often use concave mirrors to make sure they get maximum visibility, because Caterham's job, a driver's job, is often to look in front, but it's just as much in Caterham's to see what's going on behind you. Jack Sales has got being a bit ambushed here by Murgatroyd. Looks like he's been shuffled all the way back there, and James Wingfield. So Jack Sales, who last few laps stood around was in 5th place, has now been shuffled right to the back of that pack again. So here's a timing game. Lyle wide out of the of there again. We've got a 68 black and white flag for one of the cars out there. That's for Welch, it looks like. So that would have been early in the race, but you've seen Welch since in the barriers at the top of paddock. Lyle, while we've been watching this battle where we saw Jack Sales getting swallowed up, he has managed to break away. Harry George has manoeuvred himself through to 2nd place. So something about that move he made to get to 2nd place, and maybe manoeuvred, that's why we've seen Murgatroyd back, has let Stephen Lyle sneak away. And with 3.5 minutes, Harry George wide out there onto the dust, and that lets Willis get a run on him up the inside. And David Yates, has he timed this perfectly, he is going to be able to follow Willis all the way down this straight. He's not going to have anywhere to go, but he's certainly going to have the tow all the way down the straight into Paddock Hill. He has to choose his braking point though based on Willis, so Harry will have a clear braking opportunity and will take that 3rd place back once more. A little bit of a jiggle from Willis as he went around the bottom of paddock as they just hit the compression at the bottom of the hill. Harry George has certainly, since he's said goodbye to that wing he was carrying around as a passenger, he's reinvigorated his race. He's a bit wide out there onto the green, and that means that David Yates in the Map Live Motorsport, there's a little bit of a touch there into Graham Hill. They both managed to get away with it. It was the lightest of touches, but David Yates' rears were already doing as much as they could just to turn him through, and you saw the car get light, and he had a bit of a rear end moment, and it would have been a bit of a scary moment for him, but he collected it all together, and it means that Wingfield are now at Harry George back out wide on that wide line. That's going to cost him this time through. So in this later stage of the race, as the intensity has increased, Harry George a couple of times there, we've seen the drifting off a little bit wide, and that's cost him speed and momentum. And now it's Yates attacking for the 2nd place, so he's going side by side with Willis, with James Wingfield. So these two had plenty of, Wingfield and Yates had plenty of action at the front of the 310R field last time out. Yates a little bit wide off there, has to defend to the inside, but James Wingfield's got the overlap. Only 2.5 minutes to go. David Yates manages to do a late break and protect that position as they go round Druids on the exit. Still side by side. Harry George trying to stop the rot. He got moved out of the train and is just trying to make sure that he gets put back in it again at some point. It looks like he has settled in. Still uncomfortable ride over the curb, but he's following Cockrell now, who's again faded away a little bit in that middle 10 minutes, but in these last 5 minutes is really coming to the fore. Very much a timing game, isn't it? But Stephen Lyle looks like he may well have got the timing right. He's pinged off at the front just at exactly the right time, and that's the benefit of being in the lead for the majority of the race, as he's done. He can benefit as soon as they start battling behind. It's a maximum opportunity for him to go and take this win. One of the pre-season favourites after last year's performance in the 270R. We were definitely going to watch him in this 310R, and he's definitely showing a clean pair of heels to the cars following, but it's not over yet. Yates is now in that 3rd place behind Willis, then it's Wingfield in 4th, then it's Harry George round the outside, Tom Cockrell seeing if he can make it up. Both of those cars skipping steps of the Caterham Spat ladder to get more contact as we go down this Graham Hill. A little bit of tyre rubbing, you saw the smoke off them, absolutely wheel-to-wheel contact there. The cars didn't get upset that time, so a little bit less scary than the Yates move that we saw a couple of laps ago. Just 1 minute and 15 seconds. I think we're going to get 2 more laps out of this. There's a yellow flag there. That's Cockrell up on, and we didn't see how that started, but it was Harry George he was having that battle with, wasn't it? And it looks like he's been manoeuvred out. He's got a punctured rear tyre there, so that's the end of his race. So something about that contact, maybe it was the puncture that actually caused his issue. So that contact which we saw wheel to wheel with Harry George looks like it has punctured his car. And make sure that Harry George doesn't also have a puncture. It looks like his wheels are all in order still. Lyle still off the front of this. Definitely feel the difference of attitude of all the cars. We've got more spinning there. That's the number 16 car spinning out of Graham Hill Bend, and that's Metcalf at the back of the field. I think we've seen him having an issue already today, so he was just in front of the leaders. He's they've all got through now, so he's not going to be an issue as far as lapping goes. But Lyle's still got that gap, 22 seconds now back to, until we get the checkered flag. So will this be the checkered flag this time? It's going to be tight as they come across the line, so keep an eye out whether this was the last lap or whether they'll have one more. They've still got 11 seconds. Oh, they're absolutely on the edge of this track, getting dangerously close to that. They are showing the last lap board, so one more lap time round this Brands Hatch Indy, 1.3 miles of the Brands Hatch Indy, with Stephen Lyle out front. You've got Willis in second place with David Yates. Well, the wise head of David Yates there, manoeuvring himself into that third place late in this race. Wingfield is currently in fourth against Harry George, though. Harry George, we've seen side-by-side contact in that previous lap, and he's now going side-by-side with Willis. He's going to have the outside of Druids, which will turn into the inside of Graham Hill, so he may well make that stick. The two followers in second and third are catching up to Lyle, but Lyle still looks like he's got a sufficient gap to take him to the line at this point. Never count anything out, though. Harry George having to defend heavily from Wingfield, who now goes side-by-side with Ben Lopez-Appleton in these final corners. Here is our leader. He's led most of these laps, and it looks like he's going to lead us over the line. The gap back to second place is just too much to overhaul. So Stephen Lyle has managed to wait. He's waited a long time to get to this first race today. He was qualified yesterday, but he has won his first time out. Willis takes second, and it's Yates in third. And Harry George will take fourth place on his inaugural race in this 310R, and what a performance that is. Wingfield, Lopez-Appleton and Sales all involved in that. Murgatroyd faded towards the end there. We've got more battles as we come up. That's Williams against, I think that was Fraser in the battle for that, and Fraser Jones won out. Fraser is second behind, and then Williams behind them. McLean was following on. It's a breathless 310R race. I mean, that was the second of 3 310R races. Like I say, we had to split them into A, B and C grids, and so far both sets of races have been fantastic, and what's better than that is that we've got a whole nother race to go this afternoon. They will be the last of our Caterham action, but I am looking forward to calling that race, and we will see Grid B versus Grid C at that point. So Stephen Lyle will be back out to see whether he can make the double in his DPR Motorsport run car. What a fantastic start to his season, his first race, and he's taken the win. So Stephen Lyle out front. Let's get a confirmation of that result then. Stephen Lyle takes the win. Tom Willis in second place, and David Yates manages a fantastic third place there. Harry George hold on to fourth place. James Wingfield fifth. Ben Lopez-Appleton is sixth. Jack Sells seventh. Andrew Murgatroyd 8th, David Baldwin 9th, and Lars Hoffman found himself in 10th. 11th place Fraser Jones, 12th place Chris Fraser, Henry Williams 13th, Angus McLean, Darren Creswell, Dave Morgan, Harry Eyre, Roger Gaunt, Oliver Smith, Michael Curley makes up the top 20. Tom Cockrell in that puncture, we saw him having to take to the pit lane, so he's classified 21st at the moment. Stephen Metcalf, we saw spinning to the inside of the track, 22nd. Chris Welch, Paul Herndine and Harry Landy all had issues. We saw Harry not make the start after the exhaust, and Chris Welch we saw in the barriers at Paddock Hill. Oh, another breathless race for the 310Rs, and a very enjoyable one. I'm sure there'll be plenty of stories, as I said, for all the drivers back as they go to get their trophies. But next up for us on stream will be the 270R race, and that is scheduled at 3:10. But keep an eye on the stream all the time because we often run ahead of time. But the next race due at 3:10. That's the 270R race, and we'll speak to you soon.
We'll also be back out later on.
Bye. Come on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's a brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms? Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
with leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras, but
there's a few extras.
leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
you
things?
ready for,
I never know.
drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it? Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer. I got to
get out of the way. Get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then? Do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tim. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Lowered floors. You know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or financing for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Whoa. The pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took it. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real...
The brakes. Brakes. Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Nadell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn to hold. Look at that!
Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. Better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But Those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'd be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Condition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground in a while. Oh.
He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula 1 driver.
I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state the mind.
Whoa.
The wrong gear, Tim. Oh no, I've lost him again.
Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside. Whoa! He's got me off the brake.
We nearly crashed. I've got him now.
He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then.
I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he?
I got it down the inside. I got it down the inside.
No! Lock the front brakes up. Whoa, bit of a drop.
Well, I got down the inside this time. I got down the inside.
I can force him wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring. But I'll wear him down. I'm a Motul 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
you doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Yeah.
Scoring goals? Oh.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I've brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
And you that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mike, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a good day.
That was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres look like they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more throttle. Now more. Off. Good. Yes. Yes. He can drift. He can drift. He can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
You thought that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go.
They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tired.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there. Look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong. I went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
So this is the hardest bit. It's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, right, left.
Stop the clock.
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera. 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right. Are we going to have a practice first? Or are you going to just
No,
this
I'd never practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right. That's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah. God, wasn't okay. That was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa! Wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa. No. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and look.
Oh. Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. What's so difficult about that, Tiff? Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge. I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. And what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i's, longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, we can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
No,
way
other side.
When can I turn? Well,
I can't say it's your job. I'm not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
What's
thing.
your problem? Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes, baby. Oh yeah. You get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Steady, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to navigate. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired right.
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense. The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson. In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series. And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham. The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms. All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power-to-weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it. Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed. So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham were brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they, and we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a series 2 which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it. Your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing license, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms. Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras. But
there's a few extras.
Leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
You're
things?
ready for
I never know.
a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all-too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it? Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer, I gotta say.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then, do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tiff. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or financing for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Oh, the pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real.
The brakes. Brakes. Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Nadell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn the hold. Look at that!
strapping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra, and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower, but it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter, better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne, sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Ignition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh. He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula 1 driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state the mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim! Oh no, I've lost him again! Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside! Whoa! He's got me off the brake! We nearly crashed. I've got him down. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then, come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, I got it down the inside! No! Lock the front brakes up. Whoa, bit of a drop! Well, I got down the inside this time, I got down the inside! I can force him wide, he's gone wide, he's gone wide, he's gone wide! I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring!
Don't kill me, Woodman! You can keep going for as long as you want!
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
Everybody, how you doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Good.
Scoring goals? Oh.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch it with a slow, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
S-Box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in for Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was
that was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres look like they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more, now more, off, good. Yes, yes, he can drift, he can drift, he can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us. So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
You thought that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tight.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong, I nearly went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, left, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first? Or are you going to just
No, I don't have a practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't
Okay.
it? That was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa, wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. Ah! No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good when it's all good now. Try and
Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds! Get in there! Boom, shakalaka! Yeah! What's so difficult about that, Tiff? Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge. I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. Anyway, what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so
Lovely.
a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, but you can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
No,
way
other
round
side, other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't say it's your job. I'm not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell
What do you
me.
know? That's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes,
Close.
baby. Oh yeah, you get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes! You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Steady, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to know it. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired right.
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense. The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. And before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson. In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series. And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham. The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms. All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per ton, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham were brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon. And we're planning a Series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on of On the Road. So you might have noticed for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and NFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that NFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I've got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video. Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves. So there you have it, your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing licence, tech support from Caterham and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you of course the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
Bye!
Come on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms? Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
with leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras, but
there's a few extras.
leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
you
things?
ready for,
I never know.
For a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all-too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it? Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer, I gotta say.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then, do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tim. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Oh. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or financing for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Oh, the pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real...
The brakes. Brakes. Ah, too early. Oh, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Nadell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and lo and behold. Look at that!
Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. Better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But Those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'd be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Condition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground in a while. Oh. He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula 1 driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state the mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim! Oh no, I've lost him again! Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside! Whoa! He's got me on the brake! We nearly crashed. I've got him now. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then, come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, I got it down the inside! No! Lock the front brakes up. Oh, well, I got down the inside this time. I got down the inside. I can force him wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring. But I'll wear him down. I'm a Le Mans 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch it with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a
That was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make you feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more throttle. Now more. Off. Good. Yes. Yes. He can drift. He can drift. He can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
So that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tired.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong, you went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it.
Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, left, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No,
this
I'd never practice at all.
So,
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't going to try that. Was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa, wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and
Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. Well, what's so difficult about that, Tiff? Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge. I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. And what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i, longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, but you can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
No,
way
other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job. I'm not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell
What do you
me.
know? That's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes,
close.
baby. Oh yeah, you get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Ready, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to navigate. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired right.
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory.
Hello and welcome back to the Caterham Motorsport live stream. This is our 4th Caterham race of the day. So we've got the Mission Motorsport 270R Championship. So my name's Sam Parker and I'll be joined by Chris in the commentary box, who I will pass over to now to say hello.
Thank you, Sam, and welcome back to everybody on the stream watching back ready for this 270R race, the 2nd race for them of the race weekend. And we've had 3 races already today, and we have 3 races to come, so still plenty of action on track. 270R next, and then we probably back and have a look at the 3rd race for the CS UK cars, and the 310R is going to round off our action today. You can see in the background a bit of tidy up work going on the track, but we've got the 270R, Mission Motorsport 270R drivers in the assembly area. Yeah, the 3rd step of the motorsport ladder, so plenty. Oh, let's hear from one of our drivers. Hugo Bush is with Sam down in assembly.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I've got here with Hugo Bush, who starts from pole position. Yesterday, Hugo, obviously that joint tie with Chaplin, how did you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I've seen the photo and it was genuinely a joint tie. It was the contact that went before that was perhaps the issue, but yeah, hopefully another long, clean, intense race today.
Yes, hopefully. Are you concerned starting alongside Taylor? Obviously you battle with him, you know, in the past, so you're used to being with Taylor, aren't you?
I think that's it. I think that's the the beauty of the Caterham ladder is, you know, Taylor, Dom, and most of us have raced with each other for 2 years now, so we all know each other, and I think that you know, that helps when it comes to being out there on track.
Yeah, definitely. Well, all the best for the race. Thank you, Hugo. Okay, we'll have a quick chat with Taylor now. Hi Taylor, how are you doing? Looking forward to this race, obviously now starting 2nd. I think you're quite delighted about that.
Yeah, it was a great race yesterday, and great to be starting at the front again for today. I'm sure it's going to be another exciting 30 minutes.
Yeah, excellent. All the best for the race. Thank you. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with Dominic Mansberger. Hi Dominic, how are you feeling about this race?
Oh, very good. I hope it's a cleaner race than yesterday, but pace is good, and let's see what we can do.
Excellent. Well, all the best for the race. Thank you. Right, I shall pass back to Chris now. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, so hearing from the top 3 there, and the top 3, you'll notice that yesterday there was that, say over the line, it looked like Chaplin, Michael Chaplin had won that race based on the timers, but they went back and had a look at the photo finishes. It was that close, and actually it was a dead heat over the line, so they initially issued a joint 1st place in the race. But subsequently, such were the number of parts that Chaplin had shed from his car that he looks like he's been DQ'd from the race for being underweight. I think that's the result of that race means that he is going to be starting from the rear of this field, unfortunately. But that's why we're seeing Hugo Bush in that clear pole position, with Taylor O'Flanagan in 2nd and then Dominic Mansberger in 3rd. But they had plenty of stories already. It was like Hugo said, it was an intense race. There was some contact and some bumping and boring. It was incredibly close. So we've got a 30-minute race. It was a 30-minute race yesterday. They 2 30-minute races for these cars during the year. They're slightly upgraded. So we saw the Roadsports a little bit earlier, and these cars have slightly more horsepower. So they're 135 horsepower rather than 125. They're running on the ZZS, just like the Roadsport, but they have wider track front suspension. So we look at the front of a lot of these cars as we move along. And those the front suspension is now just as wide as the rear, and they've also got some upgraded dampers. So the whole car is stiffer than the Roadsport equivalent, and it feels more racing. You can also see that we've lost the windscreen and we've lost all the lights and number plates, so the cars are no longer road legal when they're running on track. However, it's not too big a job to strap a couple of lights back onto those cars and make them road legal for in between your racing if you'd like to take them out on the road. But yes, this 270R is the 3rd step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. The Caterham like to refer to it as the coming of age. So the academy is very learning focused. The Roadsport is a consolidation year, and they learn ever so much in their 14 races. And then you come into this 270R grid, and you put into action all the lessons you've learned to date. And oftentimes there's some fantastic races. The rivalries build, and the racing becomes closer, but often cleaner as they get that more under control. Like I say, yesterday, few wings went flying, but then we've seen that in all the ladder so far. We've got 5 steps of the ladder with us this in Caterham Motorsport. We're just missing the academy drivers, but most of the drivers on this grid will have come up from Roadsport last year. We're looking at Michael Chaplin. We did see that he was the person who came across the line with that joint first place. However, he has been disqualified, and he will start therefore from the rear of the field. Such was his pace yesterday, though. You can see he's got a novice cross on the back. You can remove that once you have 6 signatures on your licence. So once you've successfully completed 6 races and had your clerk of the course sign off your race signature for 6 times, you can remove that cross at that point. And there is the Chaplin, number 53. So watch for his car coming through the field. He's running with a black nose cone. We saw that he'd lost his nose cone on a couple of wings yesterday in that race. So plenty of track cleaning up going on at the moment. You can see cars being recovered back from the previous race. He's just going backwards there into the exit of pit lane, but that means he won't be too long before he's clear, and whatever else is around the track needs to come in. But there is that little hold up. The race meeting generally runs ahead of time, so that we can make sure we have time for these delays as needed. So we were scheduled with this race to go off at 3:10 today, and we're already still running quite ahead of that schedule. So that's the reason they do it, to allow for these tidy up sessions and get the track back into running order and make sure that we can complete all the racing before curfew tonight. Other aspects of this series, so they are this is the first time they're allowed team support, as we're seeing the cars now released to the grid. So they are allowed professional team support, so you'll see a number of team logos on these cars as they do get run, but you can still run yourself, and plenty of people do run out of awnings themselves, and Caterham are there on hand to support in the paddock if required, and they have their repair truck and everything on hand. So you can choose whether you want to have professional team support or whether you'd like to remain with Caterham, who's been supporting you for the last 2 years through your academy and then into your road sport year. See these cars coming up now then to the grid to get lined up. Hugo Bush in the grey and red roll cage, or orangey red roll cage on the left of our screen. Taylor Flanagan in the yellow and black, and then Dominic Mansberger in the blue and yellow just behind. Ben Buckley on the right hand side of the screen. He's not here all season, but he's here this weekend, so he is going to he's fully part of this race, and he injected himself in that front group very nicely yesterday, and we're back for more today. Chris Efremides is next up, and then Ryan Errol. And the last time Hugo Bush was looking at that start-finish line that he's just in front of now was when he went across with Chaplin, his side-by-side with an absolute dead heat. So it's incredibly rare to get a dead heat, and as you heard from Hugo, he looked at that camera and it was absolutely dead heat across the line. So a very unusual state of affairs, but they did initially issue that jointly to both cars. They could not separate them. So we had the timing slightly showing Chaplin ahead, but he didn't have the front of his nose cone, and therefore the first bit of the car to go through the beam, as you like, was his radiator, and therefore it wasn't quite as simple as looking at the timing transponder, which is our normal sort of judgment of who's crossed first, because all the transponders on these cars are in exactly an identical position. So you can't choose where to put those transponders in the car. It looks like we're just getting the final car. There is Chaplin lining up on the grid. So it looks like the marshals are happy, and we will get them underway on their green flag lap. Very well organised grid there, perfectly lined, 4 lines, but we run in 2x2 formation, just staggered, which is why we see those 4 lines as we look back down this famous shot of Brands Hatch looking from Paddock Hill Bend along the start-finish straight. A great sight that is. Cloud cover's come in a little bit, so it's not quite as sunny as it was earlier, yet still good weather out there, and expecting the sun to come a bit lower in the sky now. We're moving into the afternoon sessions, and these drivers looking ready. Should be perfect conditions for them out there on track right now, and they'll be looking to consolidate. We'll have Hugo Taylor and Dominic Mansberger. Again, the trio we saw regularly at the front last year in their road sport racing. But yeah, they've still got plenty of others there ready to get stuck in. So Ben Buckley, and then with Chris Evermedes, and then Ryan Errol as well. Ryan Errol was qualified on 3rd yesterday, did drift back to 6th. He's a returnee to this championship, so he also ran last year in this championship, but he is back for another year and another go, and having a great old time there. So then we've also got Ryan Lovett and Anthony Taylor. We talked about Anthony yesterday as a returning to the field. He's in those traditional sort of Caterham colours. Here's confirmation of the grid then. Hugo Bush on pole position, Taylor Flanagan 2nd, Dominic Mansberger 3rd, and Ben Buckley in 4th. 5th is Chris Efremides, 6th Ryan Errol, 7th Ryan Lovett, and 8th Anthony Taylor. Gwyn Jones is 9th, Peter Mock 10th, William Brunt 11th, Philip Bianchi 12th, 13th is James Hall, Ryan Meager 14th, Simon Arnold 15th, and Paul Vokes is 16th. We've got 17th Ian Brown, 18th Andy Lund, Ian Harris is 19th, Marcus Seals 20th, 21st Michael Hilton, we've got Kevin Turner 22nd, Richard Hall, Michael Chaplin 23rd, 24th, and then Ron Mounsey at the rear of this field. Worth highlighting that Ian Harris was actually hit with plenty of track limits infringements yesterday. In fact, he picked up 45 seconds worth of track limits infringements, and which pushed him well back in the field. He was running sort of midfield to top field, but unfortunately by the time they'd added 45 seconds onto his race, he has pushed back way back in there. So yes, disappointing for him, I'm sure, when he got back in, but I'm sure he's been pointed out where he was infringing those track limits. We'll talk about that maybe a bit later in the race if it lets us. But there he is in that blue and black machine there, so near the rear of the field currently. It's the Gaunt car just pulling up on his grid, so midfield is done. We're just waiting for the final few rows to come and complete our grid. Here is the 5-second board getting ready. We're looking to the top middle of our screen there. We've got the green flag man ready to wave his flag, and there is the green flag. We get the 5-second board shown to the drivers. The lights will come on, and then shortly after they will go out for the start of this second 270R, the Mission Motorsport 270R race. Hugo Bush good off the line. Mansberger looked like he got the best bet, but Ben Buckley from that 4th place start is flying up into the front corner. He looks like he's going to absolutely get around all of them. We talked about that 4th place start, and that's the first time we've seen it actually come off. So Ben Buckley there pushing himself right into the lead, with Dominic Mansberger in 2nd, Taylor Flanagan in 3rd, and Hugo Bush dropping to 4th, 5th maybe if Ryan Errol gets around the outside of him. Then we've got, I think it's Lovett around the outside, but for the lead, as they all filter through, just checking they've all got through there okay, and it doesn't look like they have. Anthony Taylor locking up, and a couple of lockups in the midfield there. So yeah, a bit uncomfortable as they came down into Graham Hill, but they've made it all through. Ben Buckley off and round through Surtees. Hugo Bush looking like he was trying to get back at Ryan Errol, but not making it stick this time through. So he's dropped to 5th place off that line. So not the greatest start for Hugo, but a great start for Ben Buckley there from 4th into that 1st place. Coming across the line then for that first lap, Ben Buckley still leads, but Taylor Flanagan's looking to his outside. He's got Dominic Mansberger who comes to the inside, so first lap through there, already going through abreast into Paddock Hill Bend. Ben Buckley said, right, I'll pull out of that one for the time being. We've got 30 minutes here. Let's not go too soon. But he is going to have a good run out of that, so he's going to be up behind Mansberger. But I think we'll see Taylor Flanagan and Ryan Errol and Hugo Bush go around his outside there as they take that momentum around the wide line. He got a little bit blocked by the other cars, and he's taking it a little bit he's being shuffled backwards. Oftentimes we see the cars moved out of the line, and they will tend to get shuffled backwards as they're running in such close proximity on track. There is now Dominic Mansberger taking his turn out front, in front of Taylor Flanagan, and then it's Ryan Errol, but he's going to lose a place back to Hugo Bush, so he drifted off a little bit wide, didn't he? Didn't quite make the apex, and Hugo Bush didn't need 2 invitations to go and put his car onto that apex, but Ben Buckley tucked up behind these 2 in front of him, so he'll get a nice tow along here, and that'll pull him away from the car that's following him, which it looks like it's Efremides, and then we've got Mock in that battle just behind Efremides and Lovett as well. So Lovett behind Efremides. I think we've got some transponders that are intermittent or not quite working, so we're seeing cars jumping in. So behind, just to keep you up to date, so Chaplin across the line that time, so from the back of the grid he's already made his way past quite a few cars into 13th place at this point of the race. So that's a great start. Ian Brown there looking like he's had a bit of front end contact with someone, maybe hit the rear, and is looking a bit scruffy, and hope his radiator's okay. So Chaplin making great progress early in this race, up to 13th, but he's still got plenty of time to make his way all the way back up to the front there. is the Lovett car, and there's Philip Bianchi behind him in that white machine. And then a Mott, I think that is in the colourful machine behind him. So it's all changed since the last time through, as it's going to be every lap of this race, no doubt at all. But Lawrence Mansberger protecting the inside there, Flanagan looking around the outside. You have a bit of momentum, but there's that Mott and Bianchi battle. For that's currently for 8th and 9th place on track. So side by side, must keep ourselves in check this early on in the race. There's a lot of movement, a bit of settling in period as we call it, but there is Chaplin in the 53 car going around the outside of the 98 of Hall, that is. So he has made another place up there at least on this lap, and you can see he's firmly in sight of those lead group, and he's got all his wings and nose cone in place currently. Anthony Taylor just having a little sniffer in front of him, so Anthony Taylor's going to be in the cars in front of Chaplin as we're looking at him now. He's got Brunt directly in front of him in the golf colour cars, and it's Taylor in front of him and then Mott. But by that stage he's firmly going to be back in that lead group and that lead battle. Currently setting the fastest lap as well, 54.770, although that's been bettered this time round by Taylor O'Flanagan, who set a 54.643 out front. So Taylor O'Flanagan now out front of this race, ahead of Bush and then Mansberger, but they're side by side going into the terminal. There is that battle again for Bianchi, and it looks like it is Lovett that he's just now overtaken. Hugo Bush moving into second place there, so another shuffle, and as that shuffle's happened, you've seen Taylor O'Flanagan manage to pull a little bit away. Hugo Bush pulling to the inside to maintain as much as that toe as he can into the Surtees S's. Ben Buckley still sat behind Ryan Errol at the moment. Ryan Errol started third yesterday, did drop to sixth at the finish. I think he was still relatively happy with that result, would have taken it given before the weekend started. He would certainly have taken that result, but he's moved himself up now into fourth place, which is it's two places better, isn't it? And it's not that far to this podium, but if they continue to battle, they could lose some ground from. But we've got O'Flanagan coming across the line in first place that time with Bush, Mansberger and Errol, with Ben Buckley looking at the inside. Taylor O'Flanagan is protecting up the inside from Hugo Bush. Dominic Mansberger is just behind them, and so many times in the last few years we've seen this battle going on. These three know each other's driving extremely well out on track, and they've been nose to tail like this for most of their racing career to date, and long may it continue. They're getting used to these new 30-minute races, so some of them will be looking down at their clocks at the moment thinking, crikey, are we halfway through the race? And they'll look and see it's only 5 minutes in. The Brands Hatch Indy circuit is relentless. It's incredibly quick laps, and they tick around very quickly, but it does mean an awful lot of action happens in a very short space of time. Behind this lead three, you can see going side by side, but it is stations even at the front here. They may have spotted that there is a little bit of a gap back to Ryan Errol there, and again, with a 30-minute race, if you're able to spot that and understand it, then you can often settle things down and try and pull a gap. But as soon as I say that, what do I know? They are going side by side once more. They're trying to go three wide into every corner, but nevertheless, even Stevens, they're still O'Flanagan, followed by Bush and then Mansberger. Buckley still holds that fourth place. In fact, Buckley's through past Errol, so Errol has dropped back to fifth place at this point. And next up behind him is that Ephraimidis and Bianchi battle, and Lovett just behind them in the kind of green flamed car. Hugo Bush looking up the inside of Clearways. That was a move that didn't look on, and then it sort of just progressed, and he's now up the inside as they go into Clark Curve, which will mean that he does have the lead as they go around Clark Curve, but he's also got not the momentum, which is why you saw Dominic Mansberger skip his toe and go instead to Taylor Flanagan. He's going to have the double shot, so he got a little bit of toe from Hugo Bush and got a little bit of toe from O'Flanagan, and then he's now managed to carry that momentum. He's going to try and get the overlap if they go on up the hill. Gosh, that was really tight out there. A lot of opportunity to misjudge, but they end up being line astern again. But all that has brought Ben Buckley right back up to them, and now we've got that lead battle right back to 8th place. So we've seen that a number of times, and there's I think that's Ephraimidis looking up the inside of Errol there. We've seen that a number of times in this race. This top battle is initially spread out, but then it comes back together to form a train of 8 to 10 cars. We've seen that throughout the fields today, haven't we? That's been a characteristic of today's races. And there was look at that up the inside, wiggling his car as he got on the brakes there. It's Philip Bianchi. And you don't actually use too much brake there, but obviously if you're trying a last late-minute lunge into the corner, then you do have to press that brake a little bit harder, and the car's already working very hard to get round and out of the chicane that you've just gone through. Surtees almost flat out in these 270R capable race machines that they are. But it's unsettled already. You ask it to have a little bit of braking, and it wiggles like we saw. The lead 3 still doing lead 3 things, and the rest of the field all following through. If that battle keeps happening, then we may well see these cars all catch up with him. That's Harris there. We saw his track limits infringement. We spoke about his track limits infringement from yesterday, but in the blue and black machine at the tail end of that field that we were looking at. But if there's Chaplin also, only a couple of cars back from this lead battle, but he's stalled his progress a little bit. So he made some really good initial progress to 13th. He's now into 10th, so he's still slowly making his way forward. But as you move through the grid, obviously it becomes harder and harder as you're coming up against faster and faster drivers as you move up through. But we're still 27 minutes of this race to go. 29 minutes to go. I'd pick a number, any number will do. With still time left in this race, there's lots of opportunity for him to still catch this group, and I'm sure he'll be quite keen to do so. So, recheck in. Is Taylor O'Flanagan still out in front? Again, I'd say he's tended to be leading more laps than he hasn't been so far. Mansberger is in that second place, but it's a bit like we saw with the 310 grid earlier. It doesn't really matter who leads the most laps. It's who leading at the end that counts, especially as it comes down to that final 5 minutes where things get a little bit more intense out on track. Mansberger there bouncing through, using that curb of the inside of the chicane. You need to use that curb to get the car turning properly. Like I say, it's nearly a flat out corner. Sometimes you're off the throttle just to make sure the front end of the car tucks in. Little hand signal there saying, go to my outside, I will let you go, and that will help them leapfrog each other as they take these laps on, and it's one of the ways that you can catch up across these gaps. We say these gaps appear and disappear, and that was a perfect example of Caterham hand signals, but of the nice type, that one, saying, yep, go to my outside, I'm not going to fight you, and then we can catch up with Taylor Fanning, which they do proceed to do into this corner. There's Chaplin around the outside of Mott, so not in that colourful Williams Motorsport car. It's a great colour scheme when you go and see that in the paddock, but Chaplin is trying to get past him, and that would be for the 9th place battle. There's a wing there, so our first wing that we've seen out on track so far, getting a bit blown. It doesn't the exit there, it's kind of off the racing line. It should get blown off onto the infield there. There's the Peterbox car, you can see its colour scheme in full glory now, and there's the Chaplin car with his novice cross on the back, so he is looking for that. He's currently in 10th, looking for that 9th place. Absolutely nose to tail. We saw yesterday a couple of times he misjudged that, and there was a few bumps and scrapes as he pulled out. It looks like he's understanding the length of the Caterham better each time. It was his first car race yesterday. It was carrying a lot of speed through the middle of Paddock Hill there, nowhere to use it at the time. So, but again, nice and clean to the outside of Druids. A little bit of grass tracking or gravel tracking there, for that was Roger Gaunt in the 79. Oh no, it's Ryan Meager in the 79. So yeah, from 24th on the grid, he has now made it past Mott, so he is now up into the 9th place, and the next group is that lead group. So as soon as he can span this gap, assuming he can, which at the moment there's no reason to think he won't, he will be in that lead group and ready to push on through. That's him there in his dark visor, looking mean and businessful, purposeful. Very single input, and Mott drifting onto that curve. If you go onto that gravel, that can be game over. That gravel, it really does, once it gets hold of you, it doesn't let go. So yes, he was absolutely flirting with the edge of the track at that point. Again, we've seen that a few times this weekend. Ryan Errol with Lovett, I think that is behind him. So that was for 6th and 7th. I think they've just had a bit of a swap around, a couple of laps. So Bianchi's moved ahead of this group, so he was fighting this group, wasn't he? And he's made his way through past Errol and Lovett. Errol is ahead of Lovett. A bit of a lock up there. It looked like that was from Bianchi in the white car. And Efemidas has been shuffled back to 8th. So he's currently at the tail end of this lead group. Another wing is flapping in the wind, trying to make its escape from that Caterham. They certainly don't like to be stuck on these Caterhams all race long at the moment. It's flapping away in the wind. The right end of it's flapping this time, if you like, so it doesn't look like it's going to affect him. It's not rubbing on any tyre and bodywork, so it's just going to sit there, I think, for a bit until it departs. Close as you like across the line then. That's Errol on the outside in the 33 car, and that's Lovett on the inside in the LFP run car. So they go side by side. Back to the leaders. Taylor Flanagan is looking like looking like he's making progress. Hugo Bush, though, defending from Hugo Bush. They had that little truce a little while back. I wonder whether they'll do it again to try and close that gap. Every time they start fighting, you can see that gap opens up. And then Bush has now set the fastest lap of the race. He's 54.215, so he dropped back a little bit, and yeah, I think we saw the Ben Buckley wing go flying off then, so that's now departed and left the car. But yeah, I think he dropped a little bit back from Mansberger, and he was able to use that as a run-up to get a super lap time. Saw how close he was to it. They are teammates in the DPR Motorsport team this year, running in second and third. Ahead of them, they've got the Taylor Flanagan car. Hugo Bush moving to the inside, and as they head up into Paddock Hill Bend. But this time he thinks better of it. Sponsored Taylor Flanagan. And up to Druids again. So a little bit of, nothing's really moving around position-wise, yet there's a lot of action as far as making those moves. But probably the biggest action there is that Bianchi has come right across to the Ben Buckley. So he's moved not only through that field, he's also moved to the rear of this lead pack. We've all got a car off there. That's the 98 of Hall in the barriers in the black and white machine. Is that at the bottom of Paddock Hill? I think it is. So he is firmly buried in the gravel. He is quite deep in there though, so it might be that we've seen a lot of incidents sort of covered by yellows this race so far, and we'll just have to see. Hopefully he's okay. That's looks like Mike Hilton pulling into the pit lane as well, so I'm not sure what's up with Mike Hilton out there. Maybe we'll see if we can find out after the race what happened to Mike Hilton. But Taylor Flanagan still leads as they come through this yellow flag, so one of the big overtaking opportunities will be removed as they head round Paddock Hill, and I hope they've all seen that. But it will be green flags again as they come up, and Bianchi's not happy currently in that 5th place. He wants 4th from Ben Buckley running in the LFP car today. There is Mike Hilton in the pits, number 70. They're looking at his rear left and wondering whether there could be an A-frame. Looks like a bit of dust on his tyre, doesn't it? So certainly been maybe across the curbs on the exit of clearways or something like that. He certainly looking at the rear like it might have broken an A-frame. The A-frame is quite central to making sure the rear wheels are central actually. And if that goes, then the car does become undrivable. Heading out now with half of this race done. We have still got half this race to go, and at the halfway point, O'Flanagan has again snuck away that little gap as these two fight it out for 2nd and 3rd place. They're not done yet. There is that Hall car. You can see a rear wing hanging off there. It does look like he did make it into the barrier, doesn't it, from that angle? But it doesn't look like it's badly damaged, but we are missing a wing. Certainly going through that gravel will not help the situation. There is Bianchi looking up the inside of Druids on Ben Buckley, and looks like he has done it, although Ben Buckley still has the overlap. Bianchi now setting the fastest lap of 54.049. Who's going to be the first person to dip it into the 53s? We will see that by the end of the race, I'm sure. But Bianchi going to the outside of 30s. He does have a run of speed, so you can push it, but at the moment I think he's happy just to take the run through Paddock Hill, although we'll see whether the yellow flags are removed from Paddock Hill. Sometimes they'll run the yellow flags for maybe 2-3 laps to make sure the drivers are all aware of that car in the barrier and where it is, and then we carry on from there. This weekend we've definitely been running a little bit more with allowing the race to continue when there's cars deep in the gravel but way off the racing line. And so that's kept our races going, which is great to see. You can see the action. It really does get interfered and upset by a safety car procedure or the red flags that we've seen occasionally in the road sports today. But this battle is being let to continue, and it looks like it's still Taylor Flanagan disappearing that gap, growing slightly each lap, isn't it? So it's 0.7 of a second now. They will still be getting a little bit of a tow from Taylor Flanagan, but as they keep battling, it will be reducing lap by lap. I think there's another truce being called to try and pull them back to him, and whilst they've been busy fighting, they've actually pulled the gap back now to Buckley and Bianchi while they have their own battle. So it's going to depend now who's got the wisest head to see how this race is going to settle out. Are we going to see a runaway leader? And that will happen if Hugo Bush and Dominic Mansberger go at it again, or are we going to see a coming back for the sort of 2nd place and to 3rd place battle, and that will happen if the following cars sort of decide that they will have a truce and catch back up. At the moment, it's looking like the former is going to happen, where they've stopped battling and will catch up with Taylor Flanagan. They're certainly quick enough once they stop battling each other to keep up with Taylor Flanagan. In fact, Hugo Bush has come across that gap quite nicely, hasn't he? But Bianchi is the quickest man out on track currently. See him in the white car, and he's dropped back from Buckley, so I'm assuming he tried an overtake and that's upset his run, but you can see we've spread out very slightly. It's Ephraimides looking at the inside of Lovett into the chicane there. And they love it in that sort of green flame effect car, and there's Ephraimides in his yellow and black LFP Run Motorsport. LFP running both those cars, so they're teammates out on track as well. always the teammates in the club level is a very different thing from teammates in your top like Formula 1. Nevertheless, you don't want to go back to the tent having contacted or had an issue with your teammate. So that's certainly not pulling in the right direction. But at the moment, they're treating each other with respect, and they're going after Ryan Errol again. So again, these battles back here also sort of ebbing and flowing as the race progresses. We have 12 minutes on the clock. So we have had our first 10 minutes of sort of settle-in period. We've had the consolidation period, is middle 10 minutes, and you can see that that period has meant that the lead three are sort of pulled clear. Hugo Bush actually now back with Taylor O'Flanagan, whereas Dominic Mansberger is still sort of doing a watching brief behind. But he's a little bit clearer ahead of the battle for 4th and 5th between Buckley and Bianchi, and then Errol, Lovett and Ephraimides are all fighting still. So our consolidation period has let this lead battle sort of pull away, and now it will depend how tight and tough they are in this final phase, the final 10 minutes of the race, as to whether we will see that all coming back together again for a battle for 8 to 10 cars, which is what we saw earlier in this race. Taylor O'Flanagan taking Druids and on down into Graham Hills, making sure using all that track and even a bit of that curb. It's quite a vicious curb, that one. It can unsettle the cars as they go through Graham Hill Bend, and on the exit of that corner there are sensors there for track limits, and we've seen how serious they can be when they kept pinging Chris Harris in that last race. So you just definitely don't want to take a risk with those sensors at all. So that curb on the inside, if you clip it too hard, it does tend to push you into those sensors. So a little bit of caution, especially with 10 minutes still to go. Lots can happen, but Hugo Bush is fully caught up with O'Flanagan. You saw a perfect example of the toe and then the slingshot. It's not enough, it's not early enough in that straight to allow him to get the momentum on the outside. So they'll look for the tuck under, and it's not there because Taylor O'Flanagan's had the opportunity to cover it off. So at the moment they will go in line astern, but that is exactly how we have them holding each other up, and you can see immediately that Mansberger is ready to pick up the pieces if they have an issue. So around Graham Hill again. It seemed 2 seconds since we were there last, but yeah, they circle around this track ever so quickly, and surprised they're not all dizzy by the end of the race. You can see that the battle behind is now Bianchi is ahead of Ryan Errol, but Errol's come back to Bianchi there. So Bianchi was fighting Ben Buckley, wasn't he, for a couple of laps ago, but he's dropped back again. Coming into that fight, we've had 20 minutes already, and these tyres have been worked hard, and especially by Bianchi, who has been full of action. So the dynamics of his car might be going away from him as far as speed goes. We've got side by side for the lead. This time Hugo Bush does have extra momentum. He slides a bit through the middle of the corner, still keeps it within bounds and got some momentum around the outside, but that's not going to be enough. Taylor Flanagan's done enough to protect the inside of Druids, and once you're up the inside there, you can be pretty safe that you're going to get the exit. And Hugo Bush does let him have that exit as they head off down Graham Hill once more. Mansberger probably doing the right thing, which is just staying within attack distance, but Ben Buckley has got enough speed to come across to them. He is a guest driver this weekend, so he will be with us a number of different rounds, but he can't be with us for all rounds, and so he is a guest for this championship. So he won't count as far as championship points goes, and I'm sure their drivers will be all aware of that out front here. However, he still does take away trophies and podium celebrations, so whilst you might get the points for third place if he takes that from you, you won't get any of the plaudits in the paddock for that. Hugo Bush looking for the tuck under that time, so he tried the round the outside, it didn't work, and he just tried the cutback, and that didn't quite come off for him either. He's got to be careful with him being sort of hung out a little bit, one car wide there, that Mansberger doesn't come up the inside, which he has done. He's got the inside though for Graham Hill, but that will hold them, two of them up again in their fight to try and catch up, and all it's doing is dropping them back to Buckley. You can see how quickly he's come across that gap, and then O'Flanagan has got that little gap in front, so it's a fascinating ebb and flow of this race. Looking at just down the results to give you update on Chaplin, he's in 9th place, so he caught up with that rear group, but he hasn't yet managed to make his way through the group behind this one. So at the moment the Chaplin sort of comeback has sort of stalled at 9th place. We see this 4 cars out front here, sort of equally spaced this time through, so Taylor Flanagan it still heads this field, and now has definitely been in the lead for more races this weekend than anyone. 6 seconds back to Chaplin in that chase, 9th place there. So yeah, it's going to be tough to come back over 6th place, especially given that he's also got a number of different cars in his way as well to get back here. So it looks like that battle has now faded, or the threat has faded from behind. So Hugo Bush, with that win yesterday, he'll be looking and working out, how do I get past Taylor O'Flanagan to make this a double? We've already seen a double race win this weekend, so he will be looking and working out how does that happen. He's going to see where his fast and his parts of the track that he's quick at and where Taylor Flanagan's quick, and he can then try and assess where does he want to be at what particular point in this race, keeping in mind that at any time we can have an incident or issue. So being out front sort of guarantees you that you are going to, if a safety car comes out, for example, you definitely want to be out front. There is the battle that's got the Chaplin at the rear of it, but we've still got Bianchi out front, so whether his tyres are going off or with a little bit of jinking and jiving there as Ryan Errol moves to the outside of Chaplin. He then, Lovett was already there, wasn't he? And then we see Chaplin now making his way past Efremidis in the yellow car. So he is still making progress forward. I think that moves him up now into 8th place. But with 6 minutes left, can he get across that gap? Is there anything other than an issue that's going to help him out here and get across that gap? But at the moment, he's still having to deal with Lovett next up on his shopping list. There is the Bianchi white car, followed by Ryan Errol, and then the Lovett flamed car, and then we've got Chaplin in that blue car coming quick and right in the toe, looking he's going to dive to the outside. Yes, he is choosing the outside. He had sort of an option there. He could have gone inside or outside. He chose the outside that time round. He is going to sit behind the car but look for the cutback underneath, but unfortunately clipping that curb on the inside of paddock does mean that there's a bit of a wing stuck in the middle of paddock. That would have been a bit of an eye-opener. If you get that stuck under your wheel, then it's a bit like driving on ice. There's no braking capability of your car anymore, so hopefully that will get pushed out the way without too much incident. Chaplin trying this way and that. He's clearly got speed in that car. He's got a run off of this corner, but it does off of Graham Hill, but it puts him to the outside of Surtees, and he doesn't quite have the overlap to make that stick, so he's going to have to follow again, knowing that the move into paddock is probably his best bet. But he's also got to look in his mirrors and check for the Efremidis car, which has not gone anywhere. It's still absolutely there. Battle out front, side by side for the lead, side by side for 2nd and 3rd, side by side for 4th and 5th, and the 3 wide for the final part, playing points of this battle we're watching now. So yeah, no one wanting to go single file. We are coming into that final 5 minutes. Again, that wing is still stuck in the middle of the track. They're causing a bit of kerfuffle, but they're still navigating it okay. Ryan Errol now moving ahead of Bianchi. Bianchi's been in the head of this field for this pack here for a little while now, but Ryan Errol in these final 5 minutes looking like he wants to start staking a claim to that position. They are absolutely nose to tail coming up through out of Graham Hill and up into Surtees again. Efremidis and Chaplin. So Chaplin's still struggling to get past Lovett. He hasn't managed to pull out the slipstream and get through yet. Yeah, absolutely nose to tail as we go round clearways again with 4 minutes and a half to go. A little bit of oversteer moment there coming the car behind. Side by side again. They are rarely going nose to tail at the moment. They've got plenty of cars up ahead of them. Looks like Hugo Bush looking for the undercut again, not coming off, but they've got back markers to deal with now. So this will be the Hall, Brown, Vokes and Arnold cars there, and they will be part of the battle. They'll be looking at each other. They're not going to necessarily be able to see the blue cars. We saw Hugo Bush struggling with oversteer around Druids that time. He's clearly pushing hard, but equally his tyres may be crying foul, saying they've had enough. They've done 27 minutes of this race and they're a bit tired. But yeah, that's definitely causing oversteer in his car. See the battle behind is still Mansberger ahead of Buckley, but Mansberger's faded to that Buckley car, whereas these lead two have definitely pulled away. So having to balance that car all the time, you can see they're struggling to get it turned at all times. The wheel having to be worked hard by all these drivers as they come up to these back markers. Back markers are definitely come a part of this race, aren't they? They've nose missing with that one car out in front. Which won't be helping his straight line speed. Hopefully they do see these yellow flags and we can get this battle to continue. I'm expecting that to be the brown car, potentially ahead of them, or Hall. That's one of the two, as they do catch up rapidly into the Druids hairpin. This is a really nervous time for Taylor O'Flanagan. He's got a bit of a gap here to play with, but he's still got to work his way through that battle and hope that they've seen him. You've got spinning cars. Hugo Bush having to stake to the grass to avoid the spinning car. As another sort of, God, I expect he was a bit scared of that one. It could have been anything. He took the right avoiding action and made it onto the grass and safely back onto the race service. But that shows how variable it can make it. Somehow he didn't lose out too much speed, and Mansberger's still ahead of Buckley at this point. That would have been a scary, scary moment for both of the leaders there. So Taylor O'Flanagan sort of got off a bit lighter that time, so he's pulled a bit of a gap, and Hugo will have to dress himself down, have a look at himself and make sure everything's okay, and off he goes again, not making the apex. He is really struggling to turn that. He didn't make the apex, and he actually made it all the way into the gravel. He's going to drop all the way to fifth place. He couldn't make it. His car's been struggling to turn in for this last few corners, and now you can see he's angry as he's lucky to make it out that gravel trap. We've seen so many cars getting swallowed up by that, and he's still in that fourth place currently. But that moves O'Flanagan clear into the lead now. Bush is out of that into fourth, so Mansberger is second and Buckley is third. So Mansberger's inherited that by way of being in the right place at the wrong time, as it were. So he was distanced by this lead too, but nevertheless, because of that move, Bush just put himself onto the dusty part of the track, and he just couldn't get that car turned in. I said earlier that he's struggling with those tyres at this stage of the race. Looks like he's back up to speed though, so no damage to that car, just a damaged ego. I expect he was looking for the double, and now is going to be left without even a trophy to his name for this second race. But still, I think he'll look back at it and maybe think himself lucky that he got out of that gravel trap. But here is O'Flanagan then, so he's quite ahead and clear in the PT Sports Car run car. 1 minute and 15 of this race to go, so we're going to have this lap and the next. And before potentially another one, depending on how quickly they get to the line. But anyway, we're coming down to the absolute end of this race now, and this battle across Lovett and for 5th down to 8th is still going absolutely at it. In fact, 5th to 9th. But now it's Lovett that heads that field. So the last time we looked through here, it was not this order. So Lovett has come out on top. Bianchi looking up the inside of Errol, who left a Caterham-sized hole at the inside apex there, but it didn't happen. Chaplin still stuck behind him and unable to yet to make Chaplin lose that place. We've been working at it for quite a long time now, so this has definitely come onto the last lap. And here is Taylor O'Flanagan. Let's see his Carbon Creator sponsored PT Motorsport car, number 11. He's been second place yesterday in yesterday's race after the results were reclassified. So a successful weekend as far as yesterday's race, second place, and today gone one better and moved into that first place. And with 10 seconds to go, I can't see that he's going to lose it. It's actually Hugo Bush that's currently got fastest lap of the race, 53.964. I told you someone would get the 53s. So that would be an extra point for Bush and a little bit of consolation for finishing in that fourth place. But it's O'Flanagan coming up to take this second Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R race in fine style, and he is ahead of Mansberger, who takes second place, just ahead of Buckley in third place. And we just wait for Bush to come across the line in fourth, which he does now. He gets that fastest lap for an extra point. Lovett, Errol, Bianchi, Chaplin, Ephraimidis was the battle behind. Now we're looking at Mott, Taylor and Brunt, and it looks like Brunt, Mott, Taylor and Brunt was how they ended. Then Harris recovering back up from the back of the field to 13th place, and then a little bit further back we're still seeing these battles finish off as the tail end of the field do cross that line. With such a large field, it's not really so much the tail end, is it? But see the wings still getting blown around there. Another couple to add to the Marshall's stack. But there is the winner of this second Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R race. It's Taylor O'Flanagan, champion from the Roadsport racing last year. And there is Dominic Mansberger as well in second place. He'll be happy, I think, in the Motul sponsored car there. Certainly after he had a third place yesterday, so he's also gone one better. So another good start to his season. We're looking at the confirmation of the results, provisional results. Taylor O'Flanagan takes the win, Dominic Mansberger in second, and Ben Buckley takes the third place. Hugo Bush is in fourth place with fastest lap for an extra point. Ryan Lovett is fifth, Ryan Errol sixth, Philip Bianchi seventh, Michael Chaplin eighth, Chris Efremides 9th, and Peter Motul is in 10th. 11th is Anthony Taylor. William Brunt was 12th. Ian Harris 13th. Andrew 14th. Ryan Meager 15th. Gwyn Jones 16th. Marcus Eels came home 17th. Kevin Turner 18th. Richard Hall 19th. And Paul Vokes round out the top 20. 21st, Simon Arnold. Ian Brown 22nd. James Hall and Michael Hilton we saw pulling into the laps, and we saw Hall earlier in the barriers. We're going to go over to Sam now in assembly.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, it's back-to-back races this afternoon. Now it's the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. This is their third race of the weekend. So let's have a chat with some of the guys, see how they're feeling for their final race. Afternoon, Aaron.
Oh, yeah.
So, final race of the afternoon for you.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, feel like we've had a few good results this weekend, so this will hopefully be a little bit less sort of hectic, I hope. We just want to try and keep it in first position, no stalling, and hopefully keep the position and finish the weekend on a high.
Definitely. Well, you're used to starting on these slicks now, aren't you?
Yeah.
So hopefully you get a good start. And obviously yesterday when you started on pole, you had James Murphy alongside you.
Yeah.
For this one, you've got him behind you.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to get a good start and try and get in the lead at the beginning?
I hope so. He seems pretty good on his starts, so I'm hoping that he's going to get past Henry, and we can work together as a team and move forward.
Excellent. Well, good luck. Okay, we'll just have a quick chat with Henry. Hello, Henry. It's been a good weekend so far, hasn't it? Are you going to go for that win this afternoon?
I'll be trying my best. So, yeah, it's a competitive field. I'll be trying my best. Yeah, and see if we can go one better than the previous race. But it's all to play for, and yeah, we'll look to do well.
Well, all the best. Thanks, Henry. We'll move along, see if we can have a quick word with James as well. Afternoon, James. So it's third race for you. Are you feeling quite confident for this one?
Yeah, as confident as one can be with all these drivers, all these very quick drivers around. But yeah, it's, again, same weather we've had. Tyres are race older, so we'll see how they last. And yeah, the same very quick drivers up front. We'll see how it pans out. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. Obviously, you've got Aaron in front of you. Are you hoping he might have a moment on the start line again, like yesterday?
Thanks for reminding me. I'll be ready for it.
Yeah. Make sure you're ready. Yeah.
Thanks. Cheers, Sam.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, good luck for the race. I wonder if we've got time to have a chat with our fourth place driver, Chris Moore, in his lovely purple and white car. Chris, you right for a quick chat?
Yeah, of course.
I love the colour scheme, by the way. So you've had a quite good weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, not
Are you
bad.
pleased?
My first go in the car, so I'm just glad I'm able to stick at this sharper end, but we'll see what I can do.
I'll leave you to it. I think that's you've got to go. But all the best for the race. Thank you very much. Right, over to you, Chris. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, as they pull out of assembly onto the grid, straight back-to-back racing for this afternoon for this 7 UK Championship car. We've already had one race today with these cars earlier. We can see Paul's car is being covered back, so they're clearly going to time that so that they know that they can clear that by the time they line everybody up. So we've already had one race today. This is the only championship in the Caterham Motorsport Ladder that does 3 races a weekend, and they do 3 20-minute races rather than the more sort of traditional 2 30-minute races that we saw for the 310 and the 270R. But this is the top flight Caterham Motorsport car, so this is the 7 Championship UK. It's 180 horsepower. They've got slick shod tyres on their cars, so you'll see them having to work them hard to get the heat in. But those slicks mean, and with the uprated suspension, a limited slip diff and 6-speed sequential box that they run in these things, they are absolute thoroughbred race cars. They lap around here incredibly rapidly. We saw 48-second bracket laps in qualifying, and in the racing we're seeing them still dipping under 50 seconds. So if you've ever turned a lap round here, you'll know how rapid that is. Just getting that. There are plenty of previous champions across the whole board. We're looking at some of the marshals out on track at the moment, and again we'd like to thank them as much as we can throughout a race weekend, and thank you again to all the marshals who sit on the banks in whatever the weather. Luckily we've had some sunny weather today and good everything's playing ball, and get to sit and watch Caterham racing in the sun. And I know that they've had a little bit of walking to do to go and pick up wings and stuff, but and a few tidy ups. But that's what Caterham is quite famous for. And I know that the marshals, when I speak to them, they enjoy the Caterham race meetings. But here is the third race then, 7 Championship UK. And Henry Heaton lining up on second place there, ahead of Aaron Head. So Aaron Head started the first race on pole, didn't he? But he stalled, went to the back of the field and fought way back to 4th. And in the race this morning, he managed to go to the head of the field, and he took that win. So Henry Heaton has taken a win in the first race, and he was a second place. So he's been right up there every single race that we've had so far. Can he continue that form into third place? Well, James Murphy will be looking to take that place away from him. They only allowed 1 set of tyres, or new tyres, per race weekend. So this is now they've done qualifying on those slicks, and they've done 2 races so far. So their tyres will certainly be starting to feel it a little bit. We talk about the tyres getting sort of angry and tired as they get age and as they get heated through the race. But these slicks have had to work hard today. We're going to ask them to do a bit more work now. Such is the durability of these tyres that they'll be used for testing outside these racing that we've got here. See, there's just a little bit of a hold on the grid whilst we tidy away the car that we were watching from the previous 270R race. But it gives us a chance to call out Aaron Head on the left there in the black and the pink roll cage. Henry Heaton in the bright blue, the shiny blue car there. We've got James Murphy back towards the left, just behind Aaron on the orange and black car. And then Chris Moore with the snazzy colour scheme of purple and white on the right-hand side. Like you said, it was his first time driving the car properly in a race meeting this weekend. So he's going to be pleased with, I think, a 5th place and a 4th place. So what a stellar start to his race. We saw there's Swan Dixon on the right behind him in the white car. So he was fighting back with Monks, who you can see behind him on the sort of top right of your screen now. We've got Lee Bristow, who's fully inserted himself up the inside into this championship, pulling away on their green flag lap. Bit of smoke there from Aaron for figuring out how do I make sure it doesn't stall. He's absolutely going to learn that lesson, isn't he? They pull away, and the rear of the field will just finding out if slick tyres are a bit cold, they offer up no grip, which is why we see these cars weaving and wheel spinning as much as they can to get that heat into the tyres. So yeah, so Aaron Head, you can see they're absolutely working that wheel as hard as he can, and they're doing that all through that field just to see whether they can get the grip in. Here's confirmation of that grid then. Aaron Head's going to start from pole. Henry Heaton alongside, James Murphy and Chris Moore in the second row. Third row is Bristow and Swan. Dale Head, Greg Monks in the 5th row. So Tim Dickens, Andy Lees in 9th and 10th. Ian Sparshot, Mark Farmer 11th and 12th. Simon Griffith, Gary Lapidus 13th, 14th, Chris Kirby and Mike Evans. I think Mike Evans was having engine issues. I don't believe he's in this race. They're going to go and consolidate, and they will come back strong in Snetterton. So we have lost, I believe, Mike Evans from this race. There is Aaron Head. Pink roll cage, pink helmet. Henry Heaton in the white helmet but with the blue car. And James Murphy, Chris Moore, and there's Lee Bristow. And there's the recovering Swan. Jake Swan came up nicely through the field, didn't he, to take that 6th place. So he started right at the back with Greg Monks, and Monks not too far behind, just a couple of places back from him. But yeah, everyone absolutely, on their A game this morning. The racing was epic, and we're looking forward to more of the same as they just get the last couple of wheels, burnouts underway to try and get that rear temperature up as much as they can. 1.3 miles of Brands Hatch Indy isn't a long time to get temperature into your tyres and then into your brakes as well. See the cars lining themselves up for the third and final 7 UK race of the weekend for us. They will see them next out at Snetterton. But we have got the last cars in place, so we've got the green flag. The 5-second board is shown to the drivers, so we'll be waiting for those lights. Who is going to make the best start of this third race? The Caterham 7 Championship UK, sponsored by Avon. Aaron Head doesn't get away good, but James Murphy does. He's looking for a gap that looked like it was a bit squeezed, so Aaron Head actually squeezed James Murphy a little bit, and that made in the second phase of that race he actually got They got absolutely barnstormer. So with an initial slow start, he got away well. Henry Heaton slotting into that second place, so it's first and second as they were on the grid, third and fourth as they were on the grid, and then even fifth and sixth. So at the moment it's all happening exactly as the grid predicted, but a little bit of shoulder barging there. Jake Swan lost the rear end of the car. He's coming into Graham Hill that time through. Cold tyres. I think Greg Monks has been shuffled back a little bit, hasn't he, into the order, but Head is still leading over the top of Henry Heaton. The number 10 car there. He's been up the front of every single one of these races, as has James Murphy there in the orange and black car, and Chris Moore has sort of faded and come back through a number of times, and he benefited from the Monks and Swan issue that we had in race 1 to take 5th place, and so he's had a 5th and a 6th to, sorry, a 4th and a 5th to his name, which is great. But he's under attack from Lee Bristow, side by side into Paddock Hill. 20-minute races, don't forget, so we just watched a couple of 30-minute races, but the 20 minutes does give it a different attitude. We're kind of coming in after that first 10 minutes has already sort of disappeared, if you like, so we're already getting to that point where you need to start thinking about moving forward, and that's why we see a lot of movers and shakers in these early laps. There's Andy Lees coming down the inside of Tim Dickens, but can't make that one stick, and there's behind him that spar shot in the 34 car, but Head out front. Heaton and then James Murphy absolutely nose to tail. Remember, these tyres are tired already by the time they get to this race, and they'll be looking to make sure they don't overheat them whilst they've also got to do all the racing. But James Murphy looking good in 3rd place at the moment, isn't he? He's come across a gap, very quick time, but Henry Heaton's got the tow. James Murphy's going to have the double tow. Is there anything he can do with it? The road's rather blocked, isn't it, by the two in front, so at this stage of the race he can't do anything with that extra speed. He's looking to see whether he can tuck a front tyre underneath Henry's rear, but it's not going to happen. Head moves across to defend, and that's going to bunch the pack up again. Chris Moore right back on this tail, so as soon as that defensive move happens up into Druids, you see the pack all come together, and they are absolutely line astern all the way through this field once more. Head now into Graham Hill again. A bit of a lock up there from Andy Lees. It looked like he didn't make the apex, but has made the exit. Monks will be looking to see whether he can make anything happen, but he can't at this stage as they bump on through that Surtees. Curb's quite uncomfortable to run there, yet you've got to do it to make sure the car is in the right place at the right track, especially for this right of clearways, which is really important to get a good run out of clearways and then onto the straight. I call it straight, it's actually a constant curve, isn't it, to the right. But yeah, they're coming up and now uphill into Paddock before they turn into the right hand around 80-90 miles an hour in these cars, and it drops away from you, and you can have the compression at the bottom, which makes the car grip up again, which is another reason you see the cars sort of wiggle and squirm as they hit the bottom of the hill there. There is Monks, and he started in that, I think it was in 8th place on the grid, so currently sitting in about 10th, so he has been shuffled back just a touch in the early phase of this race. Aaron Head's looking like he's sprung a little bit of a gap, hasn't he, with Henry Heaton now having to look in his mirrors rather than looking ahead. However, it will mean that he's got a couple of laps where he could make some good lap times, so maybe his fastest lap is one of the things he wants to achieve in this race, which they get an extra point for doing it, and Greg Monks currently has that extra point to his name on the scoreboard. So an extra point is the equivalent to overtaking a car, so obviously getting a fastest lap is just as important as overtaking a car, and yeah, it can come particularly important. It can be really important when a championship comes to a head at the end of the year, so as many fastest laps as you can get, the better. Henry Heaton again having to defend. We saw him do a stellar job of defending for nearly the first half of the race this morning. He held the entire pack up behind him whilst defending, always putting his car where it needed to be to prevent other people getting through, and again it looks like he's doing a good job against James Murphy. Here's the Bristow, Swan and the 64, I think that's the other Dale Head, so that's Aaron's leading this race, and Dale, his brother, is just behind this battle here. He was 7th place last time across the line. You can see Aaron's trying to jink and jar, move out of the slipstream. You can see James Murphy was in the slipstream, moved out, was looking at the Bristow and Swan battle, and then Murphy was still alongside as they partly went through Paddock, but he actually had to move back behind. So Aaron thinking that Henry's far enough behind that he can do with throwing the tow, and he has an advantage. He can put his car wherever he likes, whereas Henry has to keep driving in his mirrors to prevent James Murphy getting through. Chris Moore has done this on all 3 races so far. He's absolutely put his car where it needs to be. He's got all the pace he needs, and he kind of sits there and waits for the race to develop for him, and it's worked out very nicely for him, thank you very much, in the 92 car. So first time he's driven this car. He's kind of, Murphy did that last year. He injected himself into the batters and he won a race, so I'm wondering whether Moore will have those ambitions as the season progresses. Bristow having to defend a little bit further back from Swan, but there's the Murphy Heaton battle with Chris Moore in that purple and white car. It does look incredibly nice, and especially in these sunny days around Brands Hatch, and the DPR shod teammates there running line astern. Henry Heaton in front of him. Then you've got in front of them Aaron Head in the lead and pulling a slight gap still. So that little movement left and right to try and throw the toe, maybe that's paying off for him. Henry's certainly going to have to, he's certainly having to look in his mirrors rather than look ahead. You can see again Aaron moving from left to right, making it awkward for Henry, so he's going to have to look in front and behind. And these laps turn around so quickly. We're now so 5 minutes, or just over nearly 6 minutes into this race. See the amount of action that we pack into a Caterham race. Is you're certainly not waiting for action, are you? You get it delivered to you straight away. Again, more movement. Henry can't follow him that time, you see, because James Murphy's going to have an opportunity to go on the inside. Henry's going to pinch him to the inside and not give him any room, but they are side by side as they go through paddocks. Henry's going to have the momentum up the hill, but he hasn't managed to get rid of the overlap. He did just as he got to the top of the hill. He managed to defend once more, and that lets Chris Moore come in around the outside. Another classic Brands Hatch move around the outside of Druids turns into the inside of Graham Hill. So Chris Moore now moving up into third place. That won't be in James Murphy's action plan. A little bit of contact, I think, as they just went down into Graham Hill, so they will now sit third and fourth, reversing the order, and that has allowed Aaron Head again to move slightly further into that lead. He's got a 0.7 second gap, and we've seen a couple of times this weekend a 0.7 of a second gap can go all the way out to 10 seconds by the race, or if they settle it down in this mid-pack, they will get back to him. But it's at this stage at the moment, it looks like Aaron Head's got a good and sizable lead, and the gap is now 1.6. So in that battling they did with all that side-by-side up in Druids, he took another second and a half out there. There's 1.6 seconds back to Heaton the last time across the line. Heaton having to defend once more. Now it's Chris Moore, James Murphy and Bristow and Swan now absolutely firmly ensconced in that battle as well. And there's Dalehead deciding he wants to have a bit of the action in that in the tail of that field as well. A little bit off the back of there was Tim Dickens, but he looks like he's coming back to that group. And he'll be certainly wanting to get back involved in that. A lot of drivers new to this championship this year, and they're having to learn these new slicks and what they feel like at the end of 3 20-minute races. They're certainly past their prime, yet they have still got plenty of go left in them. They're certainly extremely capable tyres that Avon has designed specially for this, or designed with Caterham especially for this championship. Chris Moore now alongside for second place, so he's got some momentum around that outside, and his car is fast. He's still got the overlap as they exit. Henry Heaton being a little bit aggressive with the shoulder barge out there has put Chris Moore out onto the gravel, and that is going to mean that Murphy's back up the inside, and Swan is also looking to take that position back. So Chris Moore was on the outside, and there was a bit of an overlap, but it was always a gap that was going to disappear, and he may have done better at that point to pull out of that position, but Henry nevertheless showed him the edge of the track, and he had to accept that invitation. So Moore ahead of Swan, and then ahead of Bristow, and then you can see the Head just behind them, and it looks like Dickens after that issue going up into paddock. He has now firmly attached himself to the end of this as well. A little bit behind Dickens, then we've got Monks, and then we've got Andy Lee, Sparshot, Griffith, Farmer, Lapidus and Kirby round out the field. Currently James Murphy setting the fastest lap at 49.707, so that's already faster than sorry, it's not faster than we've got another half second before we're faster than we were this morning. So still speed out on the track, but again with the aging tyres, that's still an impressive lap time to be still turning under that 50-second margin. We can't even see Head on our screen right now because he is pulling out a nice comfortable margin. He's just heading into Surtees now as they all come round a couple of seconds back. Another second lost to Head on that, and here is that Monks, Andy Lee's, Ian Sparshot and Chris Griffith's battle, and they're battling over sort of 9th to 11th and 12th, so that's that following battle. Ian Sparshot and his DPR. He's raced in this championship last year as a guest, and he's been in the 420s for a number of seasons, so he knows this car very well, but not with the slick shod car. He's only had a few outings with that, but he's getting used to it each time, and firmly ensconced in this battle. He's got another DPR teammate just in front of him. That's Andy Lee's new to it this year and learning the ins and outs. He's struggling a little bit with the tyres, and he wants to adjust his setup slightly. I'm sure the knowledge will come with that as he gets to learn this car a little bit more. Monks was with us last year, didn't do every round, but he's still he understands his car a little bit more than the cars around him at the moment, and he's leading that battle. Back to our second place battle though. Henry Heaton still sits in that second place, and it's now Murphy behind him. Chris Moore having lost out to Jake Swan, and he's still got Dickens, Head and Bristow behind him as well. So you've still got a lot to protect from. Murphy now, the next person to try and have a move on Henry Heaton as they go into paddock. Henry's only offering them the outside line though. Murphy this time though does have better overlap. His car is significantly alongside as they go out. So will he have the momentum up the hill? Well, Jake Swan-Dixon's looking like he wants to have a go as well. So Jake Swan up the inside of Murphy. He's got a bit blocked by Henry on the exit. So James Murphy may still have an overlap, but I think he's going to have to give up that position. He does try back with 9 minutes to go. He's thinking this is the time that I need to start going. He pushes his car straight back down the inside, and that's held everyone up. And this group is really now, you can see angry buzzing bees left and right, and everyone looking to see how they can use their momentum. They're somehow managing to keep all their wings on where so many haven't before. But at the moment, this battle is sort of increasing in its intensity as we've moved into the second half of this race. So we've had part one of this race, we're into part two, and it's part two that counts. It's the part two that gives you the points paying positions. As we see there, Dalehead looking at Bristow and making really good steady progress all weekend. So he qualified further back, but has now made his way back through and forward to this lead group, and he's certainly learning this car quick. And he's looking up the inside of Bristow. He's got a significant alongside. Bristow's going to have to give him room. Dickens will look to see whether he can make benefit from that as well, and he is alongside Dalehead, having a massive oversteer moment there as these tyres cry foul. They've done enough for you. It's up to you now to sort of control and balance that, but he is still ahead. Now Bristow having to defend from Dickens behind. There's Murphy, teammate with Chris Moore, and there's Swan-Dixon now through, or Swan, sorry, Jake Swan behind Henry Heaton there in that battle. So he is making great progress. He's moved now into the podium paying positions, and he's looking for more, isn't he? Can he succeed with Henry where others have failed? Is again only being offered that outside line. He's going to actually sort of tuck in behind and see whether he can get the undershot, but we've seen Henry's good at protecting that this time. Has he got any tyres left to do it? Yes, he can come across. He's still got the speed on the exit to still protect from that, and Jake Swan has to sit there in that third place, and it's now James Murphy next up and ready to see whether he can pick up that place. The character of the race is slowly changing as we move down into this final end of the race. So we're 7 minutes still to go yet, so there's still time for things to happen. But if you're Tim Dickens or Lee Bristow and want to move forward, well, now is the time. You have to start doing that. Brands Hatch is one of those tracks it's not easy to make more than one place up per lap at best. So they all start drifting, these cars around there. Bristow very close to the edge of the track as well. Again, you don't want to get onto that gravel. Now it's turn for Swan-Dixon and Jake Swan to try and go to the outside of paddock. Can he succeed? James Murphy is ready to pick up the pieces immediately behind him, and to follow the battle. Here's Andy Lees following Monks, and that's Sparshot there with 34 of Ian Sparshot DPR car. Again, two DPR teammates running line astern. So what happened out there? Well, it's actually all turned around. So Swan-Dixon was looking for the outside line. He was going into that race trying to get second place, and now he's down into fifth or sixth place there. So it's all gone wrong. So every time anyone tries to overtake Henry, it's all going wrong. Murphy is next up to try in that queue. They've all taken it in turns. Murphy started this and dropped back, and then Chris Moore had to go. He had to drop back, and then Jake Swan has just had to go, and he's had to drop back. So Henry is doing a sterling effort at defence. We didn't see what happened in that manoeuvre. We have seen him show the edge of the track to a couple of drivers, but meanwhile, Aaron Head out front, as we said, that 0.7 of a second gap can grow to a 10-second gap, and well, he's at 6.5 seconds in the lead at the moment. Looking in his mirrors and wondering where the heck everybody else is. Well, everyone else is on the same bit of tarmac, and that's most of the problem. Dale Head looking up the inside of Jake Swan there, and up the inside of Chris Moore, who's slipping back, but Dale is the one on the move, so he took that 7-minute warning and said, right, I am going to move forward, and he's taken a couple of cars in a couple of laps. So absolutely the car on the move there as Dickens still joins this rear battle behind Bristow. He's got the interval, there's nothing between second and seventh, so you can see on the graphic there, so from second to seventh we've got 0.9 of a second between this intense battle, and they're all taking it in turns, and sometimes at parts of the track that's only over the line. Parts of the track they're even closer than that as they all go fan out side by side. Heaton is still out in front though. Murphy's got that, you can see the toe kick in there halfway through, but he's got Head to deal with now, the Dale Head rather than Aaron. They're pinching Henry as much as they can to the inside, but he's still managing to carry the speed. A little bit of a complaint from James Murphy's tyres there as they're starting to go off, and Dale Head around the outside and Jake Swan up the inside. They are all together on that piece of tarmac again. Murphy getting a little bit manoeuvred, his car sort of at the absolute edge of grip, and he didn't have anywhere to put it, so he's still going to manage to stay ahead of Chris Moore, but he's been shuffled behind once more. Any time anyone gets to the rear of Henry Heaton's car, they're getting shuffled backwards as they try and make that move, but it's not sticking. Henry Heaton still out in front in the second place. Don't forget, so we've got Aaron Head way out in front at the moment, 7.2 seconds this time through. Dickens at the rear of this field, under a second behind second place at this late stage of the race. We're into that final 5 minutes. The character of the race will change up in intensity once more. Head trying to dive to the outside to throw the dummy. There is Aaron Head, his brother, that's protecting up into Druids. He's got nothing to do really other than complete this race. But behind him, Dale was the next person to try. He has managed to stay behind. No, Swan Dixon up the inside, Murphy around the outside. A sort of action replay of what happened the time before, except for the colour of the cars in the various positions had changed. Swan Dixon, so Jake Swan, he is actually Jake Swan Dixon, but he's chosen to use Jake Swan this year. That's why you keep hearing me stumble over that. But Jake Swan in that third place behind Heaton. Is he going to be the one to make this stick, or are they better off just letting Henry take that paddock hill and trying another bend at this stage? Every single time they've tried, they've failed, so Henry's worked out how to defend that corner. An incredibly tough driver at the moment to get past, isn't he? And this everyone else, he's the cork in that Boston. He did it in race 1 earlier as well, but he only held it to second place as someone got past him, so Head got past him in that late stage of that race as well. And it is still only Head out in front of this battle. Again, Henry moves to the inside, only giving the person, Jake Swan, the inside, which means that Murphy can come alongside. There's a bit of a touch there as the wheels overlap, and Murphy there was a second touch, and he got his arms all crossed up. I think they got caught with the arm restraints he has, and he's been shuffled right to the back of this grid. So you saw those tyres overlapped and interlocked, and there is a wing going. Is James Murphy not happy about that? He's giving a hand signal there to say he's not happy. But a little bit of interlocked cars, and then once the first slide happened, there was a second contact which pushed him then onto the gravel. But James Murphy now at the back of this field, so he's slipped to that 7th place, and he clearly not happy about that. But we've still got 3 minutes of this race to go. Let's concentrate on that lead battle. Jake Swan without the rear wing there now, but Dale Head as well involved in that battle, side by side into Paddock Hill. He's pinching again ever so hard, but Henry touches the curb that time. He's going to put him out wide, puts Dale onto the gravel, but he's still got the momentum, enough momentum up the inside to protect. He has got the inside of Druids. He's going to be exhausted after this race from all the action. There's the wing from last time through. There is Chris Moore as well, not too far away, and he'd be waiting to pick up those pieces. He's been patiently waiting in line, hasn't he? It is like a queue, and they're all taking their turns to have a go, but none of them are managing it. It's only Paddock they've got the speed and position to make that move. Everywhere else Henry is protecting, and is actually not allowing them to come alongside, but it is every single time through Druids. It is the crucial point as we see that rear tyre exposed of Jake Swan's car again to the outside, so close to the overlap. He was using every single last inch of that slipstream. He has now got the overlap in front of Henry. Is he going to be the first one to succeed? Henry is still alongside him. He's going to see whether he's got the momentum up the hill. He hasn't. Henry is still defending. Dale Head's got nowhere to go. He's got cars blocking him this way and that way. Somehow Henry still came out on top in that exchange. He has got the tight line working for him, and he is able to defend up to the inside. It takes a lot of awareness to know where you are. Jake Swan a little bit locked up there as he came into Graham Hill. These tyres are now going to be absolutely exhausted, as are the drivers, but they're still looking to try and take that second place away from the number 10 Henry Heaton car. Fantastic end to this race. It's absolutely breathless stuff from this top flight of Caterham Motorsport. Jake Swan there heading around out onto the front straight for what will be, I think, the penultimate times. They've got a minute and 30 seconds left. Aaron Head is so far ahead that we needed to watch them. We're going to have 3 wide into Paddock Hill. Dale looking around the outside. Can he succeed? 3 wide round. He's on the dust, so I don't think that's going to work. Christian was going to look up the inside. More shoulder barging there. Don't think they actually made contact, but it got close. Henry Heaton's still up the inside of Druids. They still cannot do anything with him. We're going 3 wide. Tim Dickens shoving up the inside of Dale Head. No contact. Everything continues. Dale Head just following along. It's absolutely go time, isn't it? There's number 14 there we're looking at. That is Kirby, and he's going to looking like he's going to get lapped by this group. He's going to see in his mirrors and see this angry group of cars. Is he going to come into play? Aaron Head's gone across the line. He's also got fastest lap, 49.670, so that's an extra point that Aaron Head's just got himself in clean air, or potentially with the use of a back marker. But as we come on to what could be the last lap, and I think it will be, we've got this absolutely angry battle for second place, and it's absolutely the place to be looking. Really alongside early this time for Swan Dixon. Has he now got the momentum? He still can't. There's a bump up the inside. Henry locks up an inside wheel, but he's still still absolutely refuses to give up that inside line. He is going to be able to protect the inside of Druids. In fact, he's got time to pull out. There is our leader, Aaron Head. He is comfortably ahead, 12 seconds down the road from this. You can see how slow the other cars are holding themselves up as Aaron makes his way through clearways. We haven't seen him on stream hardly at all today, but that's because he's disappeared off after the first half of the race. He really did scarper. That 0.7 of a second has grown all the way to what's going to be about 13, 14 seconds by the time he crosses. So that is 2 race wins for him, and if not for the stall on the start of the first race, who knows what Aaron Head could have done. But that's a great two races for Aaron Head. He's going to take another win, and in the battle behind we've still got Henry Heaton, in second place, with Swan Dixon, Jake Swan taking that third place, and then Dale Head, a great performance to get that fourth. In fact, it was Dale Head ahead of Chris Moore, then Murphy, Dickens, Bristow, Lees, Monks and Sparshot. It's absolute breathless stuff. There's Chris Griffiths crossing the line there in the white and yellow machine. What an afternoon's racing, and what a great way to finish off the 7th UK Championship. What a spectacular performance this by Aaron Head to pull ahead of that raging battle, which was absolutely protected by Henry Heaton in second place. But there's Aaron Head, and fastest lap as well. So not only does he take the extra point for winning the race, he takes the extra point for fastest lap as well. He's going to be delighted with that result. And after the rescue mission on the first race, where he stalled from pole position, went all the way to the back of the field and came back through to 4th place, and could have been more had he not thrown it into the gravel. So what a weekend he's had. Let's get confirmation then of the result, the provisional result. Aaron Head coming as winner there, ahead of Henry Heaton, the cork in the bottle, ahead of Jake Swan in 3rd place. So that is our podium today. Dale Head, a great result to come through to 4th place. Chris Moore, another solid result in 5th. An unhappy James Murphy down in 6th. Timothy Dickens 7th, Lee Bristow 8th, Andy Lees 9th, and Greg Month, he rounds out the top 10. And then we have got the 11th place. Just wait for those graphics to come up. I can confirm though, it is Ian Sparshot in 11th, Chris Griffiths in 12th, Lapidus in 13th, 14th is Farmer, and then Chris Kirby, we just saw in that way. Chris Kirby saw getting lapped at the end there. So rounding out their field, what an action! Some action replays of those midfield battles. This is the Murphy and Swan Dixon. There was absolutely nothing between them. You can see Swan Dixon does move slightly away from the apex, but James Murphy was on the outside, and the initial contact sends his rear flying, and then a little bit more of a nudge on the front tyre means that he pushed his front tyre, and that dropped into the back of that field. It was incredibly tight in all the way through. But a fantastic weekend from the 7 UK Championship cars. We have got one more race coming up later on a little bit, and that is the 3rd 310R race of the day. That's Group B and C, scheduled at 5, but we're running well ahead of schedule, so I think we will bring that forward. So keep an eye on the stream, keep it all on, and we will be back with you with all the action.
on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's a brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms. Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras. But
there's a few extras.
Leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
You're
things?
ready for
I never know.
a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all-too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it? Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer, I gotta say.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then, do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tiff. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or financing for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a
faster now.
Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Whoa. The pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took it. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real...
The brakes. Brakes. Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a pretty little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Nadell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn the hold. Look at that!
flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra, and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter, better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per ton. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'd be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Condition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh. He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula 1 driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state of mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim. Oh no, I've lost him again. Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside. Whoa! He's got me off the brake. We nearly crashed. I've got him now. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, I got it down the inside! No! Lock the front brakes up. Oh, well, I got down the inside this time. I got down the inside. I can force him wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring, but I'll wear him down. I'm a Motul 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
Everybody, how you doing? Good. How's your day? Yeah. Scored any goals? Oh.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruined your hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a hoot.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
Ah.
The tyres were wrecked when I blamed Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. You're good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it. You had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make you feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more to it. Now more. Off. Good. Yes. Yes. He can drift. He can drift. He can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
Well, just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'll go left to the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
You thought that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit time.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong, I only went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
So this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, right, left.
Got the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Oh, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No, I don't have a practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't okay. Right, that was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa, wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and look.
Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. What's so difficult about that, Tiff?
Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge.
I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. And what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i, longer and wider, so
Lovely.
a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
Hello and welcome back to Brands Hatch. We've got the Motul Caterham 310Rs on now. This is their final race. It's our Caterham final race of the weekend. My name's Sam Parker and I will be joined by Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box very shortly. But first I'm going to have a chat with some of the drivers. So on pole position we've got Pete Walters. Hello Pete, you feeling quite confident about this race?
Yeah, well, just another race to take each one as it comes. Weather's great for it, conditions look good. Got a few new boys that I'm going to have to race against for the first time, so it'll be good to see what they're like and hopefully see you guys at the end.
Excellent. Okay, well, all the best for the race. Good luck. Right, so let's have a little chat with Stephen Lyle. Hello, Stephen.
All right.
How are you feeling after the slight yes.
The robbery. Yeah, oh, it happens. I mean, I'm the one went over the track limits. I can't grumble. It is what it is.
Well, I suppose it's a little warning now, isn't it? So you know for today's race.
Yeah, I mean, the pros and cons you can take from it. I mean, we lost the win, but at least we proved to the 310 guys that we've stepped up to this class. We've gone straight out and on the track took a win. I think it's sent the message we needed it to, and now we've got to try and get a win to stand. Get the result official.
Yes. Okay, well, all the best. Good luck. Thank you. Right, let's have a quick chat with Harry. Hello, Harry.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
You looking forward to this race?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Finished P7 yesterday, so hoping for a podium today, definitely.
Yes, so starting third, you could, hopefully a podium is on the horizon for you.
Yeah, definitely. Well, hopefully the win, but I mean, I'll just try and stay in the top group till the end and then see what happens. Yeah.
Excellent, great stuff. Thank you very much. Now, let's have a quick chat with Harry George. Now, Harry. Hi, Harry, how are you doing?
Not bad, all right.
So, podium last time round, wasn't it?
Yes, third.
So, starting fourth, do you think you can get another podium today?
I'd like to think so. I mean, finishing anywhere further forward than fourth is my aim today in the second race. So, but yeah, I'll be pushing as hard as I would in the first one, without a doubt. So, yeah, we'll soon find out.
Excellent, great stuff. Well, all the best. Good luck for the race. Right, I shall now pass back to Chris in the commentary box. Over to you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. So we are ready for the third Caterham Motul sponsored Caterham 7-310R Championship race of the weekend. See the marshals just tidying up on track after the track action that we've just had before this race, and this is our last Caterham race of the weekend as well. So thank you very much for everyone who's been on for the whole stream, but do not go anywhere. We are in for more spectacular action, no doubt. We've got another 30-minute race for you in this Caterham 7-310R Championship. Yeah, we heard a little bit from the drivers there, and you'll have heard Stephen Lyle talking about a track limits infringement, and in the race earlier on today he did cross the line in first place, but subsequently he did have a track limits and penalty applied, which was 5 seconds, and such is the closeness of this race, that's moved him all the way back to 8th place in the results. So whilst he did cross the line in first place, he has been moved back to 8th. The crowd's there all watching on, and all the cars in assembly. We spoke to Pete Walters, a regular front runner and someone who's going to be looking to continue that as they've been released from Parc Fermé. There is Stephen Lyle, we got moved back, but because of the way we're qualifying, such as the numbers of 310Rs this weekend, we've got three, they qualified all together, but they've been split into 3 grids. We've already had A versus B race, and we've had A versus C, and now it is the turn of grid B versus grid C. So every driver this weekend has had 2 races, 2 30-minute races, but we've had in total 3 310Rs. So they haven't always raced against each other in every race, but they have at least raced everybody once. That's how this system works. You can see the numbers of them in this assembly area as they pull out. There's Gary Curtis just leaving the assembly area. Yeah, so we have the qualifying means that each of these grids is defined by that. So it's not the traditional where you finish is where you start the next race. It is now based on the original qualifying session, and that's why even though Stephen Lyle was moved back to 8th place, you still see him lining up on that front row of the grid alongside Pete Walters, and yeah, he will be looking to consolidate that and make good. Harry George we spoke to briefly there. He had a great result earlier. He finished in 4th place on the road, but after the 5-second penalty was applied to Lyle, that moved him up into a podium paying position, and what a step up from the academy last year to jump into this 310R. I know he's put in an awful lot of work and effort to get to this point, and he jumped in there and got his podium in his first 310R race weekend, so that's a great achievement for him. Still see plenty of people up in the grandstands all watching now. What a spectacular place to come and watch motor racing at Brands Hatch Indy. You see virtually the whole track from that top corner of the grandstand up there. You can really get a whole feel for the race and how it's developing. There's yeah, so it's a brilliant place, and whilst you have run out of time to join us this weekend at Brands Hatch, it's not too long away before we get out to the next event, which is Snetterton on 21st and 22nd of May, and all of the rungs of the ladder will be with us at Snetterton next time out on the 21st and 22nd of May. Please do join us if you can on a live trackside, but we will be on and streaming all the events as well if you can't make it to us. But it's always best to watch these races live, and we really love to see that. And the paddock's nice and open for you, so you can come and chat to the drivers as you want. The last car is in place, lined up for this third 310R race of the weekend. There's Group B and C. So Walter's there on pole position. He's in the black and white car. You've got Lyle alongside in the grey and orange. Then you've got Harry Cook, who did drop back to sort of 7th place in the race earlier in the yesterday, and he's looking, as he said, looking for a podium out of today, maybe even trying for that win. We've got Harry George in the blue car. He got that 3rd place earlier. Then we've got Blair McConaughey, so he's back. He did had in his race, this was yesterday, it feels a long time ago now, we saw a pile of dust from the lead group and I couldn't figure out what had happened, but Blair McConaughey had skirted the barrier at Paddock Hill and he was very lucky to get back onto the track, but get back on the track he did, and I think he drove to 6th place. But here's confirmation of the grid then. Pete Walters lined up alongside Stephen Lyle, Harry Cook alongside Harry George on the 2nd row. And then on 3rd row, Blair McConaughey, Andrew Murgatroyd, Alan Curtis, James Wingfield. Then we've got Carl Jones alongside Lars Hoffman, Alan Cooper and Dave Morgan. Dan Clayfan, Harry Landy, Jeff Price, Dave Morgan. Then we have Gary Curtis, Harry Eyre, Pete Wales and Henry Williams. Duncan Cook, Kevin Cooper, Roger Gaunt and Martin Gleisch. And then lining up the final row is Paul Herndine and Oliver Smith. You can see the numbers, the sheer numbers here. So this is only 2/3 of the full grid that we have. And in Snetterton, we should be able to accommodate everybody on one grid, which will be a truly spectacular sight to see them all going around for 2 30-minute races there. But we have got still 30 minutes of this Brands Hatch Indy track to go for these drivers today. Blair will certainly be looking to make better. He was right up in the lead battle until he had that Paddock Hill moment. He's coming in as the Caterham 270R champion this season, so he will be looking to see whether he can get back towards that podium. He was certainly moved himself early in the race yesterday towards that podium, and it was just a late race issue with that Paddock Hill bend. Still trying to understand this new car with limited slip differential. This is the changes between 270R and 310 are not significant other than a big power jump, so they move up to 152 horsepower and a limited slip differential, which does change the character of the car. Quite a lot of players still getting to grips with that. But I'm sure that will happen quickly as we see the tail of the field just coming through Clark Curve into the grid lines. So Lyle on the right of your screen and Walters on pole position on the left. That 4th position has paid off the last time out on the racing we were watching. Will 4th place work out this time through, and that is Harry George. But this is race 2 for the Caterham Motul sponsored Caterham 7 310R Championship. And the weather is still holding good all weekend. It's been sunny, and we're just moving into the evening sun now, and that's a fantastic weekend's racing. And let's hope for 30 minutes more racing of fantastic high quality. We've got the 5-second board, so looking for the lights and who is going to make the best start from this grid. Ready to go in this Caterham 310R Championship. Pete Walters and Stephen Lyle make a relatively even start. It looks like Cook had a bit of a stalled start. He didn't stall the car, but the engine sort of definitely bogged. So we've got a bit of a fight into the 3rd place, and then everybody wants to be 3rd at the moment. They're going 4 abreast. A little bit of rubbing maybe a tyre lock-up there, going through Paddock Hill, but they've all fanned across and made enough of a room. Murgatroyd making another fast start to get through up into about that 3rd position. So he does come out on top of that 3rd position. And then Wingfield getting a bit jinked to the right. I think he might have had a car failure there. The car right-hand front, he had a bit of a wishbone linkage failure earlier, and I wonder whether that's been more of the same. Certainly the car reacted strangely as it came out of Graham Hill there, or coming down to Graham Hill, and he had to pull to the inside. So that's Wingfield out of the running, but out front it is Walters, followed by Lyle. The 2 front runners are actually outrun. Front row starters are still out front of this grid, and they've got that little gap where it went 4 or 5 wide behind them. You can see that's allowed them to pull away, and it looks like it's Blair McConaughey maybe coming across. No, it's Alan Cooper in 3rd place with Murgatroyd. So Alan Cooper made a great drive yesterday to come through the field early, and he's done it again. He's back into 310R after a couple of seasons off, so he has injected himself up with Lars Hoffman, who we've seen losing some wings. That is that 34. That's let me just check. That is Blair McConaughey off in Paddock again. So that is really not how Blair wanted to start his race. He's ended up through Paddock, and he's going to be right at the back of the field, having gone through there early on. So whatever happened to that, we've seen James Wingfield there stranded on the inside of Of course, he's not going to take any further part in this race. At the moment, they're covering that with a yellow flag, so I hope no one's overtaking under yellow as they went through there. They file their way through clear ways again. There's the 84 Murgatroyd car in the blue with the yellow stripe, but out front Walters is looking like he wants to play on his own, like we saw Aaron Head in the last race, and he's got a little bit of a gap there from second to third, so he will maybe work with Lyle to pull that gap, and they've certainly got pace, those two, to do that. But Alan Cooper will be seeing whether he can pull them back in, and he was right in, fully involved in that lead battle yesterday when we last saw him. There is Andrew Murgatroyd. He now follows behind Harry George and Lars Hoffman, so he's been shuffled back in the order. And Alan Cooper in that third place. They've now, all of that is closed up, so what looked like it could have been a lead 2 is all closed up. Harry Landy we saw having issues on as he tried to join the grid. We've got a safety car, so the safety car missed them that time round, but we are showing the safety car boards, so they will have to go around this next lap under safety car conditions, and then they'll pick the safety car up as they go out of Graham Hill Bend the next time through. So with Wingfield stuck where he is on the track, they're not happy and they can't move that car, so they're clearly throwing that safety car at this point just to safely move that car to a position of safety. So the speeds will all be dropped. Pete Walters will act as safety car until such point as we pick the real safety car up at the bottom of the track. A little bit of a replay here, looking at the side-by-side. This is Murgatroyd, and looking at what happened to Blair. So he just locked up the car. The car just never turned in. Didn't get it stopped, or whether that's a cold tyre, a snatched brake or something, but the car would not turn for him, and he just went off into the gravel, and you can see the whole pack filing through after that. So there was a little bit of, that's a strange issue there. There's a bit dusty on the outside of that track, and maybe some incidents in the last race saw that, but there's Duncan Cook. But you can see the marshals there. Probably going to have to tow that out there. That's the wheel that they're sort of looking at, is the wheel that looked like it failed, and they're wondering whether they do now need to they can attach to somewhere else. There's a tow hook under there somewhere, but they look like they're just trying to retrieve it. Anyway, they will move that car off as quickly as they can. You can see the tow vehicle is ready to pull it up, and it ends behind the safety barrier. There's a little route up there that can get into the pit lane, or in behind the pit lane into the paddock. So it won't take too long to pull it up there, but we've got at least another lap behind the safety car, if not a couple. There's still 26 minutes of this race to go, so it's going to be like a restart, but all the gaps that had developed are now going to shrink. However, we did see the top 6 all nose to tail, so not too affected. But the restart of a race is always a nervous affair, so you've just settled yourself into the race and got yourself in an order and are sort of happy with where you are, and then the safety car comes along and you've got to work out how do you restart. So there's a bit of gamesmanship there that Pete Walters will try and figure out how and why. We're going to be watching another replay. Something pings off his car now. So in the paddock before, and yeah, you can see a bit of metal or something flying off the inside of his car, and it looked like his front left tyre was at a strange angle, and I know that he was having a wishbone joint being added to that car earlier in the year. I wonder whether that has failed in some way. There. So the car reacted strangely as it was heading down the hill, and then he was unable to turn in. There it is. A little bit of damage there. That's the shape of a nose cone, isn't it, in the rear quarter panel there. So he's got a bit of damage and denting to fix. So I wonder who's gone up there. Everyone's got their nose cone at the moment. Here is our Pete Walters, our leader for now. The safety car going around for another lap, I believe. So we'll keep an eye out just in case. You can see the safety car. The safety car's in. So this is the restart. Pete Walters has pulled away already, and the top 3 have sort of got a gap ahead of Lars Hoffman there. So he was left sleeping a little bit at that restart, and there's Harry George and Murgatroyd sort of left behind him. So a bit of unawareness there. Maybe see the lights have gone out on the safety car, and he's left a bit of a gap to that top 3. But the top 3 are going side by side into Druids Bend, and Walters left on the outside that time through. So he's going to drop to 3rd place, it looks like, now with Hoffman up in front. And then you've got Harry George behind Hoffman, and then it's Murgatroyd, and it looks like Cook, who again I think has dropped to that kind of 7th place where he ended the race yesterday when we saw him. And file on through. Here comes Stephen Lyle in front of Alan Cooper there. So it's Alan Cooper in the grey and number 71 car. And behind him is Walters. So the top three have shuffled their order, but they remain the same three in general. So we've got then Lars Hoffman is still struggling a little bit for straight line speed there, isn't he? He's not able to keep up with the Walters car, and the Cooper car and Lyle are going side by side. Cooper pinching Lyle to the inside, but Lyle, as he did in yesterday's race, is not willing to give up or capitulate, just like we saw Henry Heaton do in the 7 UK cars. He's holding that inside line, and absolutely, it allows you to defend up into Druids, and you can see how complicated it gets with everyone's got extra speed in the cars following, so they all compress, and then that does allow you sometimes as the leader to go out front. But Alan Cooper doing a last minute braking manoeuvre down the inside there, and he made that stick. He lost a bit of momentum coming out of Graham Hill, but he is going to lose again the place. Lars Hoffman trying to get up there. He will always throw the front of his car into a gap if he sees one in front, and so it's now Lyle. Cooper, after that manoeuvre, didn't quite pay off for him. It was a great under control manoeuvre, and it shows that he's got a good control of his car under the brakes. Hoffman trying to follow that toe. You saw that last time out he had lost the toe, and therefore he was a bit slower down the straight, and he's desperate to keep hold of it, and he has managed to keep hold of it to the end of the straight. And then we see Walters now in 4th, and that's the lowest he's been all weekend. Here's Murgatroyd in 5th place behind him. Walters looking up the inside. Is there going to be a gap up the inside of Hoffman? No, there's not. So Murgatroyd around his outside will look to see whether he can turn the outside of Druids into the inside of Graham Hill Bend. But so far he is. Yep, that was another wing goes flying there. That's a rear mudguard just got clipped off, and they've got cars going out wide. That's Cook, isn't it, off wide? And it was Walters' car. So Walters and Cook, like, they've had that issue, and there's Harry George now going to try and make through into that. And we see there's Harry Landy with his exhaust firmly attached. There's the number 9 of Cook, so he's going to have lost out a lot of places. He's sitting behind Harry Landy, who was around the 12th place car. So he's going to be sitting in around 12th place for the time being. It's not the ambition that he had for this race, but out front we've still got those front three. We've got Stephen Lyle, then Alan Cooper making his return, and Lars Hoffman returning to the 310R after last year, which didn't go to plan fully. He had a few incidents and issues that meant that he couldn't strike a campaign up, but Walters is still in that after losing that wing. He's still in that 4th place. Harry George right on his tail, and then it looks like it's Carl Jones in the green machine there, the dark colour with the green stripe, and so he's making good progress in this race, and Baldwin behind him, and following Baldwin is, I think that is the Cook. So a little bit of a replay here about what happened. Lock up from Murgatroyd. He clips in fact Murgatroyd, so we've lost Murgatroyd. I'd missed that fact. He clipped under brakes. He outbraked himself twice, clipped the rear of Lars Hoffman, and that sent him into Pete Walters. Speared off the rear wing, and he was left to drop back down the field. I missed completely, but he's gone down all the way to 24, so really stalled the car as well. He stalled the car, so it took a little while to get going. So Murgatroyd, who had been a visitor to the podium, or nearly getting there last time out, so he's going to be slipping down the field, and will be disappointed with that. So settling in, we've had 10 minutes of the race. We've certainly had plenty of action, as is always the case in Caterham racing. But now in the 2nd place, Lars Hoffman takes that 2nd place behind Stephen Lyle, and so Lyle will he's missing a wing, and Hoffman is also missing a wing, so I wonder whether Alan Cooper can make that 3 from 3. No, he has all of his wings intact, so see whether he can retain those to the end of the race. But Lyle goes across the line again. He's got some really good pace in this race. We saw Hoffman having real tough tussles earlier with Cockrell in the race we had earlier today, and he looks like he's got the bit between his teeth, and say shedding parts still in this race as well. He's certainly a passenger in the last contact. It was nothing to do with him. Murgatroyd just locked his tyre and had nowhere to go. As soon as you lock a wheel in these Caterhams, and like any race car, it stops slowing down your car, and yes, it can be a very uncomfortable position to be. But Harry George hanging on well there in that 5th place as well, so jumping from Academy to 310R this season. That's a big jump, a number of performance bands up. He's got a lot more power and all these extra tools like limited slip differential under his right foot. Lost all the sort of road legal aspects of this. There's no more lights on this 310R. You've lost the windscreen, so it's quite a different machine to he was driving last year. We see Lars Hoffman fully in the tow that time. Absolutely nothing between these two. They're kind of pinching each other as they go go into Paddock Hill. Lars Hoffman has to give up, but he's going to look for the undertake. He's got the overlap as they go up to Druid, so he will have completed that manoeuvre, and it's going to be to see whether Alan Cooper or can actually make anything. He drifts a little bit wide, see, onto that dust. As soon as you get off that line, the inside line has still a lot of grip, but as soon as you go off it, it's very dusty, and he's losing the rear of his car. We've seen that he's happy to have the car control to control those slides, but it's not the quickest way to go around, and he does lose that place again. Lyle has maintained that position even though he lost it temporarily, and then Alan Cooper straight behind him. Walters right on his tail, and Harry George is the watching brief at the moment in the blue car at the tail of this little pack. The DPR one, Lyle there out front, ahead of Lars Hoffman and Alan Cooper, as they come across the line again with 18 minutes to go this time through. So roughly 18 laps of this race remain. You can see how many laps we turn in 30 minutes. It's relentless around Brands Hatch. Again, he tries for the overlap, and he does have the overlap into Druids once more. Can he get it stopped up this time and therefore hold the inside line? Normally that would mean you've got it you've successfully made that move. Lyle does try and hold on, but at the moment he's on the outside of Cooper, so by being on the outside he does protect that position. A little bit of tyre overlap there. He didn't let Hoffman come into the line, and he is absolutely not willing to give it up, but it looked like Cooper had a run up on him into the Surtees, so Cooper is now come from third place, making his way there 3 wide into Surtees. How on earth did they fit there? I think Walters had to back out of that a little bit just to let that all fan through. 3 wide through Surtees is surely not possible. Somehow they've made it work. There we go. So Lyle now down to second place, but it wasn't Hoffman that moved him down to there. A little bit of it, well, in fact, a big jink out there, so I wonder whether Alan Cooper had a bit of a gear change issue. You see he's lost a lot of momentum, still kept his wins though, with Lyle going through into first place. I think Cooper did miss a gear change there as he went out onto the straight. Certainly looked like he lost momentum about halfway along that straight. And Harry George now firmly inserting himself in the number 17 blue car there on the outside with Carl Jones on the inside. And everything's coming back together again, because behind Jones, Baldwin and Cook and Price is even in this battle. In there, you can see he's just down in the black and red at the rear of this. So we are going to see the battle for that top 10 again in all line astern. In this 310R race. In the 270R we saw this, and we've seen it in the other 270. There's Pete Walters diving up the inside of Hoffman. There was a gap there. You can see he's having to balance the throttle all the time. He's a bit of oversteery, but he's left him enough room on the exit, but there was only one Caterham width, but that is all he has to do. And it looks like Harry George might be the person to benefit from this. He's going to stick it 3 wide up the inside of Paddock. Can he make that stick? He's on the brakes late, and he has got the inside line there. He's got the momentum. While those two were dealing with each other, he decided he'd be up the inside. He even keeps it within track limits, so he's not used up one of those lives either. Great move from our academy person. He's moved up I think he's finished second in the academy, so he's clearly got the bit between his teeth and understanding this car, and all the effort he's put in off season to get ready for this has absolutely worked. There is Price. You see again the slowly increasing levels of debris on the edge of the track as wings go flying and then generally get deposited at the bottom of Graham Hill Bend there. There's Carl Jones and Harry Cook. So we saw Harry Cook slip down the order to, but he's still in about 8th, but he's certainly firmly ensconced in this battle, and he's a quality driver, so expect to see him stay there. And I think behind, he's ahead of Baldwin. I think so Baldwin might have lost out on that lap through. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's behind Cook on that lap, so Cook making forward progress at this stage of the race. Lyle, though, still ahead. Now it's Alan Cooper behind. Pete Walters looking up the inside. Is there a gap there? Alan Cooper's going to be able to come across, but Walters now looking up the inside of Harry George, and that inside is going to turn to the outside, so I think Harry George will be able to continue and maintain that position so far. This is great. He's fighting people who have been doing this for many, many years, so he's holding his own, and that's a great performance. And Lars Hoffman is sort of threading the needle through the 2 gaps there and making it back onto the battle. There's absolutely nothing between them. You could see there was just inches between those 2 cars as they go through there at what must be nearly 100 miles an hour into Surtees. It's a flat out left-hander, and then we have to get it all stopped up ready for clearways and the start of a new lap. But there goes Lyle ahead. They've got a slight gap for him and Cooper, so will they protect that? And while these 3 are battling behind them, we've seen it before, and it could happen again that they will get a gap that becomes permanent. But at the moment it's certainly nothing like permanent, and a couple of corners later and it's all gone away again. So it really does ebb and flow, these races, and which has been treated to 3 brilliant 310R races, and I can't wait to see them all out on track again in say about a month's time in May at Snetterton. Lyle, though. He's going to try and keep this one, so we haven't seen any track limits infringements that I've noted yet. I can't see anyone with a track limits infringement. What I am seeing on the notice is someone, Wales got a jump start, it says, so someone's called in a jump start for Peter Wales, and he will get a 10-second penalty for that, as we watch the leaders coming across the line once more as they jink and move out and fan out across the track as the various speeds defined by their exit from the previous corner, but more importantly the tow that they're getting from the car in front is going to define where they go and where there's a gap. And Walters sees a gap that is 3 lanes high on Druids. That hasn't worked out for him. He's got a bit shuffled out, but he's no harm, no foul. He's not lost anything, not lost a place, but Hoffman is now up the inside, a little bit behind. Cook, I think, touched the grass or something on the inside as he was going into the braking zone. A little bit of concentration, or maybe got shuffled out there, but is he going to rejoin just alongside Harry Landy there in the green machine? We saw Harry not make that previous race, so he's going to be making some progress. He's currently in, he'll be in about 9th place, I think, as he goes across the line next time through. There's a Morgan in that battle as well. There is Harry Cook, so he is behind Dan Clayfan at the moment. Clayfan was 11th as the last time they went across the line. But there's battles for the lead, or a little bit of a shoulder there in as he went into paddock, and Hoffman sees that gap and he puts it there again, but Cooper will be looking for the undercut on the way out, but Lyle maintains that lead somehow after all of that. Lyle still heads out in front, Hoffman alongside, Alan Cooper is there. We've still got 12 minutes of this race to go, so we haven't even got to the intense period of the race yet, so hold your hats everybody. It's really going to come alive in the next 5 minutes or so as they reach that point. And so, yeah, they're certainly willing to put it all on the edge, aren't they, as Hoffman looks to the outside of Surtees. That generally doesn't work, and Lyle there got the inside line, so he does make that filter through, but he's having to drive in his mirrors a lot, isn't he, to protect all the time from this angry mob of cars that's sitting on his tail. We saw Henry Eaton manage to do this for the entirety of the Caterham 7 UK race that we've watched a little bit earlier today. Hoffman now back in that tow, jinking out at the last possible second, and trying to keep as close as he can to get the side draft, but Lyle is later on the brakes into Druids. Into Paddock. Has he gone too late on the brakes? I think he has. Hoffman does manage to tuck up the inside, and that's going to give him the inside, and he might get hung out to dry here because Cooper's going to insert his car up the inside of Druids as well. I think he might just have enough momentum round the outside to hold it down into Graham Hill, or he hasn't. He had gone on the curb and he lost a bit of traction, but he feeds into 3rd place. Cooper's so strong down there into Graham Hill. That's going to be good for him in the late race because it's a good place to protect from, and he certainly managed to do that. Lyle having to sit in that 3rd place, and he did a little bit of movement around there again just to deter Walters from trying to slip up his inside. As they get nose to tail, you really are a sandwich in between all these other cars. You have to drive as much looking behind you as you do looking out in front. It's a skill of these drivers. There goes Hoffman over the line then, so it's his turn to take the lead. It's the first time he's led, I think, this weekend, certainly for a while, but Alan Cooper's going to try up the inside. He's got the overlap. Hoffman's going to cut across to the apex and manages to do so Hoffman will retain that lead. Cooper's still second. They actually use some of the exit there as they're not defending the inside line, but Lyle looking like he's up the inside. He's protecting himself from Walters, who's still attacking, and now Harry George back in it. Walters sliding on that slippy patch. There's almost like there's one slippy patch in the middle of that corner where they get on it and the rears really do let go. And Walters, though, protecting. We saw Hoffman slide on that earlier, and it looked like it was Walters' turn to do the same. Harry George protecting his inside into Surtees, making sure that there's no room up there for Pete Walters to come through. Pete Walters will be disappointed with where he is right now, but he still knows he's been doing this an incredibly long time now. He's been up at the top of the field for many seasons and came second in this championship last year, so he knows that this game is not all about a single race. You've got to think long term. Lyle throwing a bit of a dummy to Cooper there and diving down the inside. Cooper took the bait, and it looks like Lyle may have got that one to stick. He does. He goes out wide. He doesn't infringe track limits though, so again he's not using up any of those lives. We've got black and white for car 11. That's track limits, and car 11 is Carl Jones, so he is in that battle in the green striped machine, the dark car with the green stripes, so he must be careful now. He's used up all his lives as far as track limits go, and any more infringements get called in and he will be having 5 seconds added to his time. And you can see that 5 seconds, if you're one of these front runners, will drop you all the way through this pack and well into the next one. So it really is quite a severe penalty. Lyle back up the inside, so Hoffman, a little bit of contact there just as they were coming the exit of Clearways. 9 minutes of this race to go. So what is it going to be like when we get to the last 5 minutes? Clark Curve, he's still on the inside. They're absolutely side by side. We're going to go 3 wide with Cooper on the outside of that 3, Hoffman in the middle of that sandwich, and then we've got Lyle breaking late on the inside. There's a bit of contact there. Harry George makes contact with Cooper, so Harry George got caught out with that little bit of a concertina effect as those cars were 3 wide, sort of working out what they were going to do, and that little bump at the rear put them both into the gravel, and Cooper did recover the track a bit quicker, but Harry George therefore is going to tumble down the order. A little bit of a bumper misjudgment. He blocked up the wheels and he had nowhere to go. The track was absolutely blocked in front of him, so that was disappointing for him, but it looked like he got out that gravel, so he will move on through, but disappointing as well for Alan Cooper, who was having a great race there, 3 wide into Paddock Hill, and very much involved in that. So here we go then, we've got Lyle out front, we've got Hoffman in 2nd place, and now Walters, after all that manoeuvring, has got back into 3rd place, so it was a 4th place. So Hoffman really violently having to jink out. He's leaving the tow to the absolute last second. He does, I guess he feels he hasn't got quite the engine speed. We've got a car that's glided into the gravel. I can't see where that is, potentially at Clearways, or maybe I think it might be up at Clearways, but we'll come out of that. So that's pretty deep gravel over there. We've not seen too many cars up there this weekend, and we have generally seen things covered by yellow flags rather than calling the safety car, but if they believe that car is in a dangerous spot, they will call a safety car. So keep an eye out for any yellow flags. You can see the marshal keeping an eye on their ear pieces and keeping ready for that. But so far this weekend, you can see that yellow flag covering the car, the yellow flag on the right of your screen as it was, but at the moment they are continuing to race on through. So there is Lyle. He's got a little bit of a gap to Walters now, ahead of Hoffman, and then it's Baldwin. So what a great result for Baldwin so far. He's moved up into 4th. He's sort of patiently been in that group and waiting for them all to sort of take each other out, and certainly that paid dividends. And Price coming up to what is 5th place over the line that last time. He's going to be delighted with that. Then we've got the Carl Jones looking for it's Morgan car we're looking at now, and the 73. Oh, we are having a safety car, so they have called the safety car in this race. So race neutralised for the time being. 6 minutes 47 seconds to go when that was called. It will take them a few minutes to clear that up. Lyle will have to now settle his nerves, ready for a restart. So in some cases he's in the prime position. He can choose when to restart. Everyone else has to react to him. But I think he would have been happier for this race to continue as it was. He certainly was winning most of the start line battles, wasn't he? And he remained out front, but he's got to refocus now. All the drivers have. You can see them all now line astern. So Stephen Lyle is acting as the safety car up until the point that they actually pick the real safety car up, which they will do shortly. And see, there is the driver on the outside, so he's out of the car, watching across. Looks like they're just waiting for the cars to go by so that they can then go and recover the vehicle and put it to a place of safety as soon as they're happy. As soon as they've just been moving cars to places where they're happy for them to remain, and then we get back underway as soon as we can so that we don't spend too long under the safety car period. But you can see this whole field now right back together again, just as it was at the start. We saw a couple of times drivers sort of losing time. Here's Murgatroyd. We saw him having that spin down at Graham Hill bend, and he's made it back to 22nd, but not making significant progress through the field at the moment. But he will be right back with the field now, so he's got potential in this last 5 minutes or so of the race. You can see how deep that gravel is where he is, and the outsiders are just up into Clearways. And yeah, it's not coming. It wasn't coming out there by its own steam, was it? It's very easy to lock a brake and spin the car up onto that gravel bed up there. The vehicles are on hand though, just going to attach it to the tow strap that's at the front of the car there, and they will then be able to move that quickly to left of screen as we were looking at it, and move it out of the way of the racing, and we can get going again. But with 5 minutes to go, it's not going to be too much of this race to go when they do get the action back and underway again. I know that the drivers are all here trying to keep their tyres warm as well as clean, so oftentimes under safety cars you tend to run on different parts of the track that you're not used to in part of the racing, so weaving the tyres as well as maybe keeping some warmth in there and giving the drivers something to do, it also cleans the surface of the tyres so they're ready to go as soon as they start the race. There is Harry George, so he ended up back in 13th place after his gravelly expedition. Hopefully the nose of his car's not too bad damaged. Where did Alan Cooper ended up in ninth place as we come to this restart. We saw him make some great progress up in the early parts of the race. So off the start, for especially, he's always been known for fast starts, and I wonder whether he's going to be looking to make that progress off of this restart. Certainly that will be his plan. Whether it comes to fruition is another matter. Blair McConaughey, after his early escapades off the track, is currently in 12th place. So he has also got quite a lot of work to do. The lights are still on as we go down the straight here, so that does mean I think we're going to have another lap. They would have been out by the time we saw them that time through. And Harry Landy there in that bright green car, he's fighting back through. He's now up to 9th place after he didn't take that part. Here is that 3-wide manoeuvre. Watch Harry George behind, just going to clip the rear wing. Lyle was late on the brakes and there was just nowhere for Harry George to go. The track was blocked, but I think he'd also outbraked himself anyway. The corner was fast approaching and his car was travelling at quite some speed. It was a hefty contact with the rear of Alan Cooper, and disappointed rejoining that battle, and a hefty wallop to the rear of his car. So that's put paid to the ambitions of Alan Cooper in this race. And there is the car now in that position of safety, off up on the exit of the full Brands Hatch circuit. So that's where the full Brands Hatch circuit rejoins at Clearways Corner. Okay, 3 minutes of the race to go now, but by the time they get round, the safety car will surely come in this time round, but by the time they do get round, we're only going to have about a minute and a half, maybe so, 2 laps of this race to go, and that's not a comfortable position for any of them to be in. Straight into there, Pete Walters currently has the fastest lap of the race. He's in 2nd place, but he's recovered one of the lost points by getting that fastest lap. I doubt anyone's going to get that changed by the time we finish this race, but I might be made to eat my words. It looks like those safety car lights are out then, so we are going live for the race at the start of this. The safety car is going to move ahead and he will pull into the pits. Stephen Lyle becomes the erstwhile safety car, whilst he can get to now pick and choose when he goes for it. Is he going to make a move early? He straightens the car like he might do, but he doesn't accelerate yet. He has to make a choice, and once he makes that choice, he must stick to it. We've seen late safety car, late restarts and early restarts, depending on what the driver thinks, and he's a karting driver, so he knows how to do these restarts. He's keeping them nice and slow, so he's minimising the chance for them being able to use his toe and drive into that paddock hill bend and use it. So it looks like he's going to hold them back all the way until the line. They can't overtake him until that line. He's gone now, so he does get a little bit of jump on Walters. Walters a little bit slow. Hoffman can't overtake him until that line, and it looks like there's some others that are side by side. Hopefully they've done that well. Lyle did that perfectly, didn't he? Maybe all those karting years are coming to fruition, and Pete Walters was left a little bit. He thought he was going to go to the line, and as soon as he saw a gap develop, Lyle put his foot down and off he went. Walters though does stay in that 2nd place. Hoffman just missing him, and then we've got Baldwin in that 4th place car, so he's number 4 in 4th place, so he's going to be delighted, I think, but he can sniff that podium there just in front of him, and there's no saying that he won't get that. Come down 1 minute 10 seconds of the race to go, so it does look like we're on the penultimate lap as we go through. Cook trying to make some more ground up there as well, but Lyle remains out in front. He's got 10 odd seconds, so with 53 second laps, I think we are going to be coming on to the last the last lap of the race now. That it is Alan Cooper trying to recover through the field we were looking at there. Lyle though has a nice gap back to Pete Walters, who's got Lars Hoffman for company. Lars Hoffman going to the outside for this final, whether they're going to get 2nd or 3rd. It looks like the gap for 4th is too significant, and it's Baldwin in that 4th place. Lars Hoffman using extra track. Yes, Pete Walters having to defend to the inside, so Hoffman weaving this way and that as they go up into Druids on this final lap. Lyle has still got that little gap, a little comfort zone, but that can still disappear. Walters looks like he's got Hoffman under control, but we've also seen that you are able to overtake the driver on towards the start line as long as you go through clearways nose to tail. Walters is trying to get that gap down. Lyle looked like he had a gap that was going to stay, but at the moment Walters is coming into that really close zone. He's absolutely late on the brakes to try and make that happen. Lyle goes slightly wide out the corner. Walters is going to have to be too close to him. Lyle, I think maybe even missed a gear or something. He's right in the slipstream. He's going to try and jink to the inside. He moves to the inside. They're going to go side by side. Walters has got the momentum. He's going to do it. Walters makes the win over the line. Lyle getting disappointed again. He's had that happen to him here before. Hoffman stays in that 3rd place. What a finish to this race. He didn't look possible, did it, coming onto that final lap, but somehow Walters made that work. He absolutely flew through the the surtees to get that gap down, and it looked like Lyle had a bit of car problems or gear change selection problems. He never got the momentum out of the corner. What a move out the final. Then there was a little gap at the inside through Clark Curve, and he made that stick. Hoffman just had to watch that happen in front of him, but Hoffman taking that third place, and Baldwin did come home fourth, and Jeff Price in fifth place at the end of that race. What a fantastic result for him. He's going to be delighted with that. A real step up there. And then we've got Cook, Jones, Carl Jones there in the 7th place, and Alan Cooper in 8th place. So recovering to 8th after what looked like he was in a good shape for at least being in that lead battle as we came into the closing stages. Then we had Williams, and then Landy was in the 10th place, so rounding out the top 10. McConaughey making it back to 11th after his escapade. Here's the replay then, coming out of that last corner. There was that gap at the inside. Perhaps if Stephen Lyle will watch back that now and think, oh, I should have tucked to the inside, because he had the momentum, and you can see he knew it. He had the cheering the win before the line happened, because he knew he had the momentum. There was nothing at that point that Lyle could do. He just wasn't able to protect that inside line. I think had he done that, he might have stuck the win. So Pete Walters in first place, Stephen Lyle taking that second place, Lars Hoffman third, taking that third position on the podium. David Baldwin fourth, Jeff Price fifth, great for him. Harry Cook sixth, Carl Jones seventh, Alan Cooper back to 8th place after those lead battles, 9th place for Henry Williams, and Harry Landy rounds out the top 10. 11th was Blair McConaughey on his recovery. Harry George we saw go through the gravel back to 12th, Alan Curtis 13th, Harry Air 14th, Dave Morgan 15th, Dan Clayfan 16th, Kevin Cooper 17th, Gary Curtis 18th, 19th, Andrew Murgatroyd 20th, Oliver Smith 21st, Duncan Cook. Pete Wales was 22nd. I think he's got that track limits infringement though. So Roger Gaunt 23rd, Martin Gleish 24th in the gravel we saw, and James Wingfield with what looked like a car failure there. So a few cars that didn't make the end there, but what a brilliant end to the Caterham action here at Brands Hatch. And the whole race weekend has been some fantastic racing, and we've been treated to 6 races today, and we had the 3 yesterday. But Brands Hatch is only the first round of our season. We've still got 6 more rounds to go for all these drivers, and next time out we are at Snetterton, and that is on the 21st and 22nd of May, so make sure you add that to your calendars. We will be back out streaming and with everything. Thank you so much to all the marshals out on track, the organising clubs, to Caterham, to everyone who makes these events happen. And we look forward to taking you through all that racing again when we get out again at Snetterton on the 21st and 22nd of May. Thank you, and we will see you then. Bye bye.
Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms? Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras. But
there's a few extras.
Leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little 3-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660 cc.
How do you get into these things?
You ready for,
I never know.
For a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I play? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it? Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer. I gotta
get out of the way, get out of it.
Oh shit!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's its 0 to 60 then? Do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tiff. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob, and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Oh. Lowered floors. You know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, 1,000.